Check 1 2. 1 2, check 1 2. Check 1 2, 1 2. Check 1, 2. Mic check 1, 2.
That'd be great. He can just stay quiet. It's such a treat to have a tech in the room.
Lav, check 1, 2. Hey, hey. Check, check 1, 2. One, two, 1, 2. Hey, hey. One, two, 1, 2. Hey, hey. Check 1, 2.
Alright, so because we're streaming, you're kind of podium bound,
That's fine.
unfortunately. We're
I can
getting
work
out of
around
this,
that.
we're getting out of this streaming business, I think by October, but until then, we're still trying to.
Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Hey, hey.
everybody. Thank you for listening to me and coming in at 7:50. I appreciate it. You guys get a prize for being here early. You get to know the Wi-Fi code. That is lowercase MMI 2022. MMI for Medicare Market Innovations 2022. And it's lowercase. So I'm so excited that you're all here in person, and welcome to those joining via live stream as well. We have a fantastic couple of days planned for you. It's kind of a rapid fire conference, 30-minute sessions, including Q&A. We get a lot of information in a short amount of time, and I really try to keep things moving along. For those of you attending virtually, you'll be able to text me questions. So at the end of each session, I'll be running around with a microphone. Please talk into the mic with your question so everybody in the room can hear, but also those attending virtually can hear. And I think it's nice to just say who you are and where you're from and what organization you're from. That way people know what perspective you're coming at this from. Helps us all get to know each other a little bit better. The booklets, as I told you all, are not quite here, but I'm hoping by the morning break. And I appreciate your patience on that. And I think that's about it. Presentations will be available to you within 1 week of the close of the conference. It never takes that long, but that would be the latest that you would receive them. And you'll get an email with a password protected link with access to those in PDF format. So I think that's about it as far as logistics go. So at this time, I'm going to turn it over to our chairperson, Billy Justice. Billy Justice is the Director of Sales and Marketing for Vantage Health Plan. And he does a wonderful job taking us through the events and acting as MC and introducing our speakers. So at this time, I'll turn it over to him. Thank you so much, and if you need anything at all, please tap me. I'm your girl, and I'm happy to help. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Pam. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. That's a great crowd. My name is Billy Justice. I'm with Vantage Health Plan, and Pam and Jeff has asked me to come back again this year to kind of lead us through the conference and get all our speakers introduced and making sure we get some good questions and answers. I'm from Louisiana, so the north part, not the south, so you'll understand what I'm saying. I'll butcher the English language, but I won't talk too fast. So, not that I just can't. Just doesn't come out that way. So, but glad to be here. Got a text message from my mother. I'm one of 11 children. I have 30 nieces and nephews, and the nieces and nephews are multiplying like they just got off Noah's Ark. I mean, they're going nuts. And so, she's 87, but she sent me a text this morning and says, make sure that you dress nice and make sure your socks match. That is very important, even though the younger generation doesn't think so. Your brothers and sisters are calling me, telling you don't get too smart, that Will Smith may be in the audience, and you could be in some big trouble. Also, and she puts a P.S. in a text message, P.S., your brothers are laughing at you over the baby formula. So my mother accidentally ordered a whole pile of baby formula because she likes to give it as presents for the kids. So now we've got like a whole warehouse of baby formula, and ironically, it's a shortage, and so the Justice family over there in Swartz, Louisiana is the baby formula king. So, but my oldest brother's packing food away. He's ready for the apocalypse. I mean, it's coming, and he's got rations stored for years, you know. He's stocking up on baby formula. So anyway, here we go. They always say there's 50 ways to leave your lover, but there ain't but one way to start a conference, and that's to introduce your first speaker. Nikki Hungate will be our first speaker, structuring Medicare Advantage offerings to best support the senior population, focusing on high visibility benefits and influencing buyer behavior. She is a long-term resident of Western New York region. For 17 years, she's helped build plans for Mohawk Valley Physicians Group. The plans that she delivers helps meet the needs of the community, and it places an emphasis on the populations that are most vulnerable and underserved. This morning, Nikki, you're up.
Good morning, everybody. I'm so glad to be here. As you so eloquently introduced me, I am from MVP Health Plan. So we were formerly known as Mohawk Valley Physicians Plan, and we combined with a whole bunch of other health plans, and so now we do go by MVP Healthcare for short, which is fantastic because, as we know, with Medicare, everything has to have an acronym, so here it is. But I didn't have any travel issues getting to the West Coast. All of my partners who happen to be here, that is generally their first question to me was, how was your flight? Did you have any problems? Because every time I speak at a conference on the West Coast, there's either luggage issues or I get rerouted 3 times. And the last time I was in Vegas, I literally landed and had like an hour to get to the airport or get to the conference and speak, and it was crazy. But this time was nice. I got in at 7 o'clock. I had a nice, they gave me a Chevy Camaro convertible. And it does have the ability to go 95 on the I-10, just so everyone knows. But anyway, so I'm going to talk to you about structuring Medicare Advantage offerings. And I am not going to stand up here and tell you dental, vision, hearing, OTC, and food benefit and go sit down, because that would just be telling you what benefits are table stakes. We know those benefits are table stakes. What I'm going to be talking to you about today is really how do you lead your teams to be able to get to being able to not only offer the benefits that are table stakes, but also to be able to design that specific benefit in a way that actually works for your membership. Because it's really important to be able to understand the data behind your membership to know how you actually have to design that benefit. So a little bit about MVP. We are a community-based, not-for-profit health plan. We love being regional. We're not a fan of the nationals. I don't think any regional plan is a fan of the nationals. But we have a lot going for us. Our mission is to provide health care and really in a way that is designed to meet the members where they are at. And we do this through innovation and collaboration. We currently serve about 67,000 Medicare Advantage lives in total. That continues to grow every year. We've actually been in the Medicare Advantage space for a number of years. We're actually one of the oldest Medicare Advantage plans in the country, back in the Preferred Care days. So anybody who's been in the industry for a long time might recognize the name Preferred Care. That was one of the companies that merged with MVP Healthcare. So we were doing Medicare Advantage before it was actually Medicare Advantage. And I happen to live in one of the most Medicare Advantage penetrated counties in the United States, and that's Monroe County. Our Medicare Advantage penetration rate is upwards of 70%. We have been a 4.5-star plan almost from the beginning of the STARS invention. So we're very proud of that. We're not these overnight sensation 5-star plans. We're very consistent and steady with what we offer and the quality that we offer. And very proud to say we entered the D-SNP market this year, 1/1/2022, and we actually scored 100% on our model of care right out of the gate. We're very proud of that fact, and it really just speaks to our quality that we have. So, key drivers shaping U.S. healthcare. I'll breeze through this slide really quickly, but this is something that you always have to keep your eye on and know the pulse of what's going on around you. So there's always changes with the public and private reimbursement models. As you know, we're trying to get away from that fee-for-service model and moved over to value-based, and believe it or not, capitation. If you remember, capitation was kind of a thing in the 80s. And now that is starting to come back because we see the value in capitation because it puts the providers at risk as well. So consolidation and vertical integration of health plans, you're seeing a lot of health plans combined together to create one big health plan. You've seen that with CVS and Aetna and some others. Non-traditional healthcare companies are entering the industry. I never thought I would see Amazon enter into the industry, nor did I foresee Walmart entering into the healthcare industry. But here they are, doing their thing. Successfully or not, they are here and they're here to stay. We have a lot of large health systems taking over private practices. They're gobbling up the smaller practices. So private physician practices are becoming a thing of the past. So we have to pay attention to that when we're building out our network adequacy. Lots of advancements and investments in technology. Just at MVP, we've been doing technical debt analysis over the last couple of years to really kind of get off of our legacy systems and move to something that is more forward. In fact, most of our systems have moved over to Microsoft Dynamics. I have to put the COVID-19 pandemic in there. Even when we move to an endemic, it really has changed the way that we look at healthcare and how we deliver healthcare across the country, and it exposed a lot of gaps in our healthcare delivery system that absolutely have to be addressed for our members. Social determinants of health are a huge agenda item for CMS, and I would be remiss if I didn't talk about the fact that there's politicizing of healthcare on both sides of the aisle, and that plays a huge part on whether or not things move forward or not. So what is our product design methodology? We really start with an evidence-based innovation. That's really important. We start with data. And I'll talk a little bit about how we define evidence-based innovation. And we get into competitive intelligence. That's kind of been around for a while, but how do you go about that competitive intelligence? You need to do it in more of a way that doesn't just stick your plans next to each other that are in your service area and compare benefits. Because if all you're doing is designing your health plan against competitors, it's a losing strategy. We also do a lot of market research. We partner with folks like DEFT to get information about what's going on in the marketplace. But you have to be careful with that because you want to make sure that you're not looking at a demographic that isn't yours as a health plan. And what ends up happening is that if we use these three things, we create a member-centric product. And EBI data really looks at it brings in a whole bunch of things. And what it's designed to do is to have us look at what the unmet needs are for our members. And if you look at healthcare traditionally, it's a very linear model, right? So when you are, if somebody gets sick, we deliver healthcare, and then they get sent on their way, and we provide these benefits that follow all these policies and regulations, and obviously we have to sort of color within the lines, right, with CMS. But I don't know about you, but I have red balloons that pop up all the time in my life, right? So we have to look at this notion of re-looking at healthcare through a complexity worldview and a complexity lens. We have a very complex adaptive system in healthcare, and what that means is there's a whole lot of dynamics that are going into it, and we have to pay attention to those red balloons. And we can find those red balloons with EBI data. It's no longer sufficient to look at things and just make some anecdotal opinions, and that's how we design our benefits. So we try and do things ethically. We do things ethically. And we have teamwork, we have innovation. Great ideas come from all walks of life, which is really important to have these diverse teams that are working together. It's not just my product team just sitting there in a silo creating benefits, right? And then saying to the rest of the organization, this is what we came up with, implement it, right? That doesn't work. All those people have to have a seat at the table so that you can actually get stuff off the ground and moving forward and done in a way that's successful for your members. So what is evidence-based innovation? It identifies and quantifies your customers' needs to generate new ideas and strategies that support growth. And what that is we look at what we call the jobs to be done. So let me talk a little bit about jobs to be done. I like to use the example of music, listening to music. We have been trying to listen to music since as far back as, 1700s when they're playing on the little minstrel things, right? So people have been trying to listen to music. That's the job that needs to be done, but how they go about doing that has evolved over the years. So we can go back to the record players, then there were 8-tracks, cassette tapes, CDs. Now we've got XM radio and YouTube music and Apple iPods and all that stuff, right? So the thing that they're trying to accomplish stays steady. But how they go about achieving that is what changes. And that's what we have to look at when we're creating those benefits. Yes, they want coverage for dental. They want coverage for hearing. They want coverage for OTC. They want food. But how do they go about getting that? When you're designing a food benefit, like say you're designing like a grocery benefit, if all you've got is a mechanism to go to the grocery store, it's probably not going to work real well for you. Not for all of your members. There has to be some type of online delivery system, online ordering. You have to incorporate that technology. So as technology evolves in the way that we approach benefits, your benefits have to change with that, right? You can't just keep that standard benefit. So you want to define your market, which is a group of people and what they're trying to do. You want to discover what their needs are, and this is done through qualitative interviews, and it's metrics that people use to measure success. And then you want to, through those surveys, quantify your opportunities. What needs are actually important to your demographic? My demographic varies widely. All right, so we're in the entire state of New York, with the exception of New York City. We don't go down into New York City. And then we're also in the entire state of Vermont. And most people think, oh, New York. They're like, Big Apple, right? And I come from a mid-sized city. I also come from a city in Rochester who has one of the highest poverty rates in the country per capita. So, those are things that I have to be able to understand. I also have people that live on a farm, and if I provide a transportation benefit that doesn't give them at least 50 miles one way, it's a useless benefit. My mom calls those fake benefits. When she can't utilize a benefit on her Medicare Advantage plan, she calls me up, of course. Sometimes I wish she would have a competitor plan. But she always calls me up and she's like, this is a fake benefit, I can't use it. But there is some validity to that, right? Like if she can't use the benefit, what good is it that I put it on there? Did I put it on there just for a marketing ploy? And you know what? I come from a health plan, and we do things, that go at, we look at finances and stuff like that. And sure, there are things that we throw on there that are marketing things that attract people. But I have to make sure that the member at the end of the day can use those benefits. So I need to make sure that I'm collecting the right external data. So I need to understand the demographics of my service area. I need to understand the competitive landscape of the service area. I need to know what the winning plan trends are. I also need to know what the losing plan trends are. If I don't look at the losing plan trends, I'm going to have no idea that HMO is not growing. And that any new plans that I create and put in the market have to be a PPO, right? So it's important not just to look at, a lot of times we get so caught up in focusing on, what were the winning plan benefit attributes, right? No, I have to look at why people weren't picking the other plans. That's just as important. And I have to pay attention and stay ahead of the CMS agenda. So if I know 2 years down the road, they're going to require me to be addressing SDOH, and I'm going to also need to be reporting on that, I need to start on that stuff now and be in a good place with it. I also want to collect the right internal data. I need to understand where my members are moving to. And I'm not just talking about moving to another health plan. That's me looking at who's winning. I need to know what they're doing within my own portfolio. When we file the bid, which my team is working on furiously right now, they're very upset that I traveled. And I'm 3 hours behind. So they were texting me it was like 3:30 this morning. And, so when when we're getting ready to design stuff and file the bid, we have over 14 PBPs that we file. That's just our direct bill. I actually think now we're up to about 18. And then we also have all our employer group products. So that's a lot of PBPs to be designing benefits for, and each one of them is unique and services a specific demographic. So it's important for me to understand why my members are moving from this plan to this plan during AEP or even mid-year, or did they buy up We saw a lot of buy-up this past AEP. People that were willing to pay a mid-price premium. A lot of the people are like, you don't get nothing for free. So we have to look at Stars and HEDIS performance, which means that if I'm performing horrible on a Stars measure or a HEDIS measure, what can I do with my team in the benefits to make improvements, which means that I have to have conversations with quality, and they have to have a seat at the table when I'm designing benefits. I need to look at race, ethnicity, and language. I need to look at sexual orientation, gender. This is really important. Patient self-efficacy and self-management. How good are my members at actually managing their chronic conditions? I've got some that are really great at it, and I've got some that are not so great. And I need to make sure that I have the supports in place for that. Functioning cognition, I need to understand that about my membership. What level are they functioning at? What's their cognition level? Isolation and loneliness is a really big thing, especially because of COVID. I've got to pay attention to that, which means that when my customer service reps are on the phone, they need to understand how to listen for those things. You know, like I haven't been able to get out of the house. The only thing, you know, every day I just open up a soup can and that's what I eat for dinner. Or I haven't seen my family in 2 months. Those are things that I need to pay attention to because mental health plays a huge part in their health outcomes. I need to look at frailty, which is a HEDIS denominator, and transportation vulnerability is a big one in my region. So benefit design framework, I need to make sure that things are clear and easy to understand. They're equitable and targeted to those with the greatest need. They need to be designed where they're manageable and they're sustainable. I need to always make sure that my roadmap is a long-term, at least 3-year roadmap. And I need to make sure that I'm evolving with experience and data that's supporting their effectiveness. So that means that I can't just throw a benefit in the market and never look at it again. I want to make sure that when I dropped my diabetes, all my diabetes supplies, right down to, and this is all public knowledge, like all of our diabetes supplies across the board on MVP health plans are free. That includes your CGMs, your insulin pumps, the whole 9 yards. So if I don't ever have anybody build reports about my health outcomes of my folks that are living with diabetes to find out if they're actually adhering and getting their stuff filled, and are they maybe participating in our care management program, then I'm just throwing benefits at people to look good to get them into our plan to grow. And if I'm not taking care of them, I'm missing out on my retention strategy. So a lot of plans get really focused on how many do we bring in for AP? How many did we bring in for AEP? And now, of course, we add OEP into that. How many switchers did we get, right? And then they don't ever look at it again. But the thing is you've got to take care of the members that you actually have to get them to stay. And once you get them to about 5 years, they become what we refer to as sticky. The likelihood that they're going to switch is pretty small. Really? I was going to say the most important slide is right there. All right, so this is our strategy process hurdles, and I will not take credit for this slide. This was one of my product strategists that created this thing, and I thought it was great. He used to do track, because I certainly wouldn't have thought about actual racing hurdles, because I would just walk around them. So, anyway, so he built this, and I was like, wow, mind blown, right? So ideas come from all walks of life, right, on our team. And the first stage, of course, is that we discover, and we really establish those opportunities about, we look at what the data is saying for us, and what are we currently doing, or what should we be doing about this? And that happens in October and November. So you're looking at your, end of third quarter, beginning of fourth quarter is when we start looking at this. So I'll be doing this in 2022 for our 2024 plans, right? Give me a couple months, I'm not even gonna care what's going into my 2023 plans, right? So prioritize. Then we move into December, January. It's not time to celebrate Christmas or any other holiday that happens in that time frame. My team is hard at work. We're prioritizing stuff because nothing is worse than bringing something to the table in March, getting ready for the bid, and having IT go, oh, we don't have resources for that, right? Like, I don't know how many of you have heard that, and it's like the death sentence for any benefit you're trying to do. So, we look at the data, we prioritize everything, what initiatives we want to go after, we make sure that we have the right people at the table. Because again, if I don't have, and I always give Mom's Meals a plug at every conference. I left my sunglasses on. So I give Mom's Meals a plug like every time I do a whether they're here or not, whenever I do a conference. So if I have this great meal delivery benefit, right? If I don't have anybody from clinical in my care management team that's helping to support that benefit, I'm delivering meals to people, right? And what if I have a chronic condition meal benefit? I do, right? So what, am I just throwing meals at people with congestive heart failure and diabetes? Or am I making sure that they're accessing all the benefits that go along with their chronic condition? Which again means that clinical and care management has got to have a seat at the table early, right? And so then they'll sit down and say, okay, let's build out this care management program. Let's structure our outreach. Let's make sure they're accessing nutrition. Let's make sure that they can access transportation to get their benefit. Or, geez, these people are not getting their HbA1c and lab work done. Do they even know that we have partnered with Scarlet so that the technician will come to their home and pull their blood? Probably not. So those are things that are really important during the December-January timeframe as I'm developing for 2024. The stage that we're in right now is develop. We're actually getting towards the tail end of that. So I know it says February, April, but it really drags into bid season as far as like May. And this is where we have everything set, almost. Because there's always those last minute decisions, like we just made one this morning, at 3:30 this morning, East Coast time, that we were gonna add a great benefit for our DSNP folks. And so nothing says, good morning to my actuary team, like, hey, those PPPs, can you just reprice all that with 2 weeks left? So don't get me wrong, we are great planners at MVP, but we still fly by the seat of our pants sometimes. So we have all of our information for the most part. We've prioritized everything. We've passed everything over to actuary. They're working together to put everything together, and then my team takes that, puts it in the bid software, and uploads it to CMS. And then we get into the launch phase. And this is super important. If you don't have a great bridge, your benefits are gonna go falling right into we'll say Grand Canyon, because we're here in Arizona, right? That's exactly what's gonna happen to them. So I have got to build that bridge from product over to operations and all the other folks that are responsible for implementation. And if I haven't built that bridge, but it should be an easy bridge to build. Why? Because back in the discover and prioritizing, they've already had a seat at the table. They know what's coming, and so they're not gonna be scared to go across that bridge because they're gonna feel empowered because they know what's going on with our benefits for the following year. So we launch it, we do training, we do marketing, we engage all of our partners that we work with to make sure that those benefits get marketed properly, and then it is ready for actual launch, and we're ready to go October 1st to hit the ground running. And then I honestly think this is probably the most important one, and that's the aftermath analysis is what I call it, right? And that is, what didn't work? What did we not do right? What do we need to improve? What needs to change with our benefit strategy and our benefit design process? And what can we try differently? And then again, we're right back at the very beginning of the race, discovering what we're gonna prioritize and what we're gonna look at and looking at all of our data. So that is the strategy process hurdle that we go through on my team. And I have a really great team of product innovators that are just so, it's really easy, and I'm gonna say this and I'll close and open for any Q&A. And oh my God, I'm gonna be ending right on time. So great. My team of innovators, it's so important that I really have built this with an adaptive leadership style, really built this psychologically safe workplace for them to be able to be safe to fail. And it's really easy in the land of Medicare. I'm super passionate about what I do, and I'm animated, and it's probably a good thing that they gave me this podium that I had to stay behind for streaming purposes, because I've almost fallen off a stage getting so animated with my arms and all that, right? So, but it's hard sometimes, and it's easy to get lost in the weeds. And what always happens with my team is one of the important things that we do in this process, and we actually generally do it right in the develop phase, because that's the part where we get lost in the weeds. And we sit down with a good old-fashioned whiteboard. Last couple of years, it's been a Teams whiteboard, which has been interesting. I'm not as technologically advanced as I like to think I am. But we sit down with a whiteboard and we figure out our why. You know, why does MVP do what we do? You know, and more often than not, my team will come back and say, what if this was my mom that had this health plan? Is she gonna be able to use these benefits? Is she gonna be able to understand what comes in the mail to her, or who's calling her, or how to access these benefits so she can live out the best life that she can? You know, what about my grandmother? What about my neighbor? What about my friend? You know, and those are really, really important to keep at the forefront of our mind and not get lost in the weeds about who we're actually serving. And it's not ourselves. It's the people that are at the end of that ID card on the other side of it. So, you know, I encourage all organizations to sit down and do that and to develop their why and to do it in the middle of that weed area, you know, where you can really just get lost in the numbers and the mechanics of what we're doing, because it helps keep you motivated. A lot of us product people have a lot of great starting energy, but we don't have a lot of great finishing energy, which is why we have operations people to do that. You know, we have these great ideas, we throw them out there and we're like, figure it out. You know, so it's important to have that why. And then we share our why, and we make sure that we're collaborating with the others in the organization about what their why is too. You know, and it really helps us stay full steam ahead, 24/7, 365 days a year. So thank you so much for allowing me to be your opening speaker. I'm catching the red eye back tonight, so I apologize for all the dinner invitations that I turned down because I have to be back at the airport, but I'll probably take a detour just so I can ride with the top down. So, but anyway, thank you very much.
Okay, do we have any questions for Nikki? Okay, give me a moment to get down there.
Thank you. Yes, Nikki, can you tell me what is the most significant thing that a plan like MVP Health can do to promote equity among the disenfranchised members?
That's a great question. So we've done a lot of work on that in the last 2 years about promoting equity. Because here's the thing, like nobody cares that my primary care physician copay has been $0 for the last, like, I don't know, practically decade. If they can't get to the doctor's office to see the doctor, or they don't know where their next meal's coming from. Right? So for us, it's really looking at our demographics in our specific survey, or in our particular service area. I don't give a lot of merit to national data. I just don't, because it's not tailored enough to my service area. And so I encourage all health plans to really dig into the demographics of the people that you're serving in each city, which means that sometimes you gotta go down the road of segmentation, because you might have to beef up specific benefits in specific counties, and so you have to go down the segmentation road, which we've avoided for a number of years, but we can't avoid it anymore, you know. To be able to put transportation on this one or not put transportation on this one and make sure that my mileage is correct. The other thing that we have is an advisory board of our actual members, and you have to make sure that who's on your advisory board is actually diverse. And I'll share this quick little nugget. When I came into my position in product a few years ago, I was closing out our existing advisory board, and I'm not kidding, I was sitting in a room of rich white people on employer group Medicare Advantage plans, and they were giving us feedback on our direct bill plans. And I said, and they all lived in probably our richest suburb of Rochester. And I'm like, okay, like this is not telling me anything. And so I had to go about building that diverse advisory board to make sure that I have people that represent, we have a very, very large Hispanic population down in the Hudson region of New York. And so I had to make sure that I had proper representation there to give us actual viable feedback. I want people to tell me, hey, I don't have a grocery store within 15 miles to get to, and I'm stuck shopping at the bodega on the corner for my food. You know, like those are things that I've got to be able to understand, and so it's really digging into the locality of where I offer my plans.
Hi, Nikki.
Hi.
Grace Summers from Me Caregivers. We provide in-home support services and companion care to folks. I'm wondering, do you have any specific instruments or ways that you measure isolation and loneliness?
So our EBI data, actually, the survey data that we put out there, that qualitative data does address specifically social isolation and loneliness. And we have a campaign here at MVP, not here, but at MVP, that we actually do a outbound call campaign to our members, just to literally check in on them and see how they're doing. And then we also have health risk assessments that specifically address all of the SDOH. It's a pretty extensive survey that they fill out over the phone with somebody. It's not something we mail to them. Mail doesn't work. I can't stress that enough. Mail doesn't work. So, you know, our members prefer that actual contact and talking with a human being to go through those questions. And we use that data to then address whether we need to add and beef up some in-home supports and companion care. And those are all things that we continually look at.
I didn't see any other hands. Were there any other questions? No? Okay, thank you so much, Nikki.
Thank you, Nikki. That was excellent. It's in the old Medicare Advantage world. It's like when we sign these people up. It's what I tell the independent producers all the time. When we sign them up, we got to do something with them. So that was very good. Real quick, how many of you just are here with health plans right now? You represent a health plan. Okay. Now, how many of you are from either small plans, startup plans, first 3 years? Anybody? Few? Okay. Any regional plans where just maybe a few states or multiple counties? Okay. All right. Any national plans? Couple? Okay. All right. So I think we got something for everybody there, but I know a lot of times when you're just starting out, I know when we started out in this business so many years ago, it was like, what do you do? So hopefully you can find something here that's very valuable for you. And I've been to so many of these, but I've always looked for that one nugget that I might be able to take home, or something that a vendor can show me or help me with that might push the plan forward a little bit and make it a lot better. So hopefully we definitely do that for you today. Bam, we're ready for the next speaker. Okay. Our next topic is developing an actionable segmentation strategy using meaningful data to create personalized messaging for each segment. This is Jennifer Rosbach. I said that right. I can't wait to tell Mama. All right. Hailing from the Motor City, Jennifer has 20-plus years of marketing experience in automotive financial industries and most recently healthcare as the strategic marketer on Medicare with Health Alliance Plan, a regional health plan in Michigan. She connects with customers simplifying a complicated subject. When Jennifer isn't thinking about Medicare, she volunteers her time as director of the Royal Oak Downtown Development Authority Board. Jennifer.
And a fun fact for me, Billy, I am one of 10, so you got me beat by one. So thank you, everyone. Thank you for having me. Last year I spoke about caregiver strategies, and this year I'm talking about the importance of segmentation. So really to start off, having a bit of a laugh, how did Yoda get his first lead? He used the Salesforce. So as Billy said, I'm from a health plan in Michigan. We are a 4.5 out of 5-star plan for both our HMO and PPO plans. I've been with HAP for the past 6 years, and over those 6 years, we've grown about 42% in the market. And so I'm really going to take you through probably things you already know, but just to show you what we did, what we tried to accomplish with our segmentation. Talk about what we use segmentation personas for. So again, segmentation and segmentations are to help us forecast the market interest for a product or service. Our personas are really that conglomeration of data that's, trying to help us understand the emotional or behavioral triggers behind people's decisions within that market. So a combo of both of those has really allowed us to narrow into a target that's not only looking for our product, but also is ready for the message that we want to deliver. So gone are these days of spray and pray, because as you all know, that's very expensive, and with direct mail being number one lead attractor, it's getting expensive. We're going to have paper shortages. We have mail delays in some parts of the country. So we're really trying to work smarter, not harder. As we talk about this, you all probably know, you have the 4 types of market segmentation. And really, you'll see in my next slides, segmentation's allowing us to really bucket our prospect groups so that we, as Nikki was pointing out, in her plan design, we're also using that segmentation to really try to hone in on who to target and who to attract. And within that, we can bucket where our market really stands in these segmentations. So don't adjust your eyes. I did have to blur this out, but this is something that we use that was built for us to talk through our customer segmentation with not only the product team, the sales team, and the operations team. So we use this, this is a very high-level chart, but it really helps us to understand our outreach channels, what our talking points and plan highlights need to be for each of these buckets of people, and then imagery and creative that's really outstanding for these people. Beyond this, we also have a breakout of what our product segments look like. So where's the percentage of people in our market, and how much does HAP have in the marketplace? As we move on, and this is going to be a really quick probably presentation, so I'm trying to leave room for questions and comments. But our personas are the purpose of creating these personas, and you saw I had little pictures of people. It's to recreate that reliable and realistic representation of our marketplace. We want to make sure that when we look back, and I'm just going to go back to this, when we see that first column of information for that woman, we give her a name, we give her an area, general areas where this population really resides in our market, and we have a bigger story to tell about her. So, and I'm going to move forward on that. And remember, your personas are only going to be as good as the research that you use to build them. So if you're not familiar with building personas, I do have a link there, usability.gov. It really does have some good how-to tools to develop personas and what you should be looking at and how you should be using those. And again, personas are fictional people. You shouldn't really be able to dial back to one person or one individual. They really should be a conglomeration of everything that you see in the market. And so our personas, again, this is Susan. She's one of our personas. I've kind of blurred out in a nicer way different things that we have within our persona outline. So not only do we know we have a little backstory on Susan, we have likelihoods of where she is in the marketplace. Then you move to this center area. We have product choice drivers that we have, and we work with indices to figure out how much she's over or under indexing based on some product choice drivers. We have supplemental benefit drivers, so we want to make sure that we understand what is the benefits to what Nikki said earlier. we have table stakes that we all have to have in our product plans, but there might be benefit drivers that really talk to Susan better than they talk to George, who's in my other segment or persona. And then the perceived SDOH drivers. So this means they perceive that they have these things around their social determinants of health that they feel are necessary for them to move forward with and look for a health plan that has that. Doesn't mean that they really have, so they may feel like they have food insecurities, but in all likelihood, this segment, this persona of person doesn't have that based on some of their household income and things like that. But it's something that lives in their brain and is something that causes them to worry about tomorrow, not necessarily today. And then all the way to the right is, we have target information around what we feel in our portfolio is their target brand. What's the likelihood of them joining our plan? And then what's their likelihood of continually shopping? So we have all of this built into this data as well. From a health perspective, that's the heart with the little heart line in it. What's their health like? And again, this is what through survey data that we've received, what they feel like they are, if they're healthy or they manage their care or they're actually involved or active. And then this, what looks like a jack, is all of the other parts that make them the person that we think they are. So hobbies and interests. Don't neglect that. I think in healthcare, we like to think about all of the health needs you have, but that's not the whole person. The whole person has to likes to go to play bingo or likes to gamble. You have to think about what those other drivers are, and maybe they like their grandkids and they spend a lot of time with their grandkids. But all of those really feed into how they're going to really make a decision about going for a new Medicare plan or staying in the Medicare plan that they're with. And again, some of these are geographic considerations, and again, any information or research that you have should be really brought into this. So what does HAP do with all this? We really create a integrated campaign for our AEP deliverables. And as we go through that, we are using all of these sources to really pinpoint the majority of our market. And so there are things that on here, like a kiosk or providers, they're really going to resonate with some of our personas, but not all. As I think most plans are seeing, direct mail is still a lead leader, but emails are really coming back and are becoming a stronger lead leader for prospective consideration as well. So, and then with all of the data that we did, so last AEP, we really dove into our personas and in our segmentation, and we actually went from a crawl and a walk to a sprint. We went from maybe having 3 or 4 versions in the market to having over 14 versions of creative in the market, because we really wanted to talk to those personas, make sure we're talking to the markets appropriately, showing the imagery, the creative that we felt would really resonate. And again, we were successful in our AEP. We met our goals, we exceeded our goals, but we found that having so many different versions was actually really challenging to us. And we actually, again, I think I just went through some of this. We used the segmentation modeling to build that list. We focused our message on premium and top benefit drivers prior to COVID and prior to based on market according, based on our market according to our research. We only differentiated prior to COVID on geographic and product availability. We really didn't dive into our personas or our segmentations all that greatly. And we really dipped a toe into email. So email was ad hoc prior to COVID for us. The results were steady growth, but we weren't exceeding goal, or we weren't really seeing a lead volume that we could come to expect year over year. And then, as we all have said, zero plans became a cost of doing business, so they were the table stakes. They weren't. They were a market driver at first, but they no longer are. With email, it was very disjointed. We were throwing email onto things. It wasn't planned or a coordinated effort. 2022 AEP, though, our strategy was built from the persona first. We focused on top 4 personas, which really made up the majority of our market. Our modeling segmentation helped us to build out that data, and it drove 14 different versions, as I was saying. And we had an extensive messaging matrix, which really drove digital strategy as well as all other channel content. Our personas helped to organize the matrix and create tests within our direct mail and email campaigns, and the personas actually helped us figure out what imagery was really resonating with prospects and people who actually enrolled with the plan. So we were actually, we did some post-enrollment interviews with people that were new to HAP, and we found that, the imagery we had of active seniors and really showcasing Michigan's, local landscape and things were really resonating with our enrollees. But, like I said, we went from a crawl to a run to a sprint, really. We really personalized our acquisition messaging, and we were able to do it. We did it within a 2-month span. We weren't planning on doing it, but we did it. The direct mail and email actually became very coordinated, and it complemented each other. And actually, email worked better than our direct mail this past year. And one of the reasons was we could optimize our email around the personas and around the messaging and shift more quickly. Our direct mail is too long form to do that. And we could A/B test. But we found optimization, and we found optimization throughout our campaign much easier. While we were able to execute on a personalized message, we found we divvied our market too narrowly and too granularly. So chances are this AEP, we're not gonna go 14 deep into matrix messaging, but we will. We'll probably find a happy medium to that. But we're glad that we were able to test it and do what we were able to do. And then, as we also found, that our models perform similarly to previous AEPs, so no one message actually outperformed the other. And we actually had a bit of a false positives come up or crop up during AEP. So just to recap, benefits of using these personas and segmentations, again, create stronger marketing messages. It allows your sales team to focus on what matters to to the market, and allows you to focus those independent agents as well. You're going to effectively use your marketing dollars, and you'll be able to do a lot more tracking and really testing to find out what works and make those modifications. Again, we don't see AEP as a one note and then it's done. We move learnings from AEP into OEP into T65 and then, start the cycle again. We were able to design hyper-targeted ads digitally that really performed. I think we had our best performance digitally through paid search and display ads this year. We attracted less leads, but they were better quality. So while we as a marketer always want the most leads, or sales wants the most leads, we have to reform that conversation around quality, not quantity. And then, as long as you can differentiate your brand from the competitors, you're going to build a better customer affinity. You're going to be able to identify those market opportunities. As Nikki was saying, it's not only in marketing that you're going to find those opportunities, but you're going to find those nuggets that you can then go after a smaller segment within your persona that'll resonate and maybe attract a better, more loyal customer. And then finally, it'll allow everybody to stay focused on the task ahead and move the product and the plan forward. Thank you for having me. I'm going to open this to questions, and hopefully I was able to give you something that you haven't thought about before. Otherwise, I think I probably reaffirmed everything you've done past.
Okay, one moment. I'll be right there.
Hi, can you name one of the false positives that you guys encountered and
Yeah.
What you went through, the process you went through to clean it up?
So I think one of the false positives, we weren't able to clean up as quickly as we would have liked it, but it was really, we started to target based on product type. So like MVP, we have about 14 plans in the market. And we have every flavor of plan known to man. So we have an HMO, we have PPO, and we have HMO POS. We actually started to differentiate on product type. And what we saw going throughout is that we saw PPO resonating. We saw it in enrollments within our market. But when we started to narrowly focus that PPO message into the larger persona or segmentation, we were not getting the type of actual leads or generating the type of response we thought we would get by swapping from having maybe a more generic message around the product to a very focused plan type. So that was one of our false positives. I think because it came back with gangbusters one way, and then we went that way, and then we thought we would continue to see that increase of lead going into our sales team, and we didn't.
Hi, Bill. Excuse me, Bill Glick from Meet Caregivers. Great presentation. Thank you for this. Just wondering, you talked about building the personas is only as effective as the quality of the research that you have. So just wondering if you used quant and qual research to do that, focus groups, and how you pulled all that together to come up with your personas, and then also where you saw the lines of the personas, how you determined where they started and ended, because you, to your point, you came up with 14 personas and thought that was probably too many in the end, and had 4 that you kind of were the main focus.
So we have 8 personas, but we had 14 different messages in the market. Yeah. So first of all, our personas were we had a vendor help us build the personas, so we didn't do it all on our own, but we gut check our personas every year based on member surveys, disenrollment surveys, based on HSA, information that we're getting. We also work with DEFT to do an oversampling of our area so that we're not just relying on national data. We're relying on our actual market and we have found that we are, just like MVP I think has found, we have different drivers that are not necessarily similar in Michigan than they are to the national audience.
Hey, Jennifer, Mark Rothwell, WPS Health Insurance. So you talked about personas, and that's a great foundational element. Are you doing any kind of existing buying journey mapping that then leads to kind of attribution tracking? So when you talk about the omni-channels that you're talking
Yes.
about, last touch tends to take us down a rabbit hole because then it cuts other channels that we may or may not know the true attribution to.
Yes.
So are you guys doing anything in that front?
So we have been struggling with that golden journey as well. How many touches does it really take? It's like how many licks to the center of a Tootsie Roll Pop. We still are trying to answer that question as to where's the touches. I will say we're going to probably get a little closer this year. We have implemented Salesforce for our sales team. We are in the moment right now trying to launch a few things internally around prospecting and managing prospects so that we can see how many touches it's really taking to get someone to convert. But you're absolutely right. I think, as my boss over there, Steve, will attest, I fight for things every year because we can't attribute the sale to it, but we know that the overall omni-channel experience is really feeding into that. The awareness pieces of our plan are driving the consideration to get to those lower funnel activities. All right, I don't see any more.
Any other questions? Oh, there's one over there.
Oh.
Hi, Todd Rao from IU Health Plans. For your digital marketing, are you primarily trying to convert them so that you hit them digitally and then they enroll on their own? Or are you going after them, and then do you have data as far as, are you converting more from them just on the digital journey or chasing them down with the sales team?
Very good question. I don't have the data. Again, we're implementing Salesforce, so we're probably going to get more answers this year than we've ever had. But we have seen a steady increase to self-enrollment through our site and through Medicare.gov over the past few years. Whether there's an attribution because of paid search then doing their own research or things like that, I can't attribute it yet. But we are trying to keep people on a digital, they started a digital journey with us, we're trying to stay digital with them. I think most health plans who experienced AEP last year, no one was picking up the phone. So we did take a turn to really get our sales team to fire off that email to someone if we did have an email, and try to start that conversation that way versus just trying to pick up a phone because we had a phone number.
Any other questions? No, I don't see any. Thank you so much, Jennifer.
Thank you.
Yeah, that digital game has really been tough for us. And where I'm at, I don't like all those advertisements. So. All right, 9 o'clock segment. Investing in digital experience, responding to the shift of how customers shop for Medicare coverage, and meeting members where they are. I'm really excited about this because I need help. Our speaker will be Melissa Stevens. She's the Vice President of Community Engagement and Growth Community Health Plan of Washington. Melissa Stevens is Vice President of Community Engagement and Growth at Community Health Plan and Washington's only local nonprofit Medicaid and Medicare plan. She has helped them with business development, marketing, and member acquisition and retention activities. She also oversees the company's brand strategy and messaging. Let's give it up for Miss Melissa Stevens. And I am 3 for 3 on names.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm really excited to be here today. I'm just going to set a little timer going to make sure that I don't run too long. As Bill mentioned, I lead the sales and marketing organization for Community Health Plan of Washington. And this last couple of years has been interesting for us when it comes to Medicare marketing, as I know it has been for all of you. I want to make sure I get the clicker right. So first I'd like to talk to you a little bit about who CHPW is. So just about 30 years ago, 22 of the federally qualified health centers in the state of Washington figured out that they would lose less money if they had their own Medicaid plan, that they could enroll all of their uninsured patients on. And so they created Community Health Plan of Washington. This was part of their social justice movement and very focused on providing health equity for their population. So this whole concept of social justice and health equity is part of our DNA. Our board of directors are the 22 CEOs of each of these community health centers. So can you imagine what it's like presenting to a board of directors that's all CEOs of competing health centers? It makes my life really interesting. Anyhow, they are our primary care network. So 85% of our Medicare patients get their care from our community health centers. Oh, and I meant to say the primary reason we started as a Medicaid plan, but the primary reason that we launched our Medicare plan is so that our Medicaid members would have a plan to age into. And this tells you just a little bit about what our members are like, and I'll go into that a little bit more right now. So we have a really different Medicare audience than many of you. 55% of our members are on our D-SNP plan, and the remaining percent of our population, 70% of them are eligible for income subsidy. So it's a very low income population. Only 30%, I shouldn't say only 30%, 30% of our members don't speak English, and of those that do, I would say about 50% of them, English is a second language. So we've built this structure from our sales organization to, we have a strong field organization that works really closely with our community health centers, and they all are bilingual. That's a requirement to be on our field team. Most of them speak Spanish, but we have 8 different languages in our field team to reach the population that they serve. Let's see, I have another statistic up there and I can't remember what it was. 20% and now I can't read it. Thank you, rural. Sorry about that. Anyhow, low literacy, low English language skill set, they're rural, they're low income. This is not a digital savvy population. It has been very difficult for us to reach them through digital technology. On top of that, for our population, 70% of our AEP enrollment happens in the community health centers where our field team are conducting clinic hours. So this is a group that relies very much on that face-to-face interaction in their local community. They don't have a high level of trust outside of that. So then we have this COVID pandemic hit, and the populations are on lockdown, right? Especially these most vulnerable seniors. they can't come to the community health centers because the community health centers have limited their traffic to only those patients that need critical care. And more than ever, this population is aware of how much they need really good coverage during this time frame. So our challenge was, how do we meet these patients where they are? We can't meet them in the CHCs where they like to interact with us, and they're not very digitally savvy. So how do we make that right connection with them? Our approach was to create a digital marketing campaign for the non-digitally savvy that composed of 3 primary strategies. The first was to try to recreate an in-person feeling as much as possible through our digital marketing. Then to meet them where they are, and this is a little bit digital and a little bit in person, and definitely acknowledge the feelings of isolation and loneliness that this population has. One of the previous speakers talked about their team doing outreach calls to their Medicare members. When COVID hit, my inbound marketing sales team reached out to every single one of our members by phone to find out how they were doing, what help they needed. It was really inspiring. So, let's see, how can we create that in-person feeling? So we really focused our digital marketing around our field team, tried to bring those people to life for our team. For our prospective members. So this is just an example of one of the digital videos that we had on our Facebook, Instagram, through all of our social media, as well as, I would say, standard digital buys. We also felt that it was really one of the other purposes that our team serves for this population is educating them, because if you don't speak English very well, if you're first generation, you might not really understand how the healthcare system works. So we do a lot of education. I won't run this whole video, but this just gives you an idea.
From Community Health Plan of Washington.
One of
I'm going
our
to answer some
sales
of your
directors.
biggest questions about Medicare. If you're like a lot of people, you might be confused about the difference between Medicare Advantage and Original Medicare.
Oops, sorry, I didn't know how to stop it. We also did this, she's bilingual, so we did this in Spanish as well. What really worked for us was not so much using this as a traditional digital marketing effort, but we also created a blog from this content. We distributed this video through our own newsletter to our members. We also distribute it to every single one of our CHCs, so they ran this on a loop in their community health centers. We distributed it to all of our community-based organization partners. We have an extensive community-based organization partnership because that's where our people are, taking advantage of those social services. And through the blog that we created of this, it got picked up by local newspapers throughout the state, so that we were being seen in the publications that our members or prospective members would see. How am I doing? So as I said, we did this big focus on our local team. Digital media, billboards, that's a picture of our website, and everything that featured our team linked to this webpage that was interactive and allowed prospective members to click on the county where they were, the account managers who live and work in that county. They could see click on and see their profile. Just as an example, I want to point out, you can't see the bottom one, but Ismahan speaks Somali for our Somali population. Mai Tran speaks Vietnamese for our Vietnamese population. And the person down there, Von Marie, who you can't see, she's our Spanish speaker for this community. So we really invest in making sure that we have a team that can connect and speak the language of our prospective members. So somebody clicks on Izzy's profile. Here, they get to learn about Izzy. They also get her phone number. They get her email, or they get an opportunity to schedule an appointment via an app called Calendly. So we were leading them to our website in a way to allow them to really connect with the people in the field who could help take care of them, even though they couldn't meet them where they're used to meeting them, in the community health centers. Meet them where they are. We really invested in pop-up locations where we knew there would be events. This is the less digital part of it, although we use digital media to promote these events. We also invested in a fleet of branded vans, so our team could be out in the field and they'd be instantly recognizable, because I think our logo's pretty cool, right? It's bright and happy and catches people's attention. So this is, you know, a bunch of Facebook, Instagram, Twitter posts, all talking about, here's this event, we'll be here, come see us. I am going to play this commercial. I call it a commercial. We didn't run it on regular TV, but digital TV.
It's Medicare annual election period, and CHPW is pulling out all the stops to put your health first. We offer virtual and phone appointments, and now mobile vans at locations convenient to you, so you get your Medicare questions answered and can enroll safely. This year is different, but we're ready, because to us, going the extra mile is our everyday. Call CHPW today at 800-461-0057 or visit medicare.chpw.org/enroll.
We got fantastic feedback from this. And then again, I said we wanted to acknowledge this, what we knew, this social isolation that was impacting our members. And so we tried to do it by, in all of our digital advertising, really integrating some fun, some joy, you know, positive feelings, in addition to the fact that, yes, we're definitely calling out our $0 plan, and we're definitely calling out that we have a great vision benefit. But we wanted to do, we thought that they would be drawn in more by having really positive messages. Sometimes, I fight with this with my team. I used to. They don't fight with me about it anymore. About, don't show old people just sitting around, you know, feeling sorry for themselves. You know, this is a young, vibrant audience. So we were trying to make sure that they connected with this as well. So about 3 weeks into our digital campaign, what we realized is that the movement and the sound are what grabbed people, and we pivoted all of our standard digital buy work. Dancing Guy got more click-throughs than any other ad we ran. And you see that it still pays off the benefit information, so the motion and the sound grabs you, but then you still get the impact of what the benefit message is. So we pivoted, and this became the core of our digital campaign. Click-throughs were 100 to 150% stronger with these than any of the other ads that we ran. Oh, and I forgot to mention, just before AEP started, we got our budget cut by 30%. So we had to be really smart about what we did. Oops, sorry, went too far. So we got great results. I think I don't know how I got so far ahead. We also tried something new that we haven't tried before. It's called Google Discovery. And I don't know if any of you have used it before. We're not the most digitally advanced company because, you know what, our members aren't really digitally advanced. But we were trying some new stuff this year. So Discovery runs, it's not like buying a traditional media, digital media buy, Google serves ads up in your email if you have a Gmail account. If you are watching YouTube TV and you have a Gmail account, and a lot of our members who have email, they're on Gmail, they serve it up while you're watching your YouTube television station. So it shows up in different places than you can traditionally reach through your standard digital media buy. So our click-through rate was lower than our keyword advertising, which always performs best for us, but it was a really low CPM. So when it came to a cost per click and a cost per conversion, it actually worked really well for us. So how do we do overall? Again, our budget got cut a lot, but our impressions went up over 200%. We got a 71% increase in comments, likes on our social media, and our website traffic was over 100% more than we'd had the previous year, and this was with our budget having been cut 30%. So we feel like we were pretty effective, at least in getting our target audience attention. So what was the impact of this? Like I said, prior to COVID, almost 70% of our enrollment came from our field in the community health center. First year of COVID, that dropped to 34%. Prior to COVID, our call center, our inside call center, took almost 30% of the enrollment. That jumped to 50% year two. So that, what that tells us is that digital marketing did a great job of getting people to the website or to pick up the phone, right? But our online enrollment, either through .gov or through our own website, it doubled. It went from 6% to 15%, but that's still pretty small, I think, compared to a lot of plans who have a more digital savvy audience. So we we kept this plan in place, this most recent AEP. People are starting to come back to the clinics. We got a little bit more of our enrollment through the clinics. Our call centers calls went down a little bit, but we feel like maybe we've kind of hit, even just in 2 years, hit a cap with how much we can actually drive online enrollment with this audience. But we're going to keep trying. So I think that I've gone pretty quickly and maybe left time for a lot of questions if you have them. What I'd like to know is, how do you think we did? This is how I rated us. I think we got a C+ in trying to create that in-person feeling. I think we took some good steps forward, but you can only get so far through digital. I think we did a pretty good job meeting them where they are in terms of being out in the community and being visible and promoting that through digital. And I think we did a really good job acknowledging where they are from a social isolation, and their response to our digital media that had, that feeling of joy and happiness to it was so strong. It makes me feel like we did a pretty good job there. But I'd love questions. I'd love to open a discussion about this a little bit.
Would you say that 2 years ago you would still have, or I should say, would you say now the same that you would have 2 years ago about your population? In that you mentioned that they aren't as tech savvy. Has that changed?
It has not changed. It has not changed. Yep. And we have, I'll say, Washington, probably like many states, has very diverse communities. Western Washington is very liberal and tech savvy. I mean, it's the home of Microsoft and Google and, Amazon. And then Eastern Washington is very rural and agricultural. So we do modify our marketing, in Western Washington versus Eastern Washington. But surprisingly, we probably have a stronger Medicare population, a larger Medicare population in eastern Washington, which is less populated than western Washington. Part of that is there's less competition because there's a ton of plans in King County, which is our highest population county. I think there's something like 47 MA plans for people to choose from in King County, but also because our relationships with the community health centers in eastern Washington that serve this very rural and migrant population, they work really hard to help us enroll as many of these members as we can.
Do we have questions? Okay.
I'm just curious, are you finding that the conversion rate, I guess, for your digital is where you think it should be? Because again, I've found that it does work very, very well from a lead generation perspective, or I call them inquiries, but seeing those move from inquiry to actual enrollment doesn't seem to be as robust as you would expect, I guess, or you'd hope.
Well, that's what we found too. We're driving people to the website and we're helping them connect both with our call team and our field team, but they're not enrolling online once we get them there. What usually happens, so that Calendly app that I showed you where people went and they looked at the profile of the account managers and then clicked through to do create an appointment, that worked really well for us. Even though they're not a very savvy audience, it gave them opportunity to pick who they wanted to talk to, when they wanted to talk to them, where they wanted to talk to them. So that worked really well for us.
Thank you.
Other questions? I don't see any hands. Anybody? Oh, here's one. Oh, Billy's gonna get you there.
I'm interested in your experience with Google. It sounds like you did cover it a little bit, like the YouTube option and whatnot. Can you just expand a little bit more, things that you maybe started with the impression of here's what will work, and then when you actually went through the process, you found out this actually worked better than I expected, this didn't work as well as I expected, any of that kind of?
Well,
insight?
I will say the discovery campaign, like we did not expect embedding ads in emails to work very well, because this audience, again, not very digitally savvy. In our member roster, we only have email for about 30% of our members. So we didn't expect the email part of that discovery campaign to work very well, but it did work pretty well for us. And so but I will say the biggest difference for us was pivoting from a creative standpoint as opposed to pivoting from a media targeting standpoint, if that makes sense.
Yep.
Have a question on the other side of the room. Give us a moment.
Hi, my question is, are you seeing any engagement relative to the members who enroll online versus the members that enroll other ways? We've had a similar experience. I'm in California, and the members that we've seen that have enrolled through our digital aspect are much less likely to engage with our member care team in terms of, just returning our calls to get a welcome call or other information. And I'm wondering if you guys are seeing the same thing, and if you're not, what are you doing better than we're doing? So.
Well, that's a great question. Honestly, I don't think we've looked at that. I don't know the answer to that, but that's one of the first things I'm going to check out when I get back. We have a really extensive care management team that, because of the rural nature of the population, because of their low literacy rate, our care management teams do a lot of outreach. So I would say it's hard for someone to completely not be engaged, a member not be engaged. But that being said, we always are.
Same boat, and typically when a member care team can't reach a new member, they'll come to sales and say, can you let the member know that we're trying to reach
That's really interesting. So I don't know the answer to that, but I'm gonna check it out.
Okay. Yeah. Just real quick, do you find that on your mobile vans and your pop-up tents, do you find those pretty successful in getting members to sign up right there on the spot?
Yes.
We seem to have a lot more success with that than the digital. We get a lot of clicks and a lot of views, but we're just having a difficult time trying to trace that back to the person watching it. And
Yeah, there's always challenges. There's always challenges targeting or tracking all the way to an enrollment conversion online for us. Part of that is because our enrollment form obviously contains PII, and so our IT team is very strict about keeping it behind a firewall that we can't track our Google Analytics all the way through it. So we have to make decisions about what's performing best by click-through rates and click-through to our enrollment form. But the mobile vans have been really successful for us.
Hi, Melissa. Really quick question about your social isolation campaign. Do you have any inference about why it was so successful? Do you think that those individuals were online trying to be social versus and not leave their house? So,
well, we know that they weren't leaving their house. The reason we know that is because I shouldn't say we know that for the prospective members. We do know that from our current members because we called every single one of them and talked to every single one of them. And I'm sure all of you had teams who experienced this. They'd get one of our reps on the phone, and they could not get them off the phone, right? They hadn't talked to somebody in 2 weeks, and they really, really wanted to talk to them. We also know that from our relationship with our community health centers, because the community health centers were experiencing the same thing with their patients who would call in just to talk to somebody in the community health center, because that's who they knew. They knew a provider, or they knew the nurse. And so we know that the sense of isolation was real, and believe that did drive a lot of them to be more connected, particularly, I would say, on the social media, like Facebook and Instagram.
I didn't see any other hands. Anybody?
I did.
You did?
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Great job.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I found it, you do a lot with bilingual and in different languages. We attach a lot of people to a language line. Sometimes the language line people call us back and say, I don't know where this guy's from, but we can't understand anything he's saying. He's got one of our Cajun friends from down south. All right. We'll have a panel discussion next at our 9:30 segment. This is a data information of DSNP product design, marketing strategy, and branded customer experience to address growing community needs. It's going to be Susan McMaster and you and Tim Brasso. Yeah. Did I say that right? All right. See, I told you. All right, I'm 4 for 5. And Ashley Blockson. Did I say that right? There we go. All right. So if y'all want to have a seat, I think at the table there. And we're going to let you each do about a 30 to 45-second commercial of yourself, of your company, and your expertise. So I always shoot to the middle because we go from left to right and back the other way, so you always get to hear somebody else first.
I am our Vice President of Marketing at Pacific Source Health Plans. We are a local regional plan in the Pacific Northwest. So the Pacific Source Health Plans, got that. And today we're going to be talking about a case study launching DSNP. We entered the DSNP market this past fall for 2022 effective date, and so we're going to talk a little bit about our journey in terms of launching DSNP. I will start, and then Ashley and Tim are going to go. So just a little bit, why is it not working? Oh, shoot. A little bit, we're going to go over audience insights from Tim from DEFT and TA, our ad agency, Ashley Bloxham, and how we approach this market and this new opportunity for our brand. So a little bit about Pacific Source. We are in 4 states: Washington, Oregon, Idaho, and Montana. We were originally founded in 1933 as an individual and family plan for the lumber industry. We have grown since that time to go into 4 states. We're in all lines of business except for, including Medicaid in Oregon. We are not in Medicaid in our other states. So we felt like we were really well positioned to enter the DSNP market, given the fact that we have a large population of Medicaid in Oregon, and we really wanted to be serving our members through their insurance journey from all the way through into Medicaid from Medicare from Medicaid in terms of the DSNP. So just a little bit about our brand. We're really customer focused. Our brand messaging is members first, and we go beyond what's required. And what that means to us is we really collaborate with our provider partnerships. We collaborate with the community. We make sure that how we're approaching our members is really human first. One of the things that we are very proud of is that we answer the phone in 30 seconds or less. We don't have phone trees. We don't make people try to push 4 and then 5 and then get frustrated and 0, 0, 0, you know, because that's just not members first in our opinion. And we get really good feedback that they love the fact that they get a person to answer right away. So, and of course, like many markets, we're up against a lot of competitors, so we really need to try to figure out how to break through that you know, all the messaging and everything that's happening out in the market. So that's a little bit about our brand, a little bit about our Medicaid footprint coming into this. So we've been doing Medicaid in Oregon only, as I said, since 2010. We have about 360,000 members. It's been growing since the pandemic. As you know, there hasn't been any redeterminations for the last 2 years, so our footprint has grown as well. We have in our market about 10,000 of those are eligible for Medicare. And we, again, felt like we were really positioned well to enter this market. We have a very strong care management and team, including what we call member support specialists that do stuff outside of the kind of nurse case management side of things, more community-based services. And so we felt like lifting up the model of care that's required with a DSNP was something that was going to be a really good, position us really well. So just again, a little bit, we had, 55% of the population is on fee-for-service, so that's probably the hardest audience to try to convert, as you all know. We had a good portion as our current members, so we really saw good success there. And then, folks aging in, and then, of course, others on other Medicare Advantage plans. So that's kind of the background, and I am going to pop it off to Ashley to go through how we worked with our ad agency to lift this up.
Thank you. My name is Ashley Bloxham. I am Executive Director of Client Services and Sales for Thomas Arts, or TA. We're a customer experience focused agency focused in health, wealth, and life categories. So we have deep experience in health insurance, deep in Medicare, I've been with the company about 9 years, and in all of that time, I've spent the entire time working in Medicare. So lots of experience there. Fun fact about me, Tim put me up to this. Last time I think I was in Arizona, I was here on a skateboarding trip, so I skateboard. I'm getting a little too old for that, so this time I'm recovering from an ACL surgery I had because of skateboarding. So won't be enjoying that while I'm here, but the conference is enough. It's great. So as Susan said, we've been partnered with Pacific Source for quite some time now. They're great partners, and as this opportunity arose to go after the DSNP audience, I want to talk you through sort of how we approach that as their partner and their AOR. What you see on the screen there is sort of a high-level framework, and it's how we help our client partners launch brands, launch products, launch campaigns. It's a strategic foundation that we build in partnership. I should also mention Deft Research is a sister company for us. We were acquired by Integrity Marketing Group 2 years ago. And so with that acquisition, we've been able to leverage Deft in this strategic planning process and bring a lot of the consumer insights that they have into our foundation. But what we aim to do through this process is really channel that consumer voice in the brand positioning and also in the market validation exercises we do. So on the next slide, I'm going to take you through a little more depth on this process, each of its components. But I will say that based on our relationship with Pacific Source, we didn't have to activate every facet of this because we have so much history and insight already there. But traditionally, the way it starts out with is stakeholder discovery, really capturing those perceptions and those insights from internal organizational stakeholders, so we can ensure that our plan is aligned with their expectations and their perspectives. Next, we embark on white space analysis, and this allows us to really look at that consumer or competitive landscape. We create perceptual maps and models that help us see how the client's brand is positioned in that fierce competitive environment. The output of that becomes the white space report, so we can really see what the opportunities are and make sure we're positioning our clients for those. The next stage, and Deft is heavily involved in this one, audience insights. So taking a deeper look at who is our target consumers, who are we trying to reach, developing some hypotheses about how they think, how they act, how they behave, and then some qualitative validation around that to make sure that we really truly know who we're going after, whether it's one segment or there's various sub-segments, but just really getting that deep understanding of the audience. Then you take all of what you've learned so far and move into the brand positioning stage, where we lock down the vision and values. We talk about the unique value proposition that we're putting out there, and then we develop the messaging pillars and the reasons to believe aligned with each of our audience segments. We call that the brand messaging platform. And then the final step in all of this is to really test it and to see if it's resonating in the market. We can do qualitative and quantitative research to make sure that we're really getting the outcomes we're expecting, and to make sure we come out to market with the greatest degree of certainty that we're going to be successful. So all of this rounds out to help us support our clients in driving market-specific differentiation with what they're launching, and also product-specific targeting strategies, so we know that we can reach those desired audiences in the right way. This is a holistic kind of backing it all the way up a little bit, but we bring Deft in as a partner. As we look at the customer journey and we think about the customer experience, it's not just about getting you that shot in the arm during AEP, and I know others have said that up here. That's great, but as a health plan, your objectives are much bigger than that. You've got to keep those members. It serves you to keep them in your fold. And so while we're talking about looking at the shopping and switching periods, we're also deeply looking at research and vetting out what is the member experience, what are the retention strategies we need to bring to bear, so we can drive that customer lifetime value and really create brand advocates and brand loyalty. At TA, when I talked a little bit earlier about that acquisition by Integrity Marketing Group, so Integrity Marketing Group is the largest field sales organization in the country for health insurance products. So there's a great power in that. TA is very focused on marketing as it relates to carriers and health plans. When you kind of bring the power of those things together, what you've got is maximizing direct enrollment success through the TA side of the house, and then also through synergies with our parent company, driving that broker channel performance and acquisition. We know how important brokers are in the whole sales distribution model. They're big allies to our members in helping them find the right plans. And then finally, through TA's experience and strategic foundation, we can build retention strategies that give you the maximize performance during OEP, give you the best cross-sell, upsell opportunities, make that onboarding experience as impactful as it can be, and all of this results in maximum net enrollment success. So it's not just about growth, it's about net enrollment effectiveness. So from here, I'd like to pass over to Tim. Tim's going to talk us through you'll see some of the insights here that we all looked at as we began embarking on this together.
Thank you. Fun fact, since I put you on the spot, I'm a local Phoenician, so welcome to my home state. Appreciate that. When you live in a tourist destination that gets sun 340 days a year, everybody yesterday that was coming into town was texting me, this is amazing, it's great to get out of winter wherever we're at. I'm sitting poolside, I'm drinking margaritas, and I'm thinking to myself, it's just Tuesday in Scottsdale. This is what we do every single Tuesday. And if you sat on presentations with me, you might see that I will absolutely do them in my backyard when it's nice out, because 45 days from now, it will be oppressively hot here. So thanks for being here. If you need any tips for dinner tonight, please don't reach out. Do reach out, sorry. Don't hesitate to reach out. Tim Brousseau with Deft Research. We've been around for going on 18 years now. What makes us unique is that 100% of the research that we do is in the health insurance space. So when you think market research, all that means is we survey a ton of consumers every single year for all health insurance lines of business to better understand what makes them tick. What are they doing? Why are they doing it? What can carriers be doing better? What can agencies be doing better? What can partners be doing better to service the needs of these consumers? And it sounds like a lot of health insurance carriers before us have been talking about the amazing things that we're doing. What's interesting is that pre-pandemic, whether it was a sales conference, marketing conference, product innovation conference, not a lot of people were talking about the dual eligible consumers. It was kind of a product line that was being managed off the side of the desk, right, Susan? Not a huge focus on it. Everybody's focused on middle income MA, everybody's focused on Med Sup, but the reality is this is a product line that's growing. And when you look at CMS enrollment data over the last several years, you've seen that this product line has grown at a clip of 40%. So if you look on the far left-hand side, start of the pandemic, March 2020, call it 3.25 million consumers were in managed care D-SNP policies. You run that blue line out to the right, just a month and 12, 13, 14 days ago, you now had 4.5 million consumers in D-SNP. So that's 20% growth per year. And anytime you go to an executive and you're like, hey, are you interested in a product line that's growing at a clip of 20% per year? Everybody's thinking about it. We do commercial group, ACA, on-off exchange, all Medicare lines of business. We don't see product lines that are growing at 20% a clip per year. And quite frankly, a lot of carriers are trying to get involved for the first time, or they're putting more emphasis on it to capitalize on this growth opportunity. If you run out our projections for the end of this year, we expect about 5 million consumers to be enrolled in D-SNP. If you don't think that's a lot, there's 15 million beneficiaries today in Med Sup, a product line that's been around for decades, that everybody talks about. The D-SNP population is going to be a third of the overall Med Sup population. That's why there's more interest. That's why you're seeing more topics like this. This is why we're working with more of our clients to help them understand that these are a unique set of consumers that have unique benefit needs. They act differently during the AEP. They respond differently to campaigns, and we'll talk about what some of that looks like. And furthermore, we expect to see disruption this upcoming AEP because CMS is trying to do away with all D-SNP lookalike plans. So a lookalike plan is just a straight Medicare Advantage plan, but 80% or more of the beneficiaries that are in that straight MA plan are actually Medicaid eligible. CMS doesn't like it because they say, why are we footing the bill for these beneficiaries? Why isn't the state coming in and picking up their portion of it. So CMS is trying to get these carriers to say, hey, for all of your lookalike plans, they need to be gone for 1/1/2023. Put a lot of pressure on carriers. What do? Right? Do we try to shift around some membership? Do we crosswalk these consumers into another plan? Do we try to get that state Medicaid contract so that we can offer a D-SNP policy, which a lot of states require that? There's going to be 330,000 beneficiaries that will be impacted this upcoming AEP on middle income and above MA plans because they're D-SNP eligible. And we've run an analysis looking at contract ID, plan ID for each county within each state, looking at the enrollment counts to help our clients understand where's there going to be disruption. California is going to be the biggest state, but in your state, there could be pockets of counties where there's going to be potential disruption. And if we're looking at capitalizing on that opportunity and you want to know where that's at, just reach out. We'd be happy to help you through that process. But this is a product line that's growing of interest. Now, the question is, how do these consumers behave? Right? They look different. They're on the lower end of the socioeconomic spectrum. To Melissa's point earlier, many of them live in the rurals. Many of them live deep in the inner city to areas where we wouldn't take our families to dinner. But the reality is, this is where these consumers live. So we looked at consumerism this past AEP to understand, are these consumers active? What we see on the left-hand side is that 2/3 of dual eligible beneficiaries over the age of 65 actually did nothing this past AEP, stood on the sidelines, were despondent. To put this in perspective, middle income and above beneficiaries, 56% of them stood on the sidelines. So 10 points higher that these consumers are not engaged. They're not responding. But if you look on the far right-hand side and you look at the switch rate of these low-income, dual-eligible consumers at 14%, and you think back to our Medicare shopping and switching study of middle income and above, 11% of middle income and above beneficiaries made a move. 14% of D-SNP consumers made a move. They are despondent, they're hard to engage, they're hard to entice, but once you get the ball rolling for these consumers, the path to closure is actually easier. More of them sit on the sidelines, but if we work to try to target them with effective messaging, talking to them about the frustrations that they have every time they go to the pharmacy, the fact that they can't go to their doctor's appointment because they don't have transportation, or public transit doesn't line up with when their doctor's appointment is or where that clinic is, all of a sudden you start to bring that messaging to the forefront for these consumers. Now all of a sudden their ears start to get perked. All of a sudden they start to become engaged. Next thing you know, the path to closure for these consumers is actually easier than that for middle income and above beneficiaries. We also asked the consumers over 65, dual eligibles, who voluntarily made a move, not forced switchers, but voluntarily. Why did you make a move? What were the reasons why you effectuated that switch? Looking at the top three, 2/3 of these consumers said they made a move because they wanted better dental coverage. We actually looked at the dental needs of these consumers. Over 1/5 of these consumers, dual eligible, have long-lasting pain in their mouth that they live with every single day. Over 1/3 of them said they have dental issues that prohibit them from eating. So, I mean, this is different than us, right? If we go to lunch today and you bite into something and your filling pops out, we will be in the dentist chair by the end of today. We will do anything we can to get rid of that, with or without health insurance. We will pay. But when you have low-income consumers that can't afford that, dental benefits are one of the most popular benefits in the eyes of these low-income consumers. We also see, second from the top, 3/4 of these consumers agreed to some degree. They made a move to find a better plan to protect them if they were to experience a serious medical issue. If. Not solving for today. These consumers are trying to solve for the future. They realize I'm on the lowest end of the socioeconomic spectrum. I'm below 150% of the federal poverty level. I've got less than $9,000 in assets, not counting my house, not counting a car. But what happens is these consumers realize I have a health condition that pops up. I have to go get a test or a procedure done that's not fully covered. I have to go see physicians that aren't in the network. I have to take drugs that aren't on the formulary. That decimates me financially. So when we think about these consumers, they're not just living for today. They're thinking about health insurance as their protection into the future because they don't have disposable or discretionary income. And on the top, we see 80% of these consumers agree to some degree that they switch because of supplemental benefits. Transportation's an issue if I live in the rurals or inner city. Dental's an issue because I can't afford to solve that myself. Food insecurities come into play for these consumers as well. Are they on food stamps? Absolutely. We validated that in our research. They've also told us that they haven't had enough food to eat in the last 12 months. That's why Meals on Wheels are more important. Post-hospitalization meal delivery means more to these consumers than middle income and above. They're on the lower end of the socioeconomic spectrum. They have very different needs. And if we can communicate with them on those fronts, now all of a sudden we engage them, we entice them, we get them to high-touch sales distribution channels. Now all of a sudden that path to closure is much easier for these consumers. As we all know, these consumers can switch outside the AEP, right? It used to be they could switch every month, and that was a disaster for CMS. It was a disaster for carriers. It was a disaster for agencies. Everything was peeled back several years ago where CMS came out and said, okay, pump the brakes. You can now switch once a quarter. We'll give you that. So we want to understand, are consumers actually making a move outside of the AEP, Q1, Q2, Q3? If you look at the green bars on the left-hand side, we see they call it 10% on average, low-income consumers over 65 actually did make a move outside of the AEP. So now you take that 10% mid-year switch and you add it to the 14% AEP, a quarter of these consumers are making a move over the course of the year. I mean, disenrollment rates are higher. The needs to support these consumers with onboarding and member retention means more than middle income and above consumers. And on the right-hand side, we surveyed agents and brokers. It's a tall order to try to service the needs of these consumers from a carrier front, but also from a health insurance sales professional, it's tougher than middle income and above. And we asked these agents who switched their clients outside of the AEP, why? Why did they come to you? Why did you connect with them? Why did they make a move? 51% needed better coverage. I all of a sudden developed a new condition. My physician told me I needed to take a new prescription. All of a sudden I need to see a new doctor. I need a new test. I need to make sure that all of that is going to be covered. And once you see that these consumers start to develop new conditions, need referrals, need prior authorizations, it should start to ring a bell to say, maybe we should think about the future needs of these consumers. Do we need to get them into another plan that we offer? Are these potential flight risk members for us? And we see the 13% on the bottom exhausted a supplemental benefit. I live way out in the rurals. I have to rely on Cousin Betty to take me to the doctor's office or the pharmacy. Cousin Betty's not available. I only have 30 one-way transportations. I use those up by June 1st. I rely on public transit. Public transit doesn't go to the CVS. Public transit doesn't run at the same time schedule that I can get in to see my physician. That's why all these things mean so much more to a low-income consumer than we think middle income and above. And as I mentioned, these sales distribution channels, it's a tall order. Call it 17, 18% of low-income consumers worked with a health insurance sales professional this past AEP. That's lower than middle income and above. Middle income and above is right around 21, 22%. And you think about these consumers don't have a network of friends that they refer their broker to. It just doesn't work that way. You also have to think about health insurance sales professionals who tackle their craft. Do they want to spend time driving way out to the rurals? Do they want to go deep into the inner city to try to connect with these consumers, knowing very well that they're going to bounce around potentially every quarter? There's no upsell opportunity for final expense. I can't get anything more out of these beneficiaries. But there's a lot of health insurance sales professionals that are dedicated to supporting the needs of these low-income consumers. And when they do, they help them navigate the plan options that are out there, the different programs that are out there, maximizing the Medicaid state benefits in conjunction with the D-SNP policies that are out there. And on the right-hand side, when we asked these consumers that worked with a health insurance sales professional, how helpful did you find that process? 85% said very or extremely. Most of these consumers barely graduated high school or don't even have a GED. Do you think they can tell the difference between what I get on my state Medicaid and what I might get with these D-SNP policies? Or what's the difference between an MMP plan and a D-SNP plan Am I eligible for PACE? What's this I-SNP and this C-SNP that's out there? I mean, it's just really difficult. Melissa was saying, I think it was 43 different plans were offered in King County. Of course, that puts these consumers into analysis paralysis when they don't have the confidence to navigate that themselves. We can't expect a lot of direct enrollment from these low-income consumers. We have to make sure that we're working with sales distribution channels that are going to where these consumers are. And then lastly, before I turn it back over to the bright minds up here on the stage, we asked consumers who shopped or switched this past AEP, low income, over 65, what channel did you use? Like, what got you to throw your hat into the ring? What were most effective sales distribution channels? And you've got two columns here. Column A is this recent AEP. Column B is the previous AEP. Well, any percentage you see in column A that's bold just tells us that that percentage was statistically significantly higher than the previous year. Said differently, way more consumers were prompted by that channel this year. Call from your current health insurance, proactive outreach, call from a competitor. You know, these consumers aren't most likely to start the shopping process themselves. Something has to get that ball rolling for them. Proactively reaching out to your own members and better understanding, just a temperature check. How you doing? Anything you need? You're looking at other options? We've got other options for you. Let us help you navigate what's out there. Let us help you get connected with somebody or come directly to us. Celebrity endorsements for Medicare plans doubled from last year to this year alone. I mean, you think about that with all the celebrity hotlines that are out there, hawking how much money can you get back in your Social Security check every single month? Absolutely, that's going to happen. These consumers are living Social Security check to check. These consumers are also reading direct mail. They're prompted by it. They're sitting at home in social isolation, watching TV, waiting for the mailman to come. Omni-channel approach is needed to support these consumers. You can't be total tech savvy. You can't just rely on one channel, and I know that Susan and Ashley are going to talk about all the amazing things and the effectiveness that they've had servicing these consumers.
Awesome, thanks, Tim. Yeah, so thanks to TA's approach and the DEFT research, we were really well positioned to go into the planning stages of lifting up the D-SNP benefit for our plan. And as you can see, like most other plans, $0 is the key message that we had in our advertising. We really wanted to also highlight, and we did, our alternative benefits that maybe they don't have access to on the Medicaid, in the Medicaid space. Those meals after hospitalizations or SNF visits is really, really important as well. Dental, again, like Tim was saying, also really critical in the benefit design of the D-SNP product from our members. And I would also say, if you haven't lifted up a D-SNP, and for me, being in the Medicare space and health insurance marketing for over 22 years, I had never worked for a plan that had done a SNP, so I was flying really blind, and made me a little nervous from a compliance perspective. And so there's a lot of sections in the MMG about D-SNP that I probably honestly just skipped because I didn't need to think about it, and all of a sudden I had to start thinking about it. Really important to make sure you have those disclaimers locked down so that you're not going to get in trouble from CMS for touting something that isn't really part of the Medicare, but D-SNP, since it is a Medicare Advantage plan. I think also internally, because we have a very robust Medicaid line of business and staffing internally, we had a little bit of hard time with our staff understanding that we have two different business entities and brands, and we were having trouble people remembering, no, this is a Medicare Advantage plan. It has to be under the Medicare Advantage business line and entity and corporate name, and has to follow these other guidelines. It doesn't follow the Medicaid guidelines. You got to read these, So there was a lot of, I think, internal education that needed to happen as well. So just thinking about that when if you're thinking about getting into the DSNP, based on Tim's note of, CMS cracking down on the lookalike plans. I think, again, our overall approach, like Tim was saying too, is we really wanted to highlight those additional benefits that they're going to get on top of what they currently have as a Medicaid member. We wanted to make it very simple, use icons, use simple language to really reach these people and help them understand a pretty complicated, product. Education was a key thing, both internally and externally, educating on how the product works. And then most importantly is really having that high touch support for our current members, especially. And so that was how we really reached out via phone a lot. We did do an omni-channel approach, all the regular channels, paid search, display, campaign, microsite, etc. But our biggest and most successful channels was our direct mail. We did both direct mail to prospects, and I'm getting the 5-minute warning. It's Tim's fault. So I'm going to go really fast.
I was told we had 10 extra minutes.
And also to our current members. One thing that's interesting listening to Melissa earlier about the email, and I was like, ugh. So in Oregon, the Medicaid line of business is managed by the Oregon Health Authority. We are not allowed to collect member demographics by ourselves. We have to use OHA data. That recently changed, like a month and a half ago, so we're all excited that we can actually talk to a member and change their address on the phone if they tell us. But before, we had to use their monthly file, and they do not collect email. So we have no emails for our Medicaid members. 360,000 people, no emails. Now we're gonna be able to collect them, so, so excited. Anyway. So I'm going to steal Melissa's idea. No. But really the other thing was we had inside sales really focusing on that outbound outreach, as well as giving some of those leads or those members and leads to our broker partners. And they were able to, when possible, go and meet in person, because again, this audience really wants that high touch. We also found, I'm going to try to go faster here, I'm not going to go through these ads because we don't have time. But some of the results or some of the barriers that we saw again was they're a very vulnerable population, as is the case in all states. I think they're really pretty hard to reach, especially when you can't get their email. We also found that they had this disbelief when we called them. They would say, oh, this is too good to be true, or even with the letter, oh, I ignored that because I thought it was a scam. It was there's no way that I was gonna get 28 meals. That has to be fake, right? It's that, fake benefits thing, but they're really real for them, and they really could use them. And so I think that's where we had this personal interaction in these phone calls. But again, we had to call these people 5, 6, 7 times. We learned that a lot of the people have monthly phone plans. So they have, their phone plan, they don't have any more minutes on the 11th of the month, and then they can't take any calls or receive any calls or, for a few days or however many until they get more dollars to put in their account. So reaching out to them, leaving voicemails 5, 6, 7 times, we really had some good success there. So overall, just the results, we had a pretty high rate of web visits. We were a little surprised at that. We thought maybe this population wouldn't visit the website as much. Outbound calls, we made just under 9,000 so far since October. And then inbound, we got 4,600, which is 50% of our market. So that's pretty phenomenal, I think. And then just in terms of contact rate, again, based on those 5 or 6, 7 times outreach, we had a contact rate with our own staff of about 39%, and then with the brokers 30%, which is also quite good. And then so far, year to date, we've picked up about 35% of the enrollment. So a little lower than we were hoping, but we're gaining every month, and we continue to do the outreach and the direct mail every month. And as Tim said, you know, they're going to be enrolled, they can enroll throughout the year in those 4 quarters. So we're excited to see how it comes out. We're, 6 months into it now, 7 months into it, so.
Our next speaker has actually donated about 5 minutes of her time, because we do want to have time for questions. So if there's anything you'd like to wrap up with before we move into that, feel free. We'll give it 5 more minutes.
Sure.
Q&A?
Okay.
Anybody have questions?
Questions from the audience now that we have this bonus 5 minutes? No? Okay, back here. No, Billy's got it.
Hi, Bill Glick from Meet Caregivers. I loved all the data and the insights. It was really a fabulous presentation. I'm just wondering, when you're working with your supplemental benefit plan providers, since you said the phone calls and the outreach are so effective and people are, you know, think it's too good to be true, do you partner with your sub-ben providers and have them do some of that outreach as well, or do you generally take that on yourself?
We generally take it on ourselves because we really feel like, from a brand perspective, our teams internally know our members, know our communities, and so we want to do that. But we do some, allow some vendors to do it, but typically that's not our model.
Any other questions? I don't see any. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
While we're making this transition, I want to let you know that the materials have gotten here, and we'll give them to you on the break. Woohoo!
All right. Next is going to be Naomi Irving. Our topic is maximizing CMS marketing flexibility to grow market share, ensuring that communications are compliant, educational, and effective. Naomi is a California native who's relocated from North Carolina in 2006. She currently leads a team of compliance consultants within the Sales, Marketing, Communications Division of Blue Cross Blue Shield of North Carolina. Her focus is balancing business objectives with compliance requirements. So we always want to be compliant. I've seen her several times. This is going to be a lovely presentation too. It's so good to see you again. Come on in and give it to her.
If you guys knew compliance was coming next, you'd have asked more questions, right? It's funny, actually, I changed roles about 8 months ago, but no one ever takes you out of that compliance space. So I continue to play in the space very heavily. But I'm actually the chief of staff for our government markets area, and I get to look at a lot of things and see how they connect, which I think is giving me more context as I continue to help in that compliance area. But before we get started, let's take a moment of silence for the Medicare Communications and Marketing Guidelines, because now we get to look at statutes instead, which are so much fun and will put us all to sleep. But they do a lot of things in outlining how we can communicate, how we can advertise and market, and do so in a way that is compliant, is looking at those needs of the members, but also is allowing us a lot more flexibility. And that's kind of one of the things I want to talk about, because if you're not leveraging that flexibility, then you're missing out on a really good opportunity. So When we had the MCMGs, in the most recent version that we received, they really broke out that communications and marketing. And it's really core that everyone understands what the difference between those two are, because it's a line where there's a lot of wiggle room, but if you do cross it, it would get you in trouble. So you've got your communications. Those are materials that are providing information, and it can be to current enrollees or prospective enrollees. There's a subset of that, though, that are marketing items, and in order to be considered that marketing item, it has to have both the intent to draw the members or the beneficiary's attention to a plan, to help influence that plan and that decision-making process that the beneficiary is going through, and usually it has some element of enrollment or retention ask within it. It's also important to be considered marketing that it has content that is within the guidelines there, which means benefits, cost-sharing information, that big $0 that everyone likes to throw on things, that immediately makes it marketing. But also things like measurements or ranking. So if you're talking about how you rate as a plan, it can be a subset in that marketing space as well. That big bucket of communications, though, marketing's only a small piece of that. And I think a lot of plans, as they've been going through and doing business over the last couple of years, where COVID's really been changing how we do everything, there's so much opportunity within communications to not only demonstrate to your current members what a partner you are, but to also just be a space within the community that can lead in healthcare efforts and can help communicate how people can take care of themselves and start signaling to people who might be your members down the road what kind of partner you are and that you might be more than a health insurer. So understanding that, though, is key. And it's really important that anyone who's doing anything in regards to your marketing materials understands that difference and understands where they need to be really rigid in what they're doing and where they might have more flexibility. So a big piece of making sure that you're able to leverage that flexibility is thinking about prioritization. So here we are, we're in May. If you're not thinking about marketing materials, you should go home and do it right now because everything is going to be moving super fast throughout the summer. But you want to make sure that the now piece is the marketing, because that's where you have not only the most room for error, because you've got the benefit information, the cost information, the things that are going to have to go through CMS, but also they're items that have longer time frames for that turnaround and approval. So now's the time to think about that. You want to make sure you're giving yourself some options. And this is something that you want to work closely with your CMS account manager on and understand what their preference is and what kind of flexibility and support they'll provide you in how you're filing those. So an example I'll give is we have a really big agent community in North Carolina. We have about 4,000 agents that are out there selling our products, out there in the communities who really know the people that they're serving. One ad does not work. If we just say, here, agent, here's one ad that you can use, it doesn't help them really address their needs in terms of selling policies, but it also doesn't help them in staying compliant, because if they don't have something that's going to work for them, they'll create their own. And those agents are dangerous. They are a whole different group of folks who are super passionate, but compliance is usually not top of their list when they're thinking about how they want to communicate with members. So one of the things that we've done with our agent population is find a whole lot of graphics that we know from a Blue Cross Blue Shield North Carolina brand really align with how we want to be seen and how we want to kind of resonate within the community. And then we took a whole lot of copy and switched it up and used different words and phrases and tones, which when you talk about North Carolina, where we have extremely rural areas and extremely urban areas, it's important that that tone is matching the audience that you're trying to meet. And we just gave them those 2 columns. We filed all of that information in a spreadsheet and let CMS know that we were going to allow people to be picking and choosing. So it was almost that bracketed image, bracketed copy, and we got hundreds of ads out of a few simple images, a few simple copy pieces, and it let agents stand out, because when you have that many agents that are working within an area, they want to look different than their competitor, who's the agent next door. So it gave them a lot of flexibility. And it also is a lighter lift for CMS. And sometimes that's how you can help build a relationship best, is by making someone else's job and world easier. So as opposed to giving them hundreds of ads to review, we gave them those 2 columns and let them know they were going to be switching up. They reviewed it, we're okay with it, and we actually made it through that review process a lot faster than we have with other types of materials that we submit. Another thing with the marketing materials is you've got to give yourself time. That's why it's so important to start now. There should be rounds upon rounds of review, not just for the content, but for the accuracy and that for the compliance element. As one of the previous speakers mentioned, having all those footnotes is so important that they're right, because it's right or wrong, and if it's wrong, it's really bad. So just making sure that you have that time is important, and that's why you can't do everything all at once, and starting with that now is the most important piece. Now, later, that's where you can really dig in and get creative within the communications piece of things. So that's an area where you really want to be present for your communities that you're speaking to. You want to give them healthcare reminders, COVID-19 reminders. Gosh, this thing just won't go away, will it? And then customer service things too. And those are things where you can reach directly out to your beneficiaries to share that information. There are also a lot of paths for communicating that way just in the community and really showing people who aren't your beneficiaries right now, aren't your members now, the type of plan that you are, and differentiate yourself in that way. Especially, I know we have some big boys playing in this room, but for the local smaller carriers, that's super important to be able to connect with people who are in your area and let them know that how you're different and show how you're different. The other thing is to be in tune. So especially with this COVID is just coming and going and changing and morphing, and needs are changing, just making sure that you can continue to say, yep, that still works, as opposed to perhaps being the wrong message at the wrong time. And with communications, you have that flexibility. They don't need to go through that approval process. It's not a heavy investment of time, because they're not going to have all of those benefits that require multiple reviews to make sure that they're accurate. It just ends up being a nice way to be able to pivot quickly and to get as many touches as your market needs to get to the point where they can sell. One thing I'd say too is a lot of the communications that we send to some of our members, we make available through our retail stores. So we have retail stores throughout the state where both members and non-members can come in and talk about insurance, can talk about our plans, we've got run clubs, we've got chair yoga, all these different things that they're able to participate in, whether or not they're a member of ours, and really kind of allowing that preview of what it means to be part of that, for us, Blue Cross NC family, is really important. But getting those communications and those items and all those things in the stores where they can get out to the people in a way that they can't if they're not necessarily your member ends up being really helpful. Compliance. See, I had to bring it. That was all the fun stuff. Now let's talk about doing it the compliant way. Involvement is so important. We've gone through so many shifts in our organization over the last couple years, and I'm sure a lot of other companies have too, as we're really trying to do more with less and trying to be as nimble and quick as possible. This is one spot where just taking a breath and making sure you have all the right people at the table is so vital and important. So when we're doing reviews, we have kind of 2 teams of folks who are coming together. We've got the business folks, so you've got strategy, looking at what we really want to do from a long-term perspective. We've got sales, who wants to know how we're going to make the numbers this year. We've got marketing, who wants to get far more creative than sometimes we're going to allow them to. And then customer service, who's going to be fielding the calls on the back end of some of these things. Having every one of them at the table to kind of lend their expertise is really important. Then you have to bring your compliance people in, and they can't come in with the idea of saying no to everything. If they do, they won't get invited back. I like to challenge my team when I was leading the compliance team, and now our whole division as we're thinking through how to do things, is figuring out how to find a way to say yes. Because saying no is easy. It's the easiest answer, especially if you have a compliance hat on, because people usually won't argue with you. They might grumble off to the side, but they'll do what you say. But figuring out a way to say, well, that was a great idea. What if, instead, we do this? Or what if we do it in a smaller scope where we can pilot it? Or what if we talk with our CMS folks or our corporate compliance folks about really if that falls into the scope of what we can do from a CMS perspective? But having that early engagement from the compliance team and really clear expectations about what they're supposed to be delivering is important. And that means that sometimes you've got to remind compliance folks that they're compliance folks. I will share, I had someone on my team who was new and sitting in these reviews and providing feedback, and she said, I don't think he should have a hat on. And while that may be valid, it really starts to take away from her message, which should be, this is a great compliant ad. Hat on or hat off, this is a fantastic compliant ad. So just making sure people understand what they're there for. And we've actually built out now a matrix where it says, if you're in this role, this is what we need you looking at. Because the more people can stay in their lane, the more you know that that lane is covered. If I have one of my compliance people talking about sales or strategy items, then it almost confuses what's going on in that space. Just like we have a lot of really phenomenal business partners who have worked with our compliance team enough to know enough to be dangerous. And we really want to make sure that they know that they need to lean into what their role is, let my compliance folks handle the details of it, because that's what's going to allow everyone to really do their best work and work together well. So effectiveness. So you want to stand out. There's so much noise. I mean, they were just talking about celebrity endorsements, and by golly, that is just really out there right now. So our plan even did it, and we regret it, but it's always easy to follow fast what someone else might have been successful with in the market, but it won't help you to stand out. So as we thought we were being super innovative and having one of these celebrity spokespeople, everyone else was doing it too. It just created more noise. It didn't really help in what we were trying to do, and it really wasn't true to our brand, which is really important too. So I would challenge everyone to try to stand out, and to do that by first taking a look at what you need to stop, what you need to start, and what you need to just change. And that's not something that can be done in a bubble. It's not something that should just be done internally. Member advisory groups are phenomenal for hearing what they liked and what they didn't like. I loved the dancing ads that were shown previously. Like, they're really energetic. That is aligned with a health plan that wants people to move and recognizes that they are not done living. And that's really great. But figure out what you want to continue to do, what's not working. Agents are a really good tool too for providing insight on what isn't moving the needle when they're having their discussions, and stop putting energy and emphasis on the things that aren't working. Because even if you can prioritize, even if you have the right people at the table, even if you can maximize all of the wiggle room that we have within CMS guidelines, you still only have a certain number of hours in a day to make this happen. So stopping what's not working, figuring out what you want to start, and what you want to start because it's going to align with your company and also move you forward in the direction that you want, not just because a competitor is doing it. And then what you just need to change, where you can make slight pivots and get a lot of ground in doing so. Feedback, y'all know, testing is really important. Getting the feedback's really important. And there are a lot of folks you can leverage in doing that. In addition to the ones I mentioned, your direct sales team, if you have those in-house or if you're working with a partner, can be really great in providing you information on what gets people to that point where they're able to close the sale, because at the end of the day, that's really what's important. And I powered through that. So I don't know how much time we have, but I hope we have some time for questions.
Plenty of time for questions.
Wonderful.
Any questions? Okay, I see Jennifer. Give me a second.
Hi, Naomi.
Hi there.
So, do you have any insight or crystal ball into the next iteration of rule change around the third-party marketers?
That is great. There's lots of conversations going on. We know CMS isn't happy. I think the initial push was to remind plans that they're responsible for the marketing that some of these organizations do on their behalf. In fact, Bill, we've gotten to talk a lot about it, that there's probably going to be more change along the way, just because it unfortunately was just so toxic and so unaligned with what CMS would like us to do, which is to make sure that we're treating a really vulnerable population fairly and not taking advantage of them. So don't know the specifics. I'm certain there will be more to come, though.
Any other questions?
If we don't, I'd like to ask, what was your biggest regret from the television celebrity ad?
It got zero lift. Zero lift. It just flopped. But we pulled it early. It was a sports guy, and I'm not a really big sports person, so I don't know the guy's name. I will get back and loop around with anyone who needs to know. But really, it went up and it came back down, and that was all there was to it. So, great guy, phenomenal guy, like really nice dude. Just there's just not the space in this market for that, I don't think, right now. Does that help, Billy?
Any other questions? Okay, right here.
I had a question. Are you seeing, I guess, being on different calls with different people in the industry, because you and I, we've been tackling this third-party marketing organization issue, but I'm hearing a lot that, especially now that CMS is kind of putting it on the carriers to ensure that their partners are doing compliance stuff, that I'm hearing from people that there's stuff out there that's getting approved by CMS but doesn't necessarily, like, then when it gets to the carrier will tell their supplemental vendor partner or third-party marketing organization, this doesn't meet compliance standards, and their feedback is, well, CMS approved it. So are you seeing or hearing that, CMS may be letting some things slide through? And when that happens, I mean, what should a carrier do? Should you just go back to your contact at CMS and question it, or should you just say, if they put the stamp on it, go ahead and use it?
So one thing that I've found in my compliance days is that CMS is better at enforcing retroactively than proactively. So their rubber stamp does not mean anything. They will come back and review all of those ads retroactively, and even if they did approve it, they will still hit you with the notice of noncompliance. I've got one that we got even after they approved it. If it doesn't conform with what the standards are. So that just means that you need to manage that relationship really well. Like, part of it's educational and explaining to them that rubber stamp it really means someone looked at it, glanced at it, didn't see anything glaring and moved on. But it's that in-depth retroactive review where people will get in trouble.
Any other questions?
I want to add one more thing to that, actually, because it's something that I've been thinking about and working with my team on in a much broader scope. And that is, you have vendor partners, and then you have partners who are vendors. And they're two very different things. So you want to make sure that you're picking these TMOs who are aligned with what you're trying to do. And not just from a sales number perspective, but in how you want to communicate, how you want to be ethical in those communications, and the type of membership that you want to build, which is not membership for a season, but membership for a lifetime, right? And having a partner that isn't that challenges you in a good way, but doesn't push you to do things that as a plan you're uncomfortable with, is really important. And all of that starts with who you pick to have relationships with, right? So I think that that's really important, that especially from kind of that smaller regional plan perspective, where you're not necessarily answering to stockholders in your results, but you're answering to communities in your results. It gives you the option to pick people to work with that you're not going to have those type of disagreements with, because at the end you have the same kind of mission in mind.
So I think we were very fortunate, actually, to have the previous panel presentation and then yours right after, right? So I'm really interested, particularly because you've given us kind of like rules of thumb about the way you should manage the process. DEFT, Tim was going through some of the specific data that actually, and the question came up about the sports figure, where in his lineup, and he bolded the one, I think it went from 9 to 13% or something like that. It was a significant lift that they saw in the research. So I'm kind of curious where Tim is at and whether or not you saw the same. Were there disconnects between what you saw in his research and what you have seen? Like when you actually put that sports figure out there and you said you pulled it right away because it didn't work. His research said it was more powerful.
Well, I think, and definitely when it comes to research, DEFT does a phenomenal job. And I wouldn't argue with any of his statistics, but I would say that, so let's call it what it is. It's the Joe Namath ad, right? Like that's what we're all talking about. But that was out there for a while. So, and it was a huge ad buy. Like they were, like you could not escape Joe and giving him a call. Where as a regional plan, we have smaller resources at our, within our reach. So we didn't do ad buys all day long. It's on different news channels. We did ad buys that we thought were a lot more strategic. And we thought that that would make up for the fact that we weren't able to blanket the market, but not so with our specific experience. I would say too that some of the lift off those Joe Namath type ads is not necessarily because Joe's saying it, but because they're selling a really, really good potential offering. Now, is that available for most of the people that call in? No, but it gets those phones to ring because it sounds really good. Heck, I want money back every month. Like, what's bad about that? We really held our ad to a higher standard, and while we put that celebrity face on it, we still sold in our Blue Cross way, which is really upfront and really direct on what's going to actually be available to those members, and that's why we didn't see that lift. So I think it's a mix of things. Does that help?
I just want to weigh in real quick. I mean, there's a great point of trying to reconcile the two. And, first and foremost, we're looking at national data. Naomi's looking at state-based data, right? And there's always going to be nuances and uniqueness. We were looking at it from the dual eligible, 65 and above. I assume it was your entire Medicare book of business you were looking at. So, the subset of the data that we're looking at is two totally different. I will say, though, in our Medicare shopping and switching study, which looks at middle income and above consumers, TV as a shopping prompt was up 1 percentage point year over year. And there's been a huge influx in spend in TV around celebrity endorsements. To your point, it was Joe Namath everywhere. Now it's Joe Montana, Meredith Vieira, Angela Lansbury, Jimmy Dynamite Walker, George Foreman. Like, there's dozens out there. Dozens. There's been a huge investment. But that, as a shopping prompt, only went up 1 point year over year. So, like, it's almost in the eyes of most consumers, middle income and above, has hit this point of saturation, if you will. Inundation, it's the same call to action. How much money do you get back in your Social Security check? How do you get all these supplemental benefits loaded in your plan? So I just want to you're trying to reconcile the data. We're talking two totally different sort of data sets here. But when we look at sort of the middle income and above, it was only up 1 point year over year. So we haven't seen sort of this escalation.
You want it? you want to follow up first?
Okay, hang on.
Okay, well, I don't want to get off topic if you want to stay there, but my question was more about, you were talking about the TMOs and kind of, you know, partners, et cetera, et cetera. I'm wondering how much you dug into retention rates on that. I mean, you know, again, obviously they do a great job of driving, I mean, for big carriers especially, driving a lot of membership. But I think over the last couple of years, we've seen, you know, retention rates not be where we would expect them to be, and they've been doubling down in certain areas, trying to do more in the area of retention. But I'm just curious what your thoughts are on that.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point. And a lot of the a couple of the TMOs that we brought on that were much, much bigger, we've only had them for this last AEP season. So to be able to see like real retention, we're not able to look at those numbers quite yet. We're always looking at rapid disenrollments, because that is just the red flag that someone didn't sell well. And we didn't see any issues with that with our TMOs, no more than what we see just kind of in the normal agent relationship.
Yeah, just now, the previous conversation to theirs was about using different vehicles like on Google, for example. Have you looked at that as well? When you're talking about omni-channel ways of reaching, have you done that? And I'm not sure
Trying to scan the audience before I say something, but I think we're good. So, yes, there's some times where you can take that kind of direct marketing and reset what the expectations are. There are other times where you just need to realize that maybe you need a different partner. It's a different day, a different time, and we did that assessment and decided to look for a different agency to help us with that, because there are so many different ways to go about it, and we were kind of getting stuck in the rut of either TV, some light web work, and then direct mail. And it's different than that now, right? But we also have learned that you need to be able to support the way you're going to advertise. So we could set up a system where we can text out messages, but if then we can't communicate with members via text in any other way, are we really going to satisfy them at the end? So it's a matter of positioning all of these new fancy ways that we can touch members with how we can continue to serve them. And we just want to make sure we're not getting too far ahead and essentially over-promising and then under-delivering once they're actually with us.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
Okay, so we have a half-hour break, reconvening at 11. Our books are out there, so grab one. Very exciting. Also, we have nicer name tags out there, but they're not alphabetized yet, so maybe come see me at the end of break if you want a nicer name tag. And we'll see you at 11 for the panel. Thanks.
fun, or?
Yeah.
Yeah. Nice. Well, that's good.
Brought my wife out, figured, what the heck.
It was like this high from the ground, and he got up so low.
A little bit of water.
We don't really
You know where Jacksonville is?
Oh, yeah.
I'm just south
You're
of
in
there,
Indiana,
area called
you really
Fleming
have,
Island.
right?
So you're north there. Yeah, northeast part of the state up there.
We, lived in Jupiter for almost 2 years.
Yeah. I've been down to Jupiter. I've avid motorcyclist all through the years.
Are these
I would
the
ride.
questions?
I would
Oh, is
love
that
to
right?
ride down there. It's just a beautiful area to ride around through Jupiter out there along the Barrier
Yeah.
Islands.
It's hard to beat.
Yeah.
The only thing that I kind of figured out was that it was just hot and humid all the time. I just, coming from the Midwest, and I spent a number of years in California before that, and in Denver.
Yeah.
It was just weird that it seemed to be hot all the time.
Oh,
Every
it's-
place else, you kind of shower out.
Yeah. Well, especially July, August, September, you walk out and you're immediately just walk to your mailbox and you're dripping.
Yeah.
The other times of the year, again, being up in the northeast part of the state too, a little bit better up there. It's not a ton different, but a little better.
for college.
You get, like this time
So
of year,
much has
we've had
happened
really
since
nice
we all
weather
got
the last
together.
few weeks. It's been lovely.
Yeah, me either.
You might go up to
Don't even
85
know
in
when
the
I'm
day,
supposed to
humidity's not bad, and the evening
Okay.
breeze is
I'm just hoping one of these guys, including you,
Atlantic side.
has
You know,
long answers. I don't have to say much.
you get that sea breeze. It makes a huge difference. And then once that humidity starts settling in July, it's tough.
Yeah.
Were you in healthcare when you were?
Yeah.
Which
I
plant?
worked for Medicare.
I remember Medicare.
Okay,
Yeah,
if you're ready, I'll get started.
Metropolitan Health Networks was
Yeah.
kind of the
Yeah.
main deal there, and
They
they started
sold
an HMO, and they sold to Humana.
Yeah, so the Humana. I was trying to remember. It's hard to remember now all the years back. All the work.
So welcome back, everybody. We've got a great panel here to talk about winning the AEP and this post-COVID era. So understanding the various audience segments, we've heard a little bit about that this morning, but I think this panel will bring some different perspectives. And it's really interesting as we take a look at the combination of interest and experience across the panel. I'm going to start by introducing myself. I'm Hank Osowski, Managing Partner with Strategic Health Group. We are a consulting organization that has been focused over the last decade or so on health plan startup, much of it in the Medicare Advantage space. We've also assisted a number of our clients in expanding their footprint. Prior to that, I was a health plan senior executive and CEO, helped to grow a plan by about 60,000 members, expanded the footprint into a dozen additional counties. It's been a real pleasure for me to be associated with this conference and really to share the stage with this incredible panel. Let me begin by asking each of the panelists to introduce themselves, talk to you about a little bit about who they are, their organization, and then we'll get into some discussion. Bill.
Thanks, Henry. Good morning, everyone. I'm Bill Christarfin. I'm the VP of Medicare Growth at PeerFit. I know some of you have probably heard of PeerFit working in this space, but for those who haven't, PeerFit's really been around about 11 years. We really started in the commercial side, the under 65 market, working with health plans to bring fitness programming to their membership. And a few years ago, a lot of those clients kept saying, we really like what you're doing for us in the commercial side. Can you do this for us in the Medicare side? Because there were only a few options available out there. And so in 2019, we began building what's now known as PeerFit Move, which is our Medicare product for the over 65 or Medicare eligible population. And we've had tremendous success. We've doubled in size over the last year from what we were previously. And we bring something different to the market in a place where you're all, as we heard in this morning's discussions, you're all trying to figure out how do we stand out from all the noise and how do we look different from anybody else out there that we're competing against. And we bring you a dimension to do that because we're bringing something new and innovative to that space. And I'm glad to be here with you this morning. Thanks.
Bill, thank you. Britt?
Thank you. Hi, my name is Britt Travis. I'm the Vice President of Medicare Sales for a startup plan called Clever Care Health Plan. I've been doing this for a long time, so it's kind of an interesting twist to go from really large plans to a startup. But what's unique about our plan is that, first of all, our first AEP was January 2021. So we've only been around a short time. At the end of that AEP, we had about 500 enrollments. We are now, after the second AEP and OEP, we're about 6,000 plus membership right now. So we've seen a pretty dramatic growth from a startup perspective. What makes us unique is that we bring together kind of the integration of Eastern medicine and Western medicine. We focus primarily on those individuals who are really interested in alternative healthcare, really kind of the Eastern perspective, which means that our target audience, although for everyone who's interested in it, seems to be more focused on the API community, the Asian American Pacific Islander community. So that's going really well. I think that the key message for us, or our key differentiating factors, that we believe that language and culture and education should not be a barrier to access to quality health care. And it's interesting, and I'm sure we'll talk more about that, but as I look at my past and look at the meetings, the presentations we had earlier, they talk a lot about DSNPs. There's a lot of similarities in the way you address kind of what we're doing with the segment we're going after, and even with the DSNP population, which is understanding who you serve. But I look forward to being a part of the panel, and thank you for having me here today.
Todd?
Hi, I'm Todd Rao, the Director of Medicare Markets and Sales at Indiana University Health Plans. We are the largest hospital system in the state of Indiana with 16 hospitals, 35,000 employees. And so we're in about 50 counties. We're a small plan. We have about 14,500. We've kind of been, we had our best AEP in 6 years, this past AEP. We were excited about that. We got our brokers engaged again. But we still have some lofty growth goals to, even though our percentages look really good, we have to keep on growing our plan.
Larry?
Hi, I'm Larry Baca. I'm Vice President Sales and Marketing with Inter Valley Health Plan. We are a regional not-for-profit plan based in Southern California. We're a relatively small plan, about 16,000 members. And I've been with Inter Valley 12 years. I'm a dad with 3 daughters, 3 college degrees. So it makes me happy. And a lot of tuition that I paid for.
And a lot of success that you can look back on that. Thank you. Yeah, I think this is a great panel because we've got a nice mix of experiences and backgrounds. Let me start by addressing sort of the elephant in the room. It's so nice to be in the room, first of all. For those of you who have participated in past online conferences, as a speaker, I told you, I hated it because you cannot see anybody. You can't relate to the audience. You can't figure out what's working. This panel, I think, it will give you some perspectives. So let's talk about the public health emergency. What changed during the public health emergency? What have you held on to as we now start to come out of this? Bill?
Thanks, Larry. Yeah, for us, as a vendor in the fitness space, our main goal is to support our partners. And when COVID hit and things changed drastically for all of us very quickly, we were fortunate in that our development team that you heard me talk about earlier that started developing the senior product in 2019, we joke, the board actually joked with our leadership, did you have a crystal ball? Because obviously we didn't know this was coming, but we had built into our platform a full digital capability. So we didn't have to go find anything, we didn't have to partner with anyone, and we didn't have to build anything new. We were there and ready for our members as they were in places that were shut down, where gyms were closed, and they didn't have access. So we were kind of in the catbird seat, if you will, during that part of the pandemic. And what we've seen happen is, as the pandemic is moving to endemic level, Seniors are going back. They do like that environment. We're not quite to the level we were pre-pandemic. And we're seeing a mix of use where they're using both the brick and mortar locations of our network, but also accessing the online capability. And just recently, we merged with a company called FitOn. If you're not familiar, they're one of the #1 apps out there they've more downloads than Peloton or Beachbody or iFit. And so we're bringing together very high quality capability in that digital space to add to our platform, while our members are also gravitating back to that brick and mortar. So that's one thing that helped us going through and coming out of it.
And Britt, you guys launched in the middle of all of this.
Yeah, the reality is it was a tough call for a startup launching in the midst of this, and probably had an impact on our initial growth. But what we found, obviously, is that using online training, obviously we do a lot of our business through brokers, so we did have to actually ramp up our capabilities to train and engage on a virtual basis. But what's really interesting is that although it wasn't at the level that it was before, our agents still did quite a bit of face-to-face interaction in the sales process. And we did also launch our community centers. So didn't have as much traffic as we'd like, but people still, the population that we targeted did still like to have the opportunity to engage in person when it was possible. So.
And Todd, your established plan, how did you interact with both your customer base as well as prospects?
Well, as far as prospects, we did our regular marketing. I think, a couple benefit changes that we did during the pandemic was we did zero cost share if someone had COVID. And we also did a hospital at home benefit where we could get people out, into their home that had more mild COVID symptoms, get them discharged, or not even have them come in and just monitor them at home. And so that evolved into a benefit for, we actually put that into the bid. So that wasn't just we did it during the emergency with the flexibility. So that became definitely a benefit. And then meals, we provided meals. If anyone said they were having food insufficiency during COVID, we had our customer service people could order them meals. So we did things like that.
And have those now become embedded in your benefit package?
Yeah, the meals thing will probably go away, but if somebody says they have food insufficiency, why not, right? So we're always trying to take care of people. But the hospital at home is there, that's moving forward. And then brokers, yeah, we worked with them virtually, but now we're doing a mix, and I think both are going to be crucial going forward.
And Larry, you're in a highly competitive market, one that was basically locked down for 2 years.
Yeah, in California, you guys all know, you probably watch the news, everybody laughs at us. We were one of the most restrictive states that there were due to COVID. And when COVID hit, things just stuck. And prior to COVID, we enrolled probably 80% of our new members either at one of our retail sites or in somebody's house at the kitchen. And our sales team's been tenured, they've been with us for a long time, they've been doing this a long time, and they really struggled. And even as COVID was in full-fledged, we're not allowed to go to anybody's house, I'm hearing my guys over the phone still telling people, hey, I can come to your house, I just won't sit by you, I'll wear the mask, you have a patio, you can come to the retail site, we clean it, you can sit behind. And that was just frustrating. It's like, you guys aren't buying into what's happening, and we really, really struggled with that. When the bulk of your enrollment is in person, and holding people, and because of our marketplace, we compete in the toughest market in the country with every plan, you name it, there in Southern California, with some of the best benefits you've seen. So sales just really fell down. We really started to do training with the reps to be able to work around COVID. We opened up our telephonic enrollment to our broker partners so we could enroll people over the phone. We did webinars with our salespeople and our broker partners, talking to them about how you could, if you still need that personalization, you can leave the packet on somebody's porch, leave, they fill it out, pick it up the next day, back on the porch. And we started doing basic things like that, and it was really a rough road to hoe for us. But today, we do probably a good 35–40% of our business over our telephonic enrollment process. We do a good chunk over our online tool, which our reps didn't even know how to use. And prior to that, the reps didn't know how to put the link to the online enrollment on an email to one of our customers. So we did a lot of training around that, and the biggest jump for us was just getting the reps to buy into it. And they were, and I hate to say it, if you have salespeople, the reason they're a salesperson is because they think they know how to do everything. And that's really problematic when you need to get them to change their habits. And we really had a tough time, but doing a lot of training, follow-up, showing them data, and then showing them success stories where some of the other reps were using those tools and being successful, and being able to show them, hey, Rep A over here has 25 sales, 20 of them are from telephonic enrollment, you have none, or 3, or something, and people bought into it pretty quick, and that was really what saved us through the pandemic. And I really think that the pandemic sped things up, because, you face it, our customers today that are turning 65 or new to Medicare, those folks know how to use email, they know how to shop, they know what to do and how to use their tablet, their iPad, their cell phone. And so the days of coming back as to the only way to enroll you is if I see you in person, I mean, that was gonna go away anyway. This just sped that up.
So Todd, let me follow up on Larry's comments. What do you see going forward as things that we did during the pandemic that will now become embedded in our future sales?
What do I see? Well, I think, our call center, it was very important to always have our call center together in the office, and you get a lot of different dynamics. And then we stood up a call center during the pandemic, and everybody's remote. And so I sit at home with 2 screens, and I have a whole call center at my desk. I can monitor any call. I like the flexibility. I like how things have changed with that.
Britt, same question. What do you see going forward?
Yeah, no, I think the way we do business, it will change dramatically. Again, talking about my situation is a little bit different in the sense that not only do we have the challenges associated with the pandemic, but the resources, because our whole premise is that we want to provide things that are support services, materials that are in language and that are culturally sensitive. And so your challenge is that having people that actually have those skill sets that speak the various languages. It's not just one language. I mean, in reality, and although people believe this, I mean, obviously being API Asian is not one culture. And so, for us, if you look at the way we're set up, I mean, our biggest population is actually Korean speaking, and then it's Vietnamese, and then it's Mandarin. So, that's just a small segment. Now, that's not obviously the full complement that we need to be able to serve, but that's the biggest portion. And so finding people in customer service and claims and in sales and, that speak all those languages is probably our biggest challenge. And I think that the virtual nature you just talked about is what allows us some greater flexibility in doing that. So from a call center perspective, we not only had our call center, our telesales center that was remote. I mean, in theory, what I actually had to do was really license pretty much everybody. So anybody that's part of my organization, whether it's community engagement, whether it's broker support, whether it's sales or telesales, I mean, they pretty much we got them all licensed, and we were able to put them into what I consider to be kind of a call flow. And so in reality, it was kind of like you create these streams, and so depending on where they were at in the call flow or the call stream, it would roll to that next piece. So in essence, you had to kind of reach out because, again, I have a combination of small plan, enough bodies, and this. So I think you get to be creative. So I think obviously, the whole challenge is make sure we're smarter, a little more creative at how you allocate your resources.
Bill, as you think about where we're going from here, what do you see as some of the components that will carry forward and really start to refine in a manner that allows us to get into the next few cycles?
Yeah, Larry, it's a great question, and we did a lot of great lessons learned during the pandemic. If there's, you ever go through something that's bad, but you look for the silver linings of it. And we learned a lot of lessons about things that we didn't think people would be very excited about. For example, we established something, think of all those fitness centers that were out there, either closed, forcefully closed, or people just weren't coming because in the early stages of the pandemic, people were a little bit afraid, especially seniors. They're the vulnerable population. So we did these made-for-move classes where we partnered with these gyms and studios who were sitting there empty, and they said, hey, I've got nothing to do. I'll set up a camera, do a class, and we had the digital platform in place, and they loved it. And we started doing it in different languages. And so we're going to continue that. It was so popular. We're going to keep that in our platform moving forward. And then also, I mentioned the merger with FitOn. Their platform, too, has the ability for seniors to invite others to those FitOn classes. Through the pandemic, one thing we've learned is seniors already have isolation issues. It just exacerbated the problem. So for them to be able to do a digital class online, maybe they're not comfortable going back to the gym, or maybe that was never the right environment for them to begin with. They never did set foot in one. This gives them a place where they can get physical activity and invite friends. And we're expanding the platform beyond that to things not just physical activity, things to help them for fall prevention, manage their diabetes, get sugar out of their diet. And we partnered with one of our clients recently. I won't call them out unless they want to be called out, but we met with their agents and brokers, and they were excited about the FitOn platform. We gave them access to the platform. So one, they can use it, play with it, and know how to explain it to their members, but also invite their clients and members to come work out with them. So again, avoiding that isolation. Oh, my agent's going to be working out at 3 o'clock. I'm going to join them. And so a lot of things like that came out of it that we're going to keep in place moving forward.
Perfect. There's been a lot of conversation already this morning about segmentation. And I'd really like to delve a little bit more into that. And Britt, I'd like to start with you, since you roughly target a specific population. What are the real challenges in targeting a specific population, and how do you overcome those?
Yeah, I think, again, as I said earlier, I have the unique distinction of targeting, again, a population that's both ethnic and language based. But I think what I've discovered is applicable, again, depending on across any segmentation. But I think one of the things is that you almost have to kind of shed yourself of past preconceived, I guess, notions to some extent. And what I mean by that is, I've been doing this thing for over 30 years. I mean, I started, somebody talked earlier, when it was Medicare risk. So, I mean, there are things that you kind of assume. And one of those that I'll just call out right now is AEP is really the big time that you go big. And then, you spend OEP trying to keep from losing necessarily what you got. And then OEP, you kind of just use that to kind of prepare for what's going on for the next AEP. The reality is that from the very beginning, we saw our trajectory continue almost after AEP, in the sense that it wasn't quite the same, although we were pretty close to first year, but we ended up with about 3,400 net new enrollees after AEP in 2022, and we ended up with almost 2,000 new enrollees in OEP, and we continue to see traction. And so again, the market that we serve is not traditional, and so the other thing that's kind of interesting too is from a media perspective, we all talk about TV and radio and some of the traditional things that you do, because I did it for years. What's interesting is that we're seeing a lot of traction again around TV and radio, but not the traditional TV radio that you're thinking about. I mean, it's TV interviews that seem to drive a lot of activity, and radio interviews. And so, again, the populations that we serve, you got to know which radio stations that they watch and TV shows they watch, but they do respond. I mean, our people, not celebrities, but having one of my reps or having my CFO on this show answering questions, calls come in. I mean, and it's one of those things where I've had to kind of grapple with the fact that when I have reps on there, they're a little bit unhappy because they're not free to take the calls that come in while they're on the show. So. But I think that from our perspective, again, it's a matter of understanding the people, the culture. So when you segment, understand the culture, and making sure that you do that. Because in reality, how one culture, and this is kind of unique too to my organization, is that one culture views everything from colors to I don't know, the way that you refer to different the seniors or them differently. So you have to really be in tune to that. And I honestly, working really large plans, what I found out is that it's hard to kind of ante up. And when you're really truly saying that you want to pursue this population, and you have to have materials in that language, and you have to make sure you have people to support that language, you tend to blink. I mean, it's like, I'm not quite ready to make that investment. So I think my main message is, if you want to do this, if you really want to segment your market and go after it, you gotta be willing to go after it. You gotta figure out what it is that drives that market, and you've gotta be willing to ante up, and it doesn't give you the immediate return maybe that you're looking for, but sometimes it does. Sometimes people, I think, quit before they get to the point where they actually begin to see the benefits of what they've invested in.
And Todd, you're in a market that may not have the kind of diversity as you would find in the LA market. How do you start to segment your populations, and how do you target them?
So anything to do with different languages is all around CMS test calls for us. That's the only thing. But we're trying to do a value proposition of our people, and we kind of know who they are. And basically, we're targeting people who are patients of our hospital system. They are the most likely to respond to our marketing pieces. We monitor calls, and I hear it all the time, that they'll call in, and they've already made their decision from the letters that we sent. And they say, it just makes sense to me because all my doctors are with IU Health. And so we really have to figure out how to really go and target them even more efficiently than we are.
And Larry, you're also in the LA market, largely Hispanic population surrounding your footprint. How do you target these?
You know, it's been a challenge for us. I mean, in particular, we're based in Pomona, which is, I don't know if you're familiar with Southern California, but we're right smack in the middle of Southern California, and it is there's a huge Hispanic population around us. And so whenever we meet with our medical groups, the first thing they say is, how are you going to get us? Why don't we have more Hispanic members? So we've done a few campaigns, and it is a bit of a challenge because, you know, everybody wants the members, but not everybody wants to invest to do the things to support the members. And part of the challenge that we found is, from the support standpoint, is, you know, we had a medical group come to us, invest dollars, they wanted to market, they're ready to go. We brought people on, we had a little bit of success, but that medical group doesn't have a lot, or did not have a lot, of Spanish-speaking doctors. And they didn't see why that was a problem. Well, we have a nurse who speaks Spanish, and then the members that needed handholding, and that's kind of been our place in the market, to be the type of plan that does a lot more handholding to our members and case management. They would get to the specialists, and then there were 0 specialists that spoke Spanish, and that became a bit of an issue. So to target them, get them the help that they needed was a little tough. The medical group saw that, invested in a few people, so we were able to kind of overcome that a little bit. The bigger problem is, you know, you have to do your research with the market and how that culture responds to issues. And in Southern California in particular, especially the Hispanic market, it's very difficult to target the ones that you're targeting who speak Spanish, because if you send a letter with Spanish Spanish only, and that family happens to speak English but has a Spanish background, they're not happy. If you send a letter that's English and then Spanish on the back, and that group speaks Spanish as their first language, they're not happy. And it's very difficult to find ways to market to them using traditional ways. So for us, we tried to be more grassroots and go to some of the things that they went to, fiestas, you know, parades, and have pop-up booths, things like that. Because especially in the Hispanic community, they whenever they do an event, even if they bring the whole family, they tend to bring grandma, or they tend to bring grandpa, or tia chica, or whoever it is that they bring. And so there's always there, and we make sure we staff it with our folks that speak Spanish and can help them in the language that they prefer. But you kind of have to be very sensitive to making sure you don't assume that that's what they want. Because, you know, I think in today's world, people are just, you get it wrong, instead of just saying, hey, here's what I like, then they just become upset. And then the other half is, if you're going to do that and travel down that road, you need to make sure that whatever medical groups you're using to put them there can support them. So they have to have doctors in that language, signage in that language, and because it's just not fair to those folks, and then they're not going to be happy, they're not going to have a good experience, and then it just kills any chance of generating referral business, and then what's the point?
What's interesting to me as we think about this panel and your experiences, I just saw recently a report that the 5 largest plans have about 85% of the marketplace. They have been our clients, so I'm not speaking ill of them, but my heart lies with the smaller regional plans who are fighting for success. because that's my history. It's also where a number of our clients are. So let me just ask a question of all of you to rely back on your experiences. How does a smaller regional plan compete effectively against some of these large national players? Bill, you want to start, please?
Sure. I didn't share in the opening of my intro that I've actually been in this business for about 30 years, like Brett. We were talking about when it was Medicare risk. I worked for Florida Blue for about 18 of those years. And when you think about some of the things that I experienced there, we were just talking about language. We had put forward a Hispanic strategy for years. Do y'all remember that? You may have plans that did the same. Hispanic strategy, and they were big volume books that would go on the shelf after it was done and didn't really affect anything. And they came to me and asked, Bill, on your side job, could you lead the Hispanic strategy? We need to revive that. And I said, don't do another strategy document. Let's do something very tangible and get the organization to follow us. So we started with a translation department. And this goes back quite a few years, as you can imagine. And so now fast forward to today, we've got in our customer service area 5 languages, and we're looking to add Arabic. One of our clients told us that Arabic is a big growing population in their market. So we're driven by what our partners need, right? So rather than do a Arabic strategy, let's do something tangible. We're going to hire a customer service person that speaks Arabic and bring the rest of the organization along with us. I use that as a concrete example of things that you can do, drawing from my time in a health plan environment. I was having PTSD with some of the morning speakers, remembering getting those Medicare Advantage filings ready for the first Monday in June.
That's great.
I don't know if that answered it completely.
Britt?
Yeah, I think we're all kind of aware of the kind of the David and Goliath kind of a perspective, but I think that's kind of the idea, is that you know, I mean, all of us have been with bigger plans, so we know what we didn't do well. I mean, the fact is, I was with some really big plans, and I knew what we couldn't do. And, I think one of the best examples of that is that usual conversation that you have when you say you want to, go after the Spanish population or go after another population, and the response is generally we have a language line for that. So if any of you have been around and actually listened to a call using the language line, it is not a good member experience in most cases. So again, I kind of feel guilty that our approach is, I won't say it's easy, but certainly it's not. I mean, it's not hard to figure out what you need to do. You need to make sure that you can speak to the people in the language they want to speak to you in. You want to make sure that instead of having a translation, somebody who speaks a language, you can't just elevate your voice, the volume to kind of translate, just talk louder. It doesn't work. I've heard it tried on the phone. It doesn't work. And then being able to have the stuff translated in language. So again, it's being able to understand kind of what the needs are of the population that you want to go after, and then making sure that you get your organization in line. One of my partners up here, mentioned provider groups. I mean, those of us who've been doing this for a long time, it's not a big secret. If you got the right providers, you get the members. And so if you want to go after a population, you need providers that speak the language of that population. And it's not one, because that's usually the case too. Usually you go on a presentation, it's like, well, we got these 2 right here, that speak the language, but you're trying to grow 5,000 members in that language. It's like, it just doesn't match. So I think the biggest way to do it is really to create alignment within your organization. So if you truly want to do something, make sure it's aligned. Make sure that every department in the organization and all their leaders are on board. And then that way it trickles down. I mean, I think a lot of these initiatives that we create are created at the bottom. They go to the manager of sales manager, and say, here, do this, go out and penetrate this. It's not going to work from the bottom up. It's got to work from the top down. So,
Rick, can I tag on this?
Sure.
You just triggered a thought for me. I think working for Florida Blue, which obviously is a regional plan, you think of Blue Cross Blue Shield Association, but all the Blues, as you all know, operate very regionally. And I think that is no offense to the big players out there who are national players, but for the smaller plans that are here, the healthcare delivery is very localized, right? It's those doctors and those hospitals that are in that community, and a regional or local plan knows that environment, and their customer service people live in that environment, their salespeople live in that environment. They get to know that market very well, and I think that leads to an advantage in terms of how they serve their customers. They're much closer to their customers because they live in that community where healthcare is delivered.
And Todd, I know that your market is very competitive as well.
Yeah, it's super competitive, and so we're in 50 counties, but we're only really viable in about 20. And so each year, Each year, we try to add a few more counties to get down to 0. But we gave our network to our competitors, and so all of our national competitors have our network. And we don't have a couple of the major hospital systems within our state. And so we have problems with brokers showing our plan because they say, well, you can go to IU with all of these plans, but you can't go here, and it's limited. So we know we're a niche sale, which hence why we're really going to start focusing on people that are patients, because that's going to be our key. But you just have to know where you're at. And so what we do is, you can look at competitive intelligence all day long and counties and who's got what business, but I try to get out into these communities and I ask people there, like, what are your choices for healthcare here? And I try to know, and then we focus on the areas where we have the advantage. So we have several counties where we're the only hospital in town, so we get those brokers engaged, and we came out with some new plans in those areas, and our broker sales went up 150% this last AEP. So you just have to work with what you have.
Congratulations, that's great progress. Larry, I know you and I have shared some stories about your experience trying to compete.
Yeah, it's been a rough road to hoe the last couple of years. The Nationals have really, really taken off. We had a plan in our market this year offer a $125 Part B rebate. And that, we had our members literally call us crying apologetically saying, I have to go, that's too much money, I can't stay. Traditionally for us, we've always been about service, and that's been our marketing niche, that's been what we've talked about, that's been what has fueled our membership. And once upon a time, not that long ago, on October 15th, we would have open enrollment, what we would call open houses at our retail sites, and we'd have lines of people waiting to get in because they were unhappy with the service that they received from a previous plan. One of the things that the 5-star program has done is it's forced all of the other plans to raise their service level. To get a 4, 4.5, 5-star rating, you gotta have good service. And so, the last couple of years, that number of people that we've enrolled on October the 15th has dropped because people are not unhappy with their service. And if they're not unhappy with their service, they tend to stay. So what we've done is we've just done a lot of training with our sales team about working their own members and their prospects and generating referrals. We do about 40% of our business through the referral channel. So the reps are fully trained. That's what we listen for when we do ride-alongs, when we listen to one of the calls. Are you asking about their next door neighbor? Are you asking about their sister Sarah? Are you asking about the club that they mentioned that she couldn't meet with you last week because she had to go to the Bridge Club? Well, can I give you information for the Bridge Club? We developed a lot of tools for our folks to be able to hand out. So we have these cards that say, hey, InterValley's my plan, I love it, and I think you'd love it too, and here's the phone number. And then the sales rep writes his name on it, or her name on it, and then they hand them to the members. And then we see people all the time that will call and say, hey, I have this card. We have a unique number so we know that people are calling that line, and that works really well. We've developed some templates via email, so the reps can do the same thing via email. So they email it, and with the message, please forward this to your friends on Medicare or you think are on Medicare, and that's worked really well. And then lastly, we do a lot of work with our own members. Our member magazine has a piece in it every quarter when we send it out. If you know anybody who wants to join InterValley, here's the number to call. We have a little program that we give them if they do refer to us and we know who it is. We give them this little card that has like 4 small little gifts, and they love it. They can I get another one? How do I get that? And, give me somebody else, I'll give you another one. And they just all over it. So for us, really, it's been about generating the referral because we just can't compete with the Nationals in terms of the marketing budget. Some of our competitors run during open enrollment, run ads in the local papers, every day. We can't. We don't have that kind of dollar. So
It's interesting. I've always loved competing against some of the national carriers. And we were engaged a few years ago. I'm not going to name the plan. But one of the nationals hired us to develop their regional plan. How do they attack the local market? We worked with leadership. We put together a pretty comprehensive approach to the market. And the folks at their home headquarters said, nah, we know how to do it better. So I'd like to open the floor to questions from those of you in the audience who may have questions for the panel. Anybody? Somebody? Okay, go right ahead. Please state your name so the panel knows who you are.
So can you explain how the acute side embraced the certain demographics that you guys were targeting for your Medicare Advantage plans? For instance, I know like Clever Care, you had one demographic that you were targeted. How did the hospitals embrace that? Because they were more of a diverse audience than just a specific audience that you guys were targeting. How did they embrace that?
Yeah, I think.
From a business perspective.
The hospitals themselves specifically?
Yes.
Yeah, I think honestly, the reality is that the hospitals were pretty willing to do it. I think partially because of the alignment of the providers. And I think that's probably the biggest thing. So you're always trying to find something that's going to be able to drive your message home. But providers really embraced it because providers have been dealing with this all along. I mean, so they serve a certain, the Korean provider groups, the groups that are there, the providers are there, they support what we're doing. And it's kind of amazing the level of support we got from both the providers and the hospitals and the brokers, that are in the market, because the need was clearly there. So I guess it was just, again, aligning all the various constituents and ones that support you, leverage them to kind of push, if you need to push in another area, leverage them to help push in that area.
Other questions?
Do any of you use any of the, your providers or to help doing any of your marketing, any shared savings type programs, that type stuff?
We have certain, we have obviously shared risk arrangements, things of that nature that you have normally, but I think the reality is that certainly benefits us because because they have some skin in the game in reality. They do support us, but I mean, for us, it seems like there's been a lot of support from the providers in general. I guess again, I keep saying the same over and over again, but these providers that serve this community were looking for plans that truly met the needs of their patients. Because I mean, at the deepest level, I guess we all want to make sure they're serving the population. So, open houses, doc talks. I mean, we don't seem to have a problem getting support from the provider community to support these various activities that we do, in addition to sponsorships in the community that are really big in how we get our name out there and engage the communities.
Todd, you and Larry both are sponsored by health systems. So would you speak to that question as well?
It's taken us a little while to get some buy-in, but now we're a little under the microscope, and so we're getting some more attention from our providers. I think, I think one of the biggest things that we found is education. You just got to get in front of them. They don't understand the difference between a Medicare supplement and a Medicare Advantage plan. They don't understand the type of benefits that we have as far as supplemental benefits. And formularies. I mean, they don't know what's on there. So the education is huge to get their buy-in, and so we're working on that. We finally got permission to do a provider affiliation letter. Of course, those are so watered down now, but we finally got it done. Now that you're not going to get the response that you used to. So, but no, I think we're really trying to work with our providers and just educate them about the plan, and that seems to be going a long way.
Larry?
Yeah, and we have one particular group that is basically, like you could say, sponsors us as our largest group. And we've done, before COVID, we did a lot of work with them and being able to do things on site, use the hospital auditorium to have sales meetings and things like that. And I think that really went a long way so people see that connection. Since COVID, we've started to come back with camp outs and pop-ups where we have a rep sitting at the front door with a table with our logo when they come by as they come through. But they've been really good partners about letting us leave materials. So we have stuff all over the hospital, all over our primary medical group that says, Pomona Valley Hospital Health Center Medical Center is proud to work with InterValley for our Medicare patients, and it has the phone number. And those are in every waiting area, any lobby that people walk by. We do a lot of what we call just little guides that we produce that are, what you need to know about Medicare, or are you getting ready to retire? And those are in all the waiting rooms, because in the waiting rooms, people don't have anything else to do. but just sit there and look for something to distract them of why they're there. So those things get a lot of traction, and we use a specific 800 number, so we know that those calls come from there, and we get a lot of those. And so it's building that kind of unobtrusive, where they don't have to do anything except let us leave stuff around, and they're open to that. If we ask them for something that's gonna cost $6, it's like, no, we can't do that, we'll go out of business, we'll go broke, we can't.
We've got a question
but
over here.
Stuff like that we can do.
Sure. I just wondered, with, you were talking earlier about COVID and now it's post-COVID. Is there anything that you did to react to COVID that now you're like, this is, we're not going back to the old way, this is going to be the way we do it moving forward? And then for your members, from an omni-channel standpoint too, I guess what I'm wondering is, what are any of your organizations doing? Do you have a preference center? Are you standing up a preference center so that you're not having to communicate to a prospect or a member, direct mail, digital, text, that you're only communicating in their own preference? Just interested in where you're at there too.
Bill, you want to start, and we'll go across the panel.
Sure, a little bit different answer from our perspective, and again, supporting our clients, and Steve knows. We're, again, you heard me mention earlier some of the things that work really well, like the Made for Move classes we plan to continue. Moving forward, I think we're seeing that trend of seniors going back to the gym, but some are still a bit afraid. They feel vulnerable. They're worried their vaccine is not lasting. Those kind of issues are running through their minds. So keeping that digital platform out there and available to them, we don't see that ever going away. Again, that's part of the reason for our merger with FitOn. We think that digital platform is only going to be more needed and more enhanced, and not just about physical activity, about other things that affect a senior's well-being.
Britt?
Yeah, piggyback on what you said earlier, I think people have heard me over the years. I always say that I want to make sure that we're entry point agnostic. I mean, people should be able to enter our plan in whatever way they're comfortable entering the plan. And so, we obviously, as a result of, COVID, wanted to make sure kind of the remote, online, digital kind of access was there. We'll continue to have that, but what I found in the populations that we serve is that there's still a very strong interest in kind of more personalized interaction. And so we actually stood up 3 community centers at the same time all this was going on too last year. And they're small, but they're in the communities. I mean, they're in the community so that people actually do walk by, people do come in. And I think that's gonna be part of what we do going forward. I think hopefully we'll expand those because we're certainly expanding the programming that's available in them and making them a resource center so that not only do we do what we do, provide our information, our services, but getting information on other services that are available in the community and sharing those with the people that come in. So that will continue.
Yeah, I think a lot of the things that you said, I mean, if we had a crystal ball, we'd be able to make a good plan, right? So we're still learning, but we lost our community our community rooms in our facilities they turned them into COVID testing. And so we're just now starting to get those back, and you got to jump on them now to have them ready for AEP. And so we're getting back into some facilities. Some of them are still set up for testing, but yeah, we're definitely going to probably have more of a presence in our facilities than we've had in the past, even prior to COVID, if we can.
Larry?
And I guess to the first question, I think for us, we probably will not go back ever to the bulk of the enrollment being face-to-face. I think that's just not what people want anymore. They're not used to it. The senior population is still very COVID wary because that's the group that, saw the most drama with it. And we've been able to pick up the slack of that through the online enrollment channel and our telephonic enrollment. And so we've converted a lot of our reps to more of a hybrid. So they work the phones where in the past for us, our sales reps never touched the phones except to say, I'm on my way. We had a team that set the appointments, did the follow-up, and then hand them off to the reps. Well, now the reps work it from end to end. And once in a while, there's somebody that says, I don't understand, can I see you? And then they'll go make an appointment. But that's now the third option as opposed to, you know, the goal where it was before. To the second question, our member care team hasn't quite gotten there yet, so we're still working out ways to understand and to segment. These are the members that are really strong email, and we can work with them, giving them their messaging email-wise or text or virtual, as opposed to, you know, call them all or the things we've done in the past. So we're working on that.
We've only got a couple of minutes left, so I'd like to ask the panel one last question. And that relates to how you work with community organizations, faith-based organizations, other nonprofits who serve, you know, a Medicare-eligible population. Can you just, like, in 2 minutes each, give us a sense of how you would relate to those organizations, how you interact with them?
Again, a little different answer from our perspective than you'll probably hear from the health plans, but again, what we do is in support of our clients. And one of the biggest venues for us are the either community centers that we contract with or the fitness centers, the gyms, the studios. We see those as great places for our health plan partners to connect with their members. So to have events at those locations, have health plan folks there and our folks there and answer their questions about anything they want to talk about, whether it's the benefits, whether it's their concerns about the pandemic and the endemic stage of it, or whether it's about the fitness benefit itself. We just want to have those events so they've got access to information to help them have a better quality of life.
Britt?
As I mentioned, again, it's really big for us. The community engagement's huge. It's probably, you know, one of the bigger ways that we get our name out there in these communities. And so we have a team of individuals, just like I'm sure other people do as well, that are purely there to engage the community, make contacts, find out who the organizations are, develop relationships with, and we are looking for co-sponsorships or activities that we can sponsor the community, because that's where the people come. It's kind of interesting hearing some of the conversations we all have, which is COVID's changed the way people interact, and maybe they don't want to come out and engage. But the truth is that the very places that you're going, these community centers, they're pretty active, and people are trying to get back out in those community centers. And so one of the things that we've done that's kind of unique is we actually have one of our community centers inside a community center. So the people who are already coming there for the bigger activities, maybe that the community center and that community have, but we have our own little community center in there as well. So partnering with those kinds of organizations, those kind of community centers, is just one way to make sure that you're on the same traffic path, I guess, that they're going anyway.
Yeah, we used to have a definitely more robust outreach with community centers, but at the time we, you know, and maybe it's just because of our value proposition is more of our patients, but I just wasn't seeing any bang for the buck for that. But we do occasional sponsorships of like senior games and things like that. We take them, but we're not really focused on it.
Okay. Larry?
Yeah, we do a lot of community engagement. That's kind of been our mission in terms of how we can differentiate ourselves from a lot of the other plans. But we do it with kind of a caveat is, you know, yeah, I'll sponsor your this, but I get a table, or I get a booth, or I get this and that. And we've encouraged our salespeople to be involved with the larger centers. I mean, as an example, I'm a board member of the Janet Goski Foundation, which runs one of the largest senior centers in Riverside County. Some of our reps are on either an advisory council or a board of some of the other senior centers and things like that. So we get a little heads up, we get to plan, we get included, and all those kinds of things. And people see that and talk to us, and so that's been very helpful.
Please join me in thanking this panel. Outstanding.
All right. Next up, you guys are lucky you're gonna be able to catch them
Keep
before
my
lunch.
legacy going with your plan. Todd, thank
They
you.
misinterpreted pull the screen up, so there we go.
All right. 11:50 segment before lunch, the Medicare Advantage Marketing Penetration Dilemma, why building
Market share-driven growth strategy should be your top priority. Our speakers are going to be Gary Stubblefield from VHP Healthcare Strategy Admissive, and Bernie Kuhn from Medicare Practice Area Executive Strategy Advisor. If you gentlemen come forward, you got them great. It's before lunch. They won't be sleepy yet.
Sure, yeah. All right. So we know we're keeping you from lunch, so we're not going to overextend ourselves here. But today we're going to talk a little bit about why we think market share-driven growth strategies should really be your top priority for the next few years. We're going to dig into a lot of that. I'm Gary Stubblefield. This is Bernie Kuhn, and we're with AMSIF. So let's jump in. So as much as many of us might have dreams of world domination, I think the truth is that there is a ceiling on how much of Medicare Advantage products are going to grow in the U.S., and that's really just because there's always going to be some number of folks who want original Medicare, always going to be some number of folks on Med-Sub, et cetera. So our hypothesis for today is as county level MA penetration rates top 60%, the plans who don't really have a strong foothold in their market are really going to have significant challenges growing. Because after we reach that point, what we're really talking about is growth in agens and switching, which we know are a much smaller prospect universe than what we're looking at today. So therefore, if those things are true, then building foundational growth strategies really focused on, hyper-focused on gaining and retaining market share may be the best way to shore up the future. So our objectives here for today, and this is really the most important one, is to get you to think about considering a more strategic approach to growth. And I'll tell you where we're coming from on this. So as a marketing agency, so many times we are brought to the table after a lot of the strategic decisions have been made. The products have already been designed, the budgets have been set, et cetera. And then the marketing team is brought in and says, you know, okay, go ahead and execute on this strategy. And what we see a lot of the time is that these growth targets, when we start to dig into, you know, how did you get to this growth target? How were they set? They're narrowly focused. They're sort of focused on the immediate needs of the immediate future. Hey, we need X number of members this year to keep our plans afloat, et cetera. And oftentimes, if we were to pull back and say, okay, if we get, you know, this same number of membership growth year over year for the next 5 years, what's that going to do to our market share? And in a lot of cases, it looks good on paper right now. Hey, we got an extra 2,000 members this year. That looks really good. Senior leadership is really happy. But if we look at it in terms of the whole market, we've actually flatlined over the course of 5 years, or maybe even lost market share. And so what does that mean for our future, especially when growth becomes much more challenging and competition has increased, et cetera? So what we're going to dig into today is some national trends to sort of support this. We're going to look at Maricopa County, since that's where we are, and talk about a little case study of how we would, Bernie would take a look at all of this and start to analyze that market and see where we are in terms of competition. And we're going to look at a lot of these things here coming up. So let's jump into the market landscape. So this is the data that really kind of outlines what's happening right now. So that line that's creeping up across the screen, that's our penetration rates for MA. Looking 5 years back and 5 years into the future. You know, there's been a kind of land grab going on, and it's been really exciting, and it's kind of a free-for-all, and that's why we're all here today, because there's a ton of growth going on in the MA market, and that's wonderful. But the truth is that it's really a one-time land grab. And if we were to run this out another 5 years into the future, what you would start to see is that curve flattening out a little bit. I know we know a lot about flattening curves after COVID. Those purple bars run underneath that. The tall purple bars are your growth in eligibles. And what you'll start to see as we cross that 60% penetration mark is your growth in penetration sort of mirroring the growth in eligibles. It's going to flatten out. And again, this significant land grab opportunity is not going to be there. And we're going to end up having to focus our growth efforts on agens and on switching, which we know happens at a much lower rate than it is today in this market. Here's another way of looking at it. We took the top 15 or so counties in the country and looked at them by higher growth in eligibles. So the further to the right, the higher growth in eligibles. The closer to the bottom, the higher the penetration in MA in that county right now. Now, there's a couple of things you could take away from this slide. Number one, those two dots up on the top to the right, that's Cook and DuPage County. There's a lot of opportunity in Chicago. That's one. So if anybody's looking for a place to expand, Chicago's a great opportunity. But the real message is this huge cluster in the middle. All of those plans are clustered right around 50% penetration right now. And the ones down there below that line are the ones that have crossed over into the 60% range already. So if I'm in any one of these markets and I'm not waking up every day with a sense of urgency about what we need to be doing to solidify our position in the market over the next couple of years, then I need to maybe take a second look at what's happening. Here's the other part of the story. 80% of the market nationally is controlled by about 11 plans. So for the rest of us who aren't one of these guys, we're competing for that remaining 20%, right? If that doesn't create another sense of urgency and really create some perspective for us when we're waking up and we're thinking about our growth strategies, we're fighting for 20% of the market with everybody else who's not one of these big players, right? So what are we doing? What kind of investments are we making in our product, in our marketing, in our broker networks, in our provider networks to be competitive long term? And lastly here, we all kind of know this, but this just sort of paints the picture. MAPD is really where we should be putting our focus. Yes, there is opportunity in SNP. There's been a lot of growth there in the last few years, particularly in the D-SNP market. That's wonderful, but the pond is much smaller. And so we need to be strategic about how we think about that. Yeah, there's also opportunity in the MA-only market, but again, in that situation, you're competing with some really well-designed products that the national players are bringing to market, and there's a lot of competition in that space. Room to grow, yes, but where should we really be putting our chips when we're thinking about what's at stake, right? And solidifying a place for ourselves over the next few years. And of course, the thing that we've all seen over the last few years is that the PDP market is shrinking. And the explanation for that is pretty simple. They're leaving the PDP because they're joining MA products, right? They've got their drug plan through their MA product. So that's the high-level overview of the national market. And what I want to do now is let Bernie kind of walk you through what it would look like if we took a snapshot of one particular market, how to dive into that and start thinking about where are we now and how do we look at where we want to be in 5 years.
Thank you, Gary. So, I don't know, the last 10 or 15 years, I spent half my time in health plans, the other half in health systems, and cross between the two. And anytime you look at market share and growth, you know, these are fundamentally strategic discussions. A lot of product folks don't start there, but the people that invest in these plans do. And so, you know, if you think the big national plans, I mean, they spend an enormous amount of time and energy figuring out where they're going to grow and what their market share can be. And there's some rate limiting steps in there. We do the same thing on the health system side. You know, you can't be 100%. You want to be at some threshold. And then we have, as Gary's pointing out, the host of all the smaller plans that are like, we're trying to grow by 1,000 members this year. And you're like, there's this massive shift taking place. If you were going to go strong on marketing and really drive performance, right now is the time to do it. That curve is not infinite. And our numbers, by the way, are conservative. So when we profile and look at a lot of the stuff, we're tapping the brakes and trying to tie it back a little bit. But, you know, if you think out of 100 Medicare eligibles, about 2/3 of that market is saturation. You're done. At that point, you're just back to natural growth organically. So let's talk about Maricopa. And we included Tucson in here just for visuals, but completely different markets, totally different provider networks. They might as well be on different planets. But it's interesting to kind of look at the markets. AMCIV maintains this index of all the fastest growing Med Advantage markets in the country. And like we put DuPage and Cook County together because it's contiguous. You cross the line, you wouldn't even know it if you're driving around in Chicago. Maricopa is easy because it's kind of on an island. You know, you kind of get an hour outside of town and it's isolated. which makes it easier to look at provider networks and other factors. And by the way, so we're distributing all these slides, so you'll have this. It's a little bit of an eye chart. Apologies. Maricopa is one of the best in the country, 10% eligibles growth rate, more than double that on actual penetration shifts. So it's just grown like gangbusters. There's tons of new movement. I think it's the second fastest growing city in the country right now. And so this market's evolving really rapidly. There's a little snippet here called Pinal that's not even included. It didn't meet our thresholds for the size of the eligible market and then the penetration swings. Happy to share more on that offline. So, if we added 16,000 new lives in the last 12 months, it's pretty solid. And it's actually accelerating. If you're looking at growth curves, some markets are slowing, the Wayne counties and so on. Counties like this are accelerating. I think we have some folks from like Riverside and San Bernardino. Those actually saturated out. They're going to go back to an organic growth rate if we don't add a bunch of new retirement homes. It's really fascinating to study this stuff in the big picture. And it has direct implications on how competitive you'd want to build your products. So, if you're going to run negative margins for a couple of years and you're going to spend a lot of money on marketing and get really competitive, super critical. I threw this in just for giggles, since I do spend some time on the health system side. Banner's got a third of the market. Dignity's just close behind that. And then Honor Health is up in Scottsdale. And then Mayo is just kind of its own little special franchise. But you can see that the market's completely split. So if you're writing products in this market, you have to have these competing health systems work with each other. And heaven forbid you're trying to promote Banner's health plan in Scottsdale. It's a tough lift. They're doing it. They had one of the best growth numbers in the country last year, year over year. But it's these provider networks matter a lot. If you spend a lot of time in this stuff, it's the number one thing that pops for us. And when we do broker research, actually sit down and talk to producers. They're like, that's great that you're on this side of town. We can't write anything over here because you haven't spent the time to build that network. Looking at the market share, it's fabulous. You can see this is an HMO town, but most of the growth is in the PPO business. So we are still heavily HMO driven. You've got to have those products if you want to compete in the bigger pot. And that's why we were saying, if you're making investments, MAPD is kind of where the action is. Having a really strong HMO product that you can kind of pivot it and make it look more like a PPO, so you can compete against both sides. We find that really effective. A small number of plans, though. Constant new entrants. Devoted Health showed up and went strong. I think these are 2021 numbers, so this is last year's stuff. We didn't refresh all the slides, but Devoted came out strong. Banner Health actually put up some great numbers. It helps the fact that Tide's coming in, though, in such a massive way. We know that won't last forever. Looking at Arizona at the state level, so you can kind of see at the very kind of the top lines, United Health, they're not adding market share. They're completely shifting their book to be more of a SNP and a PPO platform. They make more money in it. It makes sense. Humana's next on here. You can see Blue Arizona's kind of punching out. They're doing some different things for various reasons. And Devoted and Banner are brand new. They were at 0. They're now at 1%. And if you recall, like we were showing a slide a second ago where they own a third of the hospital business, and you're sitting down with their board, you'd be like, why are we at 1%? Especially if you contract with Kaiser and you understand how these other staff and group model HMOs can operate. This is the kind of stuff that every health system in the country should be looking at. And meanwhile, the national carriers are just killing it. And we'll see more entrants. It's just too good of a market to not be in. So hyper competitive. I want to say there was something like 70 products in market just in that one segment. It's staggering. Some of this might look familiar, kind of old school, growth matrix, kind of consulting 101 stuff. So how to read it. So we have the doghouse down here in the corner on the lower right. And these are cash cows. The stars are your best products. If you're going to design a plan to go to market and compete, you want to be there. And then we kind of have the aspirational stuff with the question mark in the upper right. But so this is plans that are growing fast, and then plans that have high market share. And if you ever had to sit down and explain this to the boss, this is why we're making these changes to our product lineup and where we're putting our money. This is 2021 as well. But, out of 70 some odd products, if you take out all the random variants and some of the smaller players, you're left with 3 or 4 plans that you can kind of look at and blow them out on a matrix. Most of our stuff goes to hundreds of pages, so we won't bore you all with that. It's an eye chart. But you can see there's some gaps. If MOOP is a big deal, which it is in this market, that's one of the decision makers, and you don't have to think too hard about it. PCP copays. God, we have an urgent care on every street corner in Phoenix, and they have these huge gaps in the copay amounts. And as a plan guy, I'm like, well, that just saved me a trip to the ER. That's the kind of stuff that I would want to make really simple, and from a marketing standpoint, stuff you can throw on a postcard. So anyway, we can go on to the 1,000 line items in the PBP. But it's really interesting when you sit down county by county and market by market, and you kind of say, okay, who's the most competitive and why? It doesn't take into account that they might spend a ton of money on marketing, but it helps explain what's going on in some of these situations. That the copays on ED visits, another big one. It's something that my mom can understand. She doesn't have to think that hard about it if she was evaluating benefits. We left out all the drug plan, drug benefit stuff. That's another huge, huge item. And then I think a lot of the folks at this conference are looking at some of the supplemental benefits, and that's easy marketing layup. It gets pretty interesting when you start looking at the things that people do shop for. What else do we have in here? Disenrollment trends all over the place in Phoenix. Surprising to see kind of the spread, but that's the reality we're dealing with. Some of these plans go strong, and then these are 2021 numbers. So we see this huge variation, and we see it on the health system side too, where folks get that initial bill, they're dissatisfied with service, and they're out. And the churn rates when we look between January and April are really telling about that. Let's see what else we have in here. This is like the cursory level look at Phoenix, but we do this for every market. Typically, it's plans looking to invest and grow, and they want to have more of that strategic starting point. And then we go all the way down through the benefits, and we do the producer research, and we figure out what are the brokers really not telling us. Where are the sticking points? We look at the network setup. But at a board level, what's at play in the next 3 to 5 years? Sometimes you see these numbers that'll come back from some of the actuarial firms, and they're really precise without being accurate, if that makes sense. Like, the big picture doesn't make sense to go add 500 members if the market at large is growing by 5,000, and you want to be one of the top 3 players. Strategically, this is a board discussion about where do we put resources, both staff and producer assets, making investments in your benefit design. You don't have to be just across the board most competitive. Pick 2 or 3 things you're going to do great, and play that story forward. What segments are you going to compete in? Every conversation we go into, they want to have, let's rebuild Humana Honor. I'm like, hey, good luck with that. They're the prime contractor on TRICARE. They know what they're doing. And so, some of these are, and it's not a big pond, as Gary was pointing out. So, where do you grow? Where do we invest? There's a marginal economics piece to that. There's a point at which you're just lighting money on fire in the parking lot. Don't go there, but what can we reasonably do for the benefit design that we're going for? And then the last one, if you do happen to have different segments and you are on the health system side or you have provider assets. So here in Phoenix, Cigna actually owns a medical group. They have a big shop in town, a bunch of docs that they can keep busy, and it's paired with their as part of a provider network. They don't have that anywhere else. And so depending on how you're kind of looking at some of the assets you have in market, whether you have facilities, Kaiser's totally different between Southern California and DC. They don't own any hospitals. They can think about it totally different. But when you look at the market share, county to county, market to market, what are we shooting for? Side example on that before we move on, I'm from a blue plan, and I actually used to hire AMSIV's predecessor to do a lot of our analytics for us because we like the depth and the research and kind of being able to place bets based on data. And so we have other clients, you know, like large blue plans, well-respected, 80+% on the commercial side, and they're shooting for like 1 or 2% market share in Med Advantage, and we're like, what are you doing? Like, at least pick up the agent business coming off, you know, the top end. And, you know, so kind of help pivot that ship, and they're probably going for more of the 10% target in the next few years. And it makes sense for what they have. They don't have to go too crazy. You know, important board level stuff. And then, you know, our last piece is tactical, and I think for folks that actually have to be in the driver's seat, that are dealing with, you know, bid review number 7 right now. You know, how do people really perceive us, and what are the options? So are we a Me Too? Is there something really unique that we're doing, and then does our marketing reflect that? You know, you're competing against the marketing machines with United and Humana. Even CVS is starting to figure it out, where they can operate at scale. And so you've got to have your niche and your story down really tight. And if they're just copying the PVP between the two sides, it's not going to go anywhere. You know, what's our unique selling quality? You know, making sure that the marketing actually reflects that. Do we have an effective agent and switcher? 2 totally different marketing campaigns, different story. And that's where sometimes having these extra database resources where you can kind of see the behaviors of folks, and then you can profile it, and then you run your marketing campaigns based on data. And it's not shoot from the hip, it's really powerful. And then the last one's the hard part. Like, plans that do this great have this nailed. It's the marketing kind of makes sense with the product and the network design, and then their sales team, in whatever form that is kind of built to support that. And there aren't these clunky handoffs. And I guess we see it in call center operations where a campaign will go out and people are calling in and they're already an existing member. Why are they calling kind of, you know, internal sales? It was a confusing message. It didn't need to happen in the first place. And it just, I think it speaks to the complexity of this business. And so we could go on. This has just been a quick run through on how AMSIV approaches it. Again, it's kind of a strategic thing we do on the front, and we pair it with the marketing heavy lift on the other end. Yeah, so thank you guys. We, again, we could have stayed up here all afternoon. We cut a bunch out of this to try to get us to lunch. So any questions or anything?
Yeah. First of all, a couple comments about Maricopa County. The county, for those of you who don't live here, is larger than the state of Massachusetts. And some of you probably don't know that. There are 15 counties in Arizona. 60% of the population lives in this one county, a little over 7 million. And you've got a little over 1 million Medicare beneficiaries. I'm one of them. But Medicaid, the Access Program, has 2.4 million population right now. Yeah. And clearly, those D-SNPs are an important part of the market. I say that because I was the Access Director for about 7 years. Okay. For those out. And you know, running state governments is fun in Arizona. I worked for 3 governors, only 2 are criminally indicted. It's true. First was impeached, the third was convicted. The middle one would give me a hug and a kiss, because I love Rose. You know, I appreciate what you're doing, working against these larger groups, but I don't know how you're dealing with the Medicaid population and the D-SNPs, and I think that's an area that really needs a lot of effort. We've really worked hard in Arizona to bring them into sort of managed care environment. I don't know how you're working on that.
I can speak real quick. Go ahead. Well, thank you, sir, for that. I've actually met out to meet with some of the Access team at one point. I do a little bit of work in Phoenix. We would leave the D-SNP discussion for probably the grad school version of this, because it's just so much more complex and less of a marketing story and more of a how do you integrate care and drive down cost. It's a play. But you know, we hear you loud and clear, and it's a hard business to operate. You got to know what you're doing. You got to have a lot of, like I said, resources. From a pure marketing standpoint, we wouldn't put it in that that quick run through that we just did. We're only looking at rack rate MPDDs, and so, you know, the remainder. there are a lot of great plans, some based here in Phoenix, running pretty sizable numbers through their DSNP models. But we'd probably save that for a future talk, if that's all right.
Anybody else? No, I don't see any hands. Okay, thank you so much. All right, guys, it's lunchtime. Lunch is in the exhibit area, and it is ready for you. It is a buffet, and we will reconvene at 1:20 for Bill Jensen's talk. Don't miss it.
Right. Yeah, I was just going to do a few things of your bio here. Okay. Just tell who you are, where you're from, and what your primary responsibilities are, and if there's anything else you want to say.
Sounds good.
Okay, yes. You doing all right?
Yeah.
I'm really interested in this, because this, campaign that reads the rules. I don't know, it's always had best success, but all the attempts and, bans and, it's just, they don't, it's so many times, they just keep switching and switching. And you just don't know what they have.
I remember the last time I was at a conference with you, you said that if all the duals lined up and you asked them, what coverage do you have in Medicaid, most of them don't know.
Oh, yeah, and you've seen that, I try to keep it very different. But you may just, so, I've done it where, I have a whole bunch of cards. I said, anybody calls you trying to switch, you tell them, Billy Justice from Van Tell them, I said, I'm doing this, move on.
Good idea.
And then I have some, you gotta go, I have a, Geneva County. She has 19 children. She could switch. So anyway, I got to talk to her, so I went down and just interviewed, Renfield, Louisiana. She had a couple of dollars in it, it would help her. Anyway, so she said, you know what it is? That's what she goes, you know, they come out there all the time. She goes, so, what do you guys do? So, tell them I'm watching everything you do. He said, you see what's coming back up down the street, and I'll give you a call. I said, we'll make it up. Everything All right. To keep things moving and on time, our 1:20 session. Hopefully you got some coffee to keep you awake after you've eaten all that gluten. All right, our next speaker, or our next topic, will be presented by Mr. Bill Jensen. It's D-SNP Marketing, developing an integrated and multi-pronged campaign to reach this vulnerable population. Bill is the Vice President of Sales, Marketing, and Business Development for Independent Care Health Plan. Mr. Jensen is Vice President for Independent Health Plan in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, actually. He is responsible for all sales, marketing, public relations, new business. He can fix everything from a wet diaper to a broken heart. So I've known Bill for a while. He's a really good speaker. He really knows what he's doing, so we're excited to hear what he has to say so we can sign us up some more dual eligibles. All right.
Well, thank you, Billy. I really appreciate that. And I do think some of the greatest people in the world are named Bill. So thank you for the introduction. Do appreciate it. And wanted to welcome everybody back. I know that I am the after lunch speaker, so I'll try to keep things as lively as possible. And then on the flip side of the coin, I'd encourage you to interrupt me. If you have questions or you see something I'm doing, but you do it differently, or you've got a best practice that you want to share with the group, feel free to jump in. Happy to have that happen. I just wanted to start by asking the audience, how many of you are at your first live conference since the pandemic? So we got a few. Okay. I am seeing the conference activity picking up. This is my first live conference. Interestingly, I've been contacted outside of the healthcare industry and had some curious situations. For example, I was contacted by a banking conference organizer, and this was a conference full of banking professionals, lenders, et cetera, et cetera. And I said, well, do you really think anyone's going to come to your conference? And they said, well, of course they will. Why do you ask, Bill? I said, well, I keep hearing all this about zero interest. So, now, Victor Borge, who was a comedian, said, laughter is the shortest distance between two people, so I will be adding a little bit of humor, if you consider it humor. One of the other strange things that's happened to me, and maybe you've seen this, being professionals, marketers, et cetera, is that there are a lot of subcultures cropping up in the United States, throughout the world, people who have such an interest in something that they passionately live it out. And one of these, interestingly, is vampirism. So there are people that live the vampire lifestyle. It's a subculture that they're interested in, and they have conferences. So they contacted me to be a speaker. And I said, why in the world would you want me as your speaker? And they said, well, I see you do a lot of work with stakeholders. So anyway, well, we all have one thing in common, humor, and glad to be able to share with you some information about dual eligible marketing. So what I'll share with you today is a little bit about Humana Eye Care. Eye Care is our brand, but we were recently acquired by Humana. Key strategies for success. Some work that we're doing on retention. As I work more and more with Humana, I think that the retention program we have might be a little further developed than some of the others. You may find that I'm wrong. You may have something that's even more developed. Feel free to pipe in. And then touch on community outreach. I'll summarize things, and then hopefully there's a chance for Q&A. I know that you don't know what I'm about to say. Sometimes I don't either. But to move on, about eye care. So eye care has been in business since 1994. We were a 50-50 joint venture between Humana and some local providers. And these weren't primary and acute providers or integrated delivery systems. Rather, they were disability providers, a disability agency that finds employment for disabled people or has programs to help those people through life. So it was a very strange joint venture, but Humana's presence was always there, and then they acquired us outright in 2021. So we offer DSNP and a FIDA SNP, which is a dual eligible SNP plus managed long-term supports and services. And let me stop there. Are any of you familiar with the FIDA SNPs? A little bit. Okay. They are beginning to grow. I remember coming here about 10 years ago to speak to this conference, talking about some of these niche dual eligible products, and looking back, it's really rewarding to see how some of these have spread and grown throughout the years. So we also have ABD Medicaid and Standard Medicaid, and we have about 8,300 DSNP members. The FIDA SNP and the MLTSS product, which is called Family Care Partnership in Wisconsin, is about 1,400, and then ABD Medicaid, which is called SSI Medicaid in Wisconsin, is 11,000. Finally, we have 31,000 standard Medicaid members. As far as Medicaid plans go, that is rather small. But it really has ballooned during the pandemic, given some of the eligibility rules that have been relaxed. So one comment on working with Humana is I've really had a chance to see the difference between a local community plan and a national plan, and how do each of us scale? What do each of us do best? So that's just been a really interesting contrast, and I have enjoyed it. So I'd like to share with you some key strategies, and I believe that at this conference and many of the conferences that you attend, there are all sorts of great strategies for traditional marketing, and I would go so far as to say that at Eye Care, we target the duals pretty much in the same manner that any MA plan would target duals. We look at the demographic, we buy media against that demographic, we create ads that appeal to that demographic, we broadcast them, we buy direct mail lists, we do direct mail, all the traditional marketing strategies that you would expect. And I've learned that in one market, what people do isn't always what works in other markets. I was just talking to Billy Justice, who said that the boots on the ground, community outreach, one-on-one in the community is his best strategy. So what I say today works very well in Wisconsin, but again, if you see something that works better elsewhere, feel free to add to the discussion. Tom Peters said, "Excellent firms don't believe in excellence, only in constant improvement and constant change." Tom Peters wrote In Search of Excellence, and I think that we've probably all seen that in this industry as time progresses. I mentioned being at this conference 10 or 11 years ago, the number of solutions available on the market today are 10, 20 times what were available back then. The number of problems that the industry has solved has just evolved, and it's been, in terms of constant improvement, a little bit here, a little bit there. The regulators make adjustments, vendors make adjustments, plans make adjustment. And so what I'm going to talk about today has more to do with that constant improvement rather than a groundbreaking strategy. So you're all familiar with the key strategies for Medicare Advantage. You want to design a product that's very appealing to your target market, and we heard a lot about that this morning. You want to generate leads among publics that are interested in those products, and then there's a whole sales management component that goes with it. But I would maintain, especially after becoming integrated with Humana, that the sales management component is different for SNPs, and it should be adjusted to reflect SNPs. It is very difficult to integrate traditional MAPD marketing with D-SNP marketing, and I can show you why. I do want to stop, though, and ask if there are any questions or comments, if others see that there is very good synergy between MAPD and D-SNP marketing. No? Okay.
Hey, before you go on,
yeah.
can you just, the product design, obviously there's a feedback loop that you're implying in here as well, right? So how did you go about with your product design? The strategic part of designing that product, and what considerations went into that process? How long did it take, for example?
So there are two themes underlying that question. One is, what is the competition offering? And as a smaller community-based plan, it would go in bursts. So the competition would raise the bar, we'd catch up or try to exceed it, and then a couple of years down the road, the competition would raise the bar again. So we're always trying to catch up with the competition. In the late 2000s, when it was just United and iCare in the Wisconsin market, it was fairly easy to stay ahead. We had we had the first OTC benefit in the market based on a recommendation by Milliman, our actuaries, but more and more these days, we're benchmarking on the competition. But the other piece of the puzzle is Medicaid. Medicaid covers a great deal. It varies by state. So I am told that our state is one of the richer states. All Medicaid recipients have a transportation benefit. They all have full dental coverage, full vision coverage, personal care workers. All that's on the Medicaid side of the equation. So part of the product design process is how can we maximize dollars for supplemental benefits without duplicating Medicaid. And I am going to touch on that a little bit later in the presentation. Well, thank you for your question. So on that point, if we serve dual eligibles and every dual has Medicaid, I recognize there are partial duals that don't have full Medicaid benefits, but in the long run, the majority do have full Medicaid benefits. Can we leverage growth further by paying as much attention to the Medicaid side as we do to the Medicare side? So one of the things that can be done is to provide enrollment assistance. The dual eligible market in Milwaukee is based on people enrolling in Medicaid. Not everybody knows how to do that. Not everybody has the resources to help them do that. And there is potential to gain goodwill and also grow the market size by helping people enroll in Medicaid. And I can touch on that a little bit in a couple slides. The other side of that coin is eligibility maintenance. We've talked about the high attrition rates within DSNPs. Ours is about 20%. In looking throughout the Humana family, that is a fairly favorable rate. It still seems awfully high to me to lose 20% of your customer base every year, but that's part of the deal. However, we have managed to almost eliminate the loss of eligibility or the loss of SNP eligibility due to loss of Medicaid. Many plans have an allowance to carry those people for 6 months until they regain Medicaid coverage. During the pandemic, that was extended. But in normal operations, people lose Medicaid coverage. They are not capable or they don't have the help to regain that coverage. They missed it, they didn't understand it, they didn't get the message, whatever happened. And the health plan can help grow its membership by providing that service, helping them maintain their eligibility. And then last but not least is cross-selling. I think this is probably really routine for this audience, but if it is not, our easiest sales to close are among our Medicaid members. CMS gives you an allowance to make outbound contact with those people because they're already your members, and so they become the cheapest leads to close and also the most effective leads. I'm just thinking through some data points. I think about 60% of our Medicaid leads that are being cross-sold are closed, and the other 40% we can't close largely because we can't reach them or we can't find them. So it is a really easy sell. Contrast that with advertising. I think it's about 1/3 of the leads that we get from advertising, the qualified leads, are finally closed into sales. The quality of those leads is simply not as high, as I'm sure you know. So what we've designed at iCare is a sales and retention team, and they're all in the same department. So the salespeople work side by side with the retention people and make sure that we're doing all those things I described previously. We're helping qualify people for Medicaid. If they don't have Medicaid, we run into a prospect that we think would qualify, we'll help them do that. We help them maintain their Medicaid. And then in addition to that, we have some relationships with state Medicaid agencies to, I want to say, streamline things, work with the right people, and avoid the bureaucracy that sometimes goes with becoming a Medicaid member. So, for example, every state pretty much has an enrollment broker that helps people choose a Medicaid plan, and if the people don't choose, there's some other assignment methodology. We do have an allowance with our enrollment broker in Wisconsin to just give them a list of DSNP members that gave us a verbal that they also want to be in our Medicaid plan. And every month we send the enrollment broker, Maximus, a spreadsheet with a list of those people. They do take it from us on the honor system. It wasn't always that way. We had to earn credibility and trust. But that's an example of really streamlining it for the consumer. They just tell us that they want to be in our Medicare and Medicaid at the same time, and we take care of the rest. One other example I would like to give you is the income maintenance people. I just want to ask the audience, in your state, there's probably an agency that watches income and determines if you're eligible for Medicaid or not. and then every year or on a regular cycle, they re-examine that. Are those called income maintenance where you live, or is it something different? What in your state? What are the state agencies called that monitor people's income to make sure that they maintain eligibility for Medicaid? Job and Family Services. Thank you. Anyone else? No? Okay. When I say income maintenance, that is what I'm referring to. And one of the things we've done is we've hired staff from the income maintenance agencies to help our Medicaid members retain their Medicaid coverage. In our state, if you call an income maintenance agency, you might be put on hold for 2 hours. And if you don't have unlimited minutes, then that becomes a bigger problem. So the staffers that we've hired know the insides, they know counterparts that work in those agencies, and they can short-circuit the phone tree and connect the consumer with the right person on one call, or if even better, just work offline with the income maintenance agency. So all these things are done together to try to see if consumers can view iCare as one plan. Even though it's a separate SNP and a separate Medicaid plan, we just want people to see it as, I'm in iCare, they cover just about everything. If I need something, I call iCare. And that is what our sales and marketing department is designed to do. I want to talk to you a little bit more about retention. As dual eligibles become more and more of a target for health plans, the competition has just increased. And I don't know if you work in a market where you're seeing increasing number of plans introducing D-SNPs, or the current D-SNPs are coming out with more and more competitive benefit packages, but in Wisconsin it's just extremely competitive. We've worked against Anthem, United, Centene for years, Molina as well. And I would say before Humana acquired us, I don't know how long we would have been able to withstand that. There is a point where you have to develop the scale needed to cover all of your overhead costs and compete against these nationals, of which now I am one. So there is some relief in that. But retention is a very important part of this. Robert Half said, when the customer comes first, the customer will last. And I think that's a wonderful saying. Here's what we try to do with the dual eligible population. We help them with common problems. So the first bubble shows untrained competitors. That refers to the fact that there are many complicated Medicaid programs out there, and if you enroll a consumer in your MAPD or your D-SNP or your Part D plan, you may upset coverage that they have elsewhere through Medicaid. During lunch, I had an opportunity to talk to somebody involved in managed long-term supports and services in Wisconsin. So part of our dual eligible population qualifies for MLTSS. They get long-term care benefits. In some cases, they get to self-direct those. And in some cases, those benefits are integrated into a Medicare plan as well. There are examples in other states of this. The MMPs, for example, the duals demos, the SCOs in Massachusetts, Senior Choice Option, MSHO in Minnesota. So the problem comes in when someone's in an integrated plan like this and an unknowing competitor enrolls them in their D-SNP. Well, these are integrated plans, so if you take them out of it, they lose all those managed long-term care benefits that they were getting before. And it can be problematic. This is something that we go out of our way to help people with so that they retain all of the benefits that they had prior to coming to us. And I think that requires a deep knowledge of Medicaid. Again, one of my experiences working with Humana is if you have a large call center and it's covering 40, 50 states, how can you cultivate that really deep knowledge of Medicaid so that you avoid those kinds of mistakes? Needless loss of Medicaid, I touched on that earlier. And I just want to stop there and ask if any of you see this in your markets. Do people tend to forget to reapply for Medicaid, or they get a letter but they don't open it, or they somehow miss the boat, if you will, when it comes time to reapply? Does anyone see that elsewhere? Okay, good. I'm glad to hear that. I don't feel so alone then. We do maintain a number 2 position in our marketplace, given a lot of national competition, as I said, and I think that is one key, is we definitely help those people monitor when their review is due. We get lists from the state that show us when that is to happen 60 days in advance. If they're not on the list, we still take a look in the state database to see what their recertification date is. And if they want to join iCare, we also let them know, oh, by the way, if you want to join, we can enroll you, but make sure you recertify in the next 60 days. And I have 5 minutes left. So I guess the long story short is there are all sorts of opportunities for Medicare and Medicaid to not work very well together. And one of the distinguishing features of a plan can be that you not only help your current members work through all that, but then they go out into the community and talk about you. They say, oh, my rep from iCare, Leroy, he really helped me with this difficult problem, this bureaucracy I was encountering on the Medicaid part. Leroy's great. I'm going to send you over to him. That's the kind of experience we've had. I do want to just touch on under-entitlement. I think this is well known in the industry where you may have moms and kids in Medicaid, and as those people age or childless adults, they may become dual eligibles and qualify for Medicare, and there is a workflow for helping that along. But that's another thing to look for, and people are so appreciative when you bring them better coverage. They never forget that. It works a lot better than giving out chip clips. So here I've just kind of outlined some retention team functions. You can take a look at this at your leisure, but it has a lot to do with navigating the various state and county programs that they're qualified for, or helping them increase the level of coverage that they have by working with them to get all they're entitled to. Last but not least, community outreach. Just a couple points. Those two people, Kirk and Pam, you can see them standing behind a community booth. I love that picture, but I will tell you, don't do that. Don't just stand there like Kirk and Pam are. Do something more proactive. Humana has a huge program called the Bold Goal. If you want to click the link when you get this presentation, you can learn more about it. That's a Hall of Famer, or I don't know if he's in the Hall of Fame, but it's former Green Bay Packer Leroy Butler with my boss, Tony Malika, doing some COVID outreach. But what we've really found that works is holding classes at congregate housing facilities, and we've tried to leverage the $15 allowance that CMS gives for gifts. And so you can get a crock pot for about $8 to $12 if you really look. You can get a bullet blender for close to $15. You really have to look for them. But what we do is we buy these and we give them away to people in congregate housing. Smoothie classes, crock pot cooking classes. They love it. We have housing coordinators calling us, encouraging us to come to their building because they are so short-staffed. So hope that you can take that away as a potential idea in your market. So you can look at this at your leisure, and really happy I was able to be with you today. Every great business is built on friendship. I invite all of you to think about that, and it's a great community that we're here with today.
Thank you, Bill. We could probably sneak in one question. Does anybody have a question? Oh, right here.
Just a quick comment. In Ohio, we have one of the oldest and longest running duals demonstration projects, and it is reaching the end of its life, and they're trying to decide what to do with it, whether to extend it. And it appears that we're going to go more toward this model, a DSNP linked with an MLTSS component, which achieves the same thing, but I think one of the things that this model does is it cuts out the direct involvement of CMS. On the duals project, CMS had a lot of say over what went on, and it took that away from the state. So there may be opportunities in Ohio.
Interesting comment, and thank you.
Right. Thank you, Bill.
Yeah, well, it's hard to find them when they lose their Medicaid, and you try to tell them either they got to switch plans or something. They're gone. I had like 40 the other day that we had to call them, and they're just gone. I mean, nobody knows where they are. We got private investigators and everything looking for them. Need to switch plans. Who's that? Oh, the Council on Agings and that? Okay. Yeah, we're heavily involved with them, but I've got about 40, and nobody knows where they are. I mean, family members, nobody, no phone numbers, nothing. All right, 150 segment, how to value and grow the value of your Medicare agency to sell it. That'll be Robert Gray. There's Robert there. And Robert is the Chief Executive Officer of Insecurity Capital, a private equity-based specialty finance company. Serving Medicare agencies and distributors. So he has 30 years of experience in that business, and we're here. So I think I got a couple of older agencies that, or folks that says, man, anybody want to buy this, I'll sell it. So I might need to listen close.
Thank you very much. I think before I begin, I want to find out who's in the room, so we can really tailor our conversation to the folks that are left. How many agents or agency owners are here, either as their direct business or you're a lead gen company and you've got some agents that you're doing as well? Not a lot. Okay, carriers? Yep, of course. Mm-hmm. And how about carriers? Carrier representatives in here? Okay, so there's a handful, right? And then plan designers, marketing companies, anybody else that's supporting the agencies, right? In growth and enrollment and retention, right? Because that's kind of what it's all about. So let me take a couple minutes, get off the slides. I'm going to wind up bouncing around a little bit. First and foremost, I want to respect the carriers and the other folks that are in the room and try and orient you as to why this stuff really matters to you, probably as much, if not more, to the agencies that we work with all the time at Insurity, and try and get them to understand. So if you allow me a couple of minutes, I'll try and make that link. First and foremost, who are we talking about? We're talking about insurance agents and their agencies, and those people's jobs are to create enrollment and retention. Said differently, if they don't do their job, many of the folks in this room don't have a job, right? We're not going to do claims adjudication when there are no members. So I would certainly consider them to be very important, not just to the members and the enrollees, but to everybody here. I think we can all probably agree on that. The second thing I'd like to do is to talk to you about those agency owners and the agents that we're all relying on to enroll those members so we can have that job. Having worked with them every day, I can tell you that most of them are agency owners and they're not business operators. And I think the people in this room probably can understand that there is a significant difference, right? How many in this room have business undergrad or graduate school or any sort of formal training on business? A lot of hands going up, right? Not to say that you learn everything about how to run a business in school, that's certainly not the case, right? But what it does is it gives you an orientation. It provides you some issues that you can go out in the world into real business and to look for and to spot and to see life through a different lens than an agency owner. Agency owners, in contrast, they typically have that title because they were good at selling insurance, right? Good at selling insurance is different than good at running a business. Shouldn't be a big surprise to the folks in this room, right? So, what are some of the things that they're not good at? No disrespect to them. Again, they're fantastic people. They just lack some knowledge and experience in some things. Like, for example, HR, right? Recruiting, training, hiring the right people, identifying the right people, developing the right people. That's probably important to the folks in this room, right? Because if they don't do it right, then it winds up for a lot of headaches that are in your lap, right? No matter what department you're in, no matter who you're working with, those eventually become your problems, not just theirs. What else aren't they good at? They're not good at, typically, not great at accounting or cash management or financial management. Oftentimes it's difficult for them to keep count of the money that they already earned, much less try and plot a course for the future which projects what they should be earning. I'll circle back to that in a second because that's really important to you guys. They're also not real good at information technology and information management. I assume that makes everybody a little bit uncomfortable. Certainly makes me uncomfortable. They're not good at process design or operations management. Once again, not real comfortable. Nothing wrong with them, right? It's just that that's not the skill set, that's not the knowledge and experience that they bring to bear as an agency owner. Oftentimes that even translates to building a process around things that they are good at, which is sales. They know how to sell, they just don't know how to set up processes where they can train other people, put them into that process, and all of them can efficiently sell good products, right? So I think earlier we agreed that agents are important, that likely a lot of us in this room don't have a job without agents, and I think I saw a lot of head shaking when I said agency owners are not good business operators. Said differently, our jobs, to a material extent, rely on people that are probably not really qualified. That doesn't make me real comfortable either. So, where does that impact come to y'all? Well, certainly you're going to have compliance problems, right? You're going to have more burden on your teams to deal with customer service just because the agent didn't properly explain the benefits, and so now somebody else has to. They can't get a hold of the agent. Who are they calling? They're calling you. If you're a retention marketing organization, you've got your business model and your budget's built around a certain amount of retention activity. If you have to increase that because agents are not operating their business properly, that's more burden on you. I guess the lead gen companies might see that as an advantage because if they're not efficient at sales process, that means they're going to buy more leads. Although, if they're not efficient, they may not have money, they may not have a business very long, and so in the long run, it probably hurts you as well. Data information problems, I think we can all agree that those are nightmares just waiting to creep up. But money. I said we'd circle back to money. If they're not operating their business efficiently, they're not maximizing their profit. Pretty simple, right? If they're not maximizing their profit, who do you think they're going to turn to for more money? Carriers. Give me more marketing dollars, right? Increase my commission. Why? Because I didn't run my business properly and I don't have enough left in the bank, right? They haven't said that to you explicitly, but in a lot of cases, that's exactly what's going on, right? Lead gen companies, how are they going to squeeze you for money? I don't have enough money to buy the leads I want, cut me a break. You want to keep some of your margin, you want to keep your volume, you've already invested in the leads, odds are you're going to do it, right? If they are operating their company as a business, instead of struggling to find the money to buy the leads, they know exactly where the money's coming, exactly when it's coming, they can efficiently work with you, and you can actually plan and drive down your costs. Carriers, you guys know the benefits a heck of a lot more than I can explain, but I'm pretty sure there are a lot, right? And again, ultimately, they're gonna come back to you for more money, either marketing dollars or commissions or anything else that they can ask for. Because if they're not making the profit, they're gonna get out of the business. And for those of us that are interested in growth and retention, that's probably not a great situation either, right? So I think that even though you're not an agency owner, and you may not be real interested in, on its face, whether or not the agencies, it's in your best interest for the agencies to be run properly, and ultimately to achieve the greatest value, because they're gonna sell at some point, right? The days of the individual field agent cropping back up and building their book over 20 or 30 years and living off of that, I think I think the volume of opportunity makes those new agencies pretty small, pretty few and far between. Most of what you're going to see is larger agencies getting together, call centers, 10, 50, 100, 150 people. If the company or if the person or people at the top of that agency of 100, 150 people in a call center aren't running their business as a business, and I've seen it, that could be a lot of problems, right? You're talking about 15, 20, 25,000 policyholders that were enrolled in a plan that may or may not have been under the best practices for doing that. Whether it's on the lead side, whether it's on the operational side, no matter what it is, if those agency operators are acting as agency owners and not business people, problems are going to come up. So what do we do at Insurity Capital to help solve some of that? Well, the first thing that we do is we provide them cash by buying their commission streams. That gets them liquid so that they're not in a rush to hire the first people that walk in the door. They can confidently plan, not just for their growth, but also their exit. They can confidently offer more competitive packages for their agents because, again, they know that they've got positive cash flow, something that's very difficult to find in the Medicare world, right? $300, $400, $500 CAC versus $20, $25 a month commission. You don't have to be a finance guru to figure out that's a problem that needs to be solved, right? So that's the first thing that we do is provide liquidity to them by buying their commission streams. The other thing that happens with that is we reduce, if not eliminate, some of the channel conflict that you see arise that causes ultimately a lot of the churn that everybody in this room experiences and wants to do everything they can to get away from. Here's the reality. You're an insurance agent. You may or may not be contracted with every carrier that's out there. So you don't have every plan available. But you've got a policyholder in front of you or a prospective policyholder in front of you. You invested time, money, resources, and other energy in order to try and make some money off of that possible enrollment. Well, the fact that you don't have every possible plan already puts that policyholder at a bit of a disadvantage, right? Because you may not get the absolute best plan fit, right? We all talk about utilization. Utilization comes from plan fit. It's the best plan for that policyholder, plain and simple. And if the agent doesn't have access to every plan, we just reduce the opportunity to have that best plan fit. Second thing that happens is, as you all know, agencies are compensated differently depending upon the carrier, the plan, and anything else that we can embed, right? So you're an insurance agent, you've got a list of possible plans that you can offer the policyholder. One pays you 50% more than the other. Does anybody think that that higher commission plan isn't going to be strongly considered by the agent? Of course they are, right? Our offer, our opportunity is a flat rate that they're going to get no matter what plan they sell. And so now the only thing left in front of that agent is a policyholder. We also have contracts with every carrier there is. So they're sitting there with no conflict at all in their commission schedule, and they have every plan, just about probably, every plan available at their options. We've eliminated the channel conflict. We've put that agent in the best position possible in order to get the best plan fit possible. We feel, and our numbers back this up, that that really drives retention. So that's the first thing that we do is we provide them capital, we provide it in an efficient manner, and we provide it in a manner that eliminates channel conflict. The next thing that we do is, let me jump around here a little bit. Here we go. So we work with agencies not as just providing capital, right? Believe it or not, we'd like to try and do our best to make a return on our investment. Our investment is in the future commission streams. Said differently, our investment is entirely based on retention. If our policyholders drop off, we didn't just lose our cost of acquisition by a lead buy or an agent commission, we lost a significant more amount of money. We lost whatever the purchase price was for that esoteric asset that we call a future insurance commission. So we embed ourselves with our agency owners that are our clients. And we don't try and talk to them about how to sell an insurance plan. They know how to do that. We don't. That's not our expertise. What we know is business and segments of business that agency owners don't know. And we try and educate them on things that they don't know so that they can get an understanding of a different viewpoint of what goes on within their four walls. One of the things that we start with is W. Edward Demings. Is anybody familiar with Demings? There you go. How about total quality management? Anybody heard that? How about Six Sigma? Anybody heard Six Sigma? How about lean operations, like lean manufacturing or service, right? How about just-in-time inventory? All of that is based on this guy, right? He was a statistician for, I think, MetLife back in the 1920s. I was not alive. Otherwise, it'd be on Medicare and not talking here. But what he did is he looked at all operations of a business in the terms of data views, right? So time management studies, and then he would look at the processes to see if they were in control or not in control, right? And when you have a process that's in control, a couple of different things happen. First, you manage the anomalies, right? You're not trying to manage every single thing that everybody's doing, because if that's what you're doing, good luck to you, right? Why wouldn't you just do the work yourself in the first place? I guess there's a lot of different reasons, but really you'd be better off, right? So you manage the anomalies. Those events which occur below the control lines, those are things that need help, need improvement on. Those are things that appear above the control lines. That's your best practices. Find out what those people are doing and have everybody follow it, right? That's just some of the things that we work with those agency owners on so that they can get a different view of business as an operation. Innovate, right? Anything you can, right? I'm talking to the right conference here. Look at every single possible thing that you do as a business and look for an opportunity to change. Even the driest things like regulations and legal review, right? Coming from a lawyer, I can tell you that there's an awful lot of opportunity to be innovative in that space, still provide client services, and do it a lot more efficiently, right? Whatever you're doing, there's probably a better way to look at it. If there's not a better way that comes to your mind, just the fact that you're thinking about better ways will drive that innovation that you're looking for. business management keys. Human capital, we talked about that a little bit. That's kind of obvious. It's obvious to us. It's not so obvious the solutions that you wind up with to agency owners, right? A lot of them, what they see is when they add an agent, they need to get the first body in the door because they've already tried to buy some leads. They have to work those leads. They have to get sales, right? And they have a payroll coming up. That's the commitment they made to that new agent. That new agent has to sell in order to pay for that salary that they're pushing out, right? What they don't understand is if you just slow down a little bit and you don't hire the first agent that walks in the door, you hire the best agent that walks in the door, and then you spend a little money up front training, developing, and improving the quality of that agent's work product, it comes around, the ROI is almost countless, right? So when we talk to agency owners, we stress that human capital is the #1 asset on your balance sheet or the #1 liability. It's either going to save you or kill you. Sure, so again, value-adding process theory, right? That goes back to Demings and his approach of statistical analysis. And that sort of analysis, if you've used it, if you've been familiar with teams that do that and processes that operate under those guidelines, I think as a whole you'd agree that it is absolutely worth the effort to get a better understanding, data-driven understanding of what your operations are and how to improve them. Controlled information value. So again, we're not just talking about technology for the sake of technology. We don't want to have data just so we can look at data. We want to have data so that we can understand and change human behavior, right? Because that's ultimately what we're looking for. Sure, so innovation drives future value. I'll circle back to value, and I see that I'm starting to run out of time a little bit. But one of the things that agency owners don't understand is that the real value in their business is not the book of business, right? I'm sure if you've talked to agents, they look at the book of business and they want to sell it for 2x, right? 2x whatever my annual commissions. What that eliminates is the value of their business as a future operation and an ongoing concern. And if they start to understand that, then they might pay a little bit more attention. So when we talk about how to value that agency, first thing we got to throw a Supreme Court justice in there, right? Especially one that has won the Heisman. But what we look for is an informed decision on the value between a willing buyer and a willing seller. In this case, most often the willing seller doesn't know how to value their business. When they come into a private equity firm, we know how to value that thing, right? So first way that we look at it is the discounted cash flow, right? The key to this model is early cash flows and low risk. If you can improve your retention efforts, then your cash flows in the future have just increased, right? Pretty simple. And if you can have higher retention rates, you're beating Milliman, CSG, UHAS, or any other actuarial projections that are out there, then you've got lower risk, right? So the value of those policies increases, right? And here's just an example of how impactful those factors can be on the value, right? Fair market value. Here, this is your current agent's view of the world. I want to get 2x my commissions. That is the lowest value that they can possibly get on their agency, right? Those are asset sales. That's where they're in bankruptcy or they're in probate because they died and somebody's got to try and sell this agency, right? Lowest value, but yet that's what the market understands as agency owners what to look for. Last one is comparable model. I'm sure everybody's familiar with these names. If you're not familiar with what's been going on with them over the course of the last year, it's the same thing that goes on with you guys, right? Their valuations have dropped significantly, what they call LTV, which is their lifetime value, right? Guess what? Primary driver of their lifetime value is whether or not they're receiving future cash flows. Said differently, whether or not they're going to get commissions because their policyholder's stuck. right? If you read their SEC filings, every time their stock price drops, the number one thing, number two thing, number three thing they blame it on is churn rate, right? And then typically what they follow that up with is churn rate because we had outside call centers that we enrolled and they weren't under our processes. Great. You're a multi-billion-dollar company and you weren't concerned about your call center enrollment center's processes. Maybe your stock should drop. Lifetime value, that's what we just talked about, right? It's really, it should be driven by low retention, right? If it's not, then there's a problem. Here's some precedent transactions. I mean, for this crowd, this is less impactful to you, maybe for you and some of the folks that you know. But this gives you some indications of what the value of these agencies are in the market if you're trying to post them for sale, right? And again, it depends on a lot of different factors. Are you big? Are you small? Who's the buyer? Are they sophisticated or not? Or are they another agency owner? What have you done to your agency besides just sell policies? And that's the back half of the slide that we talked about. Are you an agency owner or are you a business operator? Last thing, again, for this crowd, it's less impactful. There's a lot of different ways to impact the value of a transaction just based on the transaction itself, right? Sell less of the company, have a payout period, or other impactful things that you can do. And then, in case you haven't figured it out, there's a lot of M&A activity in the Medicare broker space. Again, does that impact you all? Yes, it does, right? Those transactions, if you've been through M&A, one thing that I think we can all agree on is it's disruptive, right? To both people, to both companies that are involved in that transaction, right? Disruption in your agents and in your brokers is not good for carriers or anybody else, right? So trade winds are up, it's going to happen, and there we go. I think I'm done with time.
Time for a question or two, if there are any. Is that a hand back here? Okay.
Hey, good afternoon. Michael Gonzalez, Vice President of Sales with Mom's Meals. Wanted to ask a question about your perspective on if the value of a book of business would be similar or different if that book of business was brought on through a telesales channel versus a face-to-face close. So assuming all things are the same, let's say the book of business is whatever, 1,000 lives or 100 lives, is the way that that member came into the book different if you were comparing, 1,000 to 1,000?
Sure. Great question. Again, if you go back to the main driver of the value of any operation, it's current and future cash flows, right? And so when you look at the current and future cash flows, if you're trying to boil it down to a present value, which is of course what you'd want to be doing, you have to try and project what those future cash flows are going to be. Here's where your actuarial firms come in so that you can get that analysis. And the difference though, and the point that I would raise, is that we have yet to see a telesales agency where the actual persistency is higher than the persistency of a field or what we call a belly-to-belly agent, right, where you're face-to-face. It's just, I think some of that is just the nature of human contact, right? I think also the field agents often have less of a volume of policyholders that they're working with, but ultimately your persistency rates on field agents is on the whole higher. And so the answer is yes, there would be a different valuation just because one is beating the projections and the other is not.
Yes, sir. I just wanted to ask, in regards to your business model versus the traditional heap fund models, what would be the biggest difference between the two?
Sure.
What you guys do?
No, absolutely. So there's a couple of different points. A heaped commission model is really an advance in most situations, right? And so with an advance, what you wind up with is liability, right? Because if there's a cancellation, whoever gave you the heap is going to look for a prorated return, right? So on your books, it's more often than not a liability. that you have to pay back. That's a big difference. Another difference is the availability of the heaped model. Not every agency or broker can get a heaped model. And then the amount. Most of the heaped models that are out there will look at, usually it's enough to cover your cost of acquisition and not much more, and that's if you're lucky. The purchase price that we usually put onto a Medicare policy is usually significantly more than that, right? Part of what we base it on, we have in there what the LTV for the Publix is. That gives us a benchmark, a legitimate benchmark of what the actual value of the policies are. So
And ideally, are you guys looking to work with like retail distributors, or are you guys working with telesales agencies? What
we
do you
work
guys
with
prefer?
both.
Okay.
Yep, yep. Yeah, for our model, it's great for us to have less concentration risk, right? So if we work with nothing but telesales, then that creates a different risk model.
And
Nothing.
then the last question,
Yep.
just the call centers that you guys are working with, are you noticing them coming to you guys for the primary use of cash flow first?
Absolutely. They're
Okay.
begging for it.
Okay.
And it's impactful.
And what do you think the ratio is? Is it probably like a 75%?
Call centers?
Yeah.
I would say so, but a couple of different points in there. First, I think the field agent model has traditionally been more of the build your book model, so that's ingrained into their head a little bit more than the call centers. The need is a little bit less for them because field agents usually have a much lower CAC, right? Whereas the call centers, they're almost always going to have a higher CAC, just the nature of the business. So it's and of course the volume, right? Call centers can produce hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands of policies. Unless you're a really special field agent, you're not going to produce 10,000 policies in a year. And if you are, I'd really like to meet you.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you all.
.220 segment, not the 420, but the 220. All right. Creating a differentiated member experience, delivering a data-driven member journey that features personalized and innovative content. Archie Day, the Director of Experience of Insight of SCAN Health Plan. Archie leads the consumer experience and insights efforts for SCAN. In his current role, Archie leads the strategic planning, design, and implementation of innovatives and driver member satisfaction. Archie leads the consumer insights function, which uses qualitative and advanced analytic approaches to understanding users' unmet latest needs. There you go.
Folks, give me 1 minute to get that up.
Awesome. This goes perfect. Hi, good afternoon. My name is Archie Day. Last time I spoke, I actually got a promotion, so now I'm a senior director of consumer experience and insights. And with the senior director, my role has also changed a little bit in terms of addition. Like now I'm responsible for growth through the digital channels. So today I'm going to talk about two things, the prospect journey and the member journey. But before I kind of go there, I wanted to spend maybe like a 1 or 2 minute just to kind of hype you guys up because 2 to 3, you know, it's like the afternoon slump time. You know, like it's like the body knows that you're 12 hours, you're awake. Right before the sleep, it releases like the melatonin in your body, and your body feels like I'm gonna fall asleep. So what I'm gonna ask you guys is if you guys can stand up for a second. Simple thing. I'm gonna add 5 minutes to your life. Just take 3 deep breaths. That's all. No, we're gonna do it all together. We're gonna do it all together. I just want to make sure you guys are all ready. We're going to take 3 deep breaths and just clear out our minds so that we can focus on the presentation. All right? So we're going to do it. The one. Breathe through your belly. All right, please take a seat. Thank you so much. Awesome. So this is how your brain basically says, melatonin, stop. I need to focus on Archie's presentation. All right. So now we're going to talk through like a scenario. So we're going to think about all of us at like 65. So we're going to think that we are 65 years old. All of you guys are going to think. And obviously you're aging in, your body might feel 70, your body might feel 50, I don't know what stage you are in, but let's assume for a second you're all 65 years old. And you are signing up for Medicare. The question for you is, are you gonna sign through a broker, you're gonna sign through a telesales, or you're gonna sign online enroll? What are you gonna do? So with the raise of your hands, and no judgments, it's totally okay if you wanna pick any other things. With the raise of your hands, how many of you are going to sign up with a broker? Okay. How many of you are going to sign up calling a telesales person, like contact center? Okay, 2. The broker was at least like 7, 8. Okay, how many people are going to sign up online? All right. That's awesome. Thank you so much for entertaining, because the online person is I'm supposed to be more focused on the online. So thank you so much for entertaining. Does anybody wants to share like why they would want to go with the broker versus online? Any reasons there? Anybody wants to share? All right, please.
Usually the broker gives you different types of plans that you can enroll in.
Awesome. Thank you. Todd?
Brokers have connections with the carriers if things go bad.
Okay. And whoever picked online or telesales, does anybody wants to share why they picked online or telesales? Go, Mike. Oh, go ahead.
I just think there's a lot of questions, and if you're just doing it online, sometimes you're not getting your questions answered.
Okay. So you picked broker or telesales? Okay. Interesting. Michael?
I picked online, and I think that in today's day and age, I think that there's enough. We're all Googlers. I assume most of us are Googlers. So I think that folks are more inclined to do their own research and land on a plan that works for them and their position in life.
Awesome. So here is the interesting tidbit. So my background is a lot in like experience design and focus on like industrial design. So I obviously study people and why they do what they do. So one of the key things what we have realized kind of in the Medicare market is the sense of agency, and which is like people feel that they want to make their own decisions even when they depend on somebody, but they want to have the feeling of making own decisions. And so one of the thought processes, how do you kind of promote or elevate that agency which exists in every human being to a sense where they feel that they are making the right decision. Is just like whether it's a telesales or it's a brokers or it's online. But the real essence is, I think, what Todd said, which is the essence is like, hey, I am making the right decision, and who is helping me making the right decision, which means like you're answering questions and looking into different plans. But the whole point is the agency of I am making the right decision by doing a lot of like research or talking to the other people. That's going to be the agency side of the member or of the person. And so today's session is going to be really talking a little bit about that agency side and how do you build on top of it. This floor is creaking, so it's all good. Okay, so we're going to talk two things. We're going to talk about the prospect journey, and we're going to talk about the member onboarding journey. They are very related. As you know, the art is like how do you kind of transition to prospect to agency, kind of builds on the last presentation, which is all about retention. How do you keep them? So there's kind of three questions which kind of really matters when you're kind of thinking through your entire marketing and the sales efforts. Which kind of ties back to the agency concept, which is what are your pre-AEP efforts? And this is like super critical. I know a lot of you guys know, but the point is how is your budget versus pre-AEP versus AEP? How's your marketing mix? Where are you sending them in pre-AEP? And so the essence of this whole thing is that a pre-AEP, I think of priming the brain. And so if you want to like do a cold sale, like let's say an online sale or telesales, your pre-AEP is really, really important because that's when a lot of the research is happening. Either the member is doing or the prospect is doing the research, or their caregivers or their loved ones is doing the research. It's kind of like the exam prep. You don't want to do the exam prep right during the exam. So the key point is what are your pre-AEP efforts, and that's where like lies the beauty of what you're gonna get into AEP. The second one is a product differentiator, something basic, but the important piece about product differentiations and the third part, what message resonates with the older adults, is kind of the connecting point. So for example, last year we had an amazing product which was really, really well sold, and it was tied to a lot of like Part B rebates. Now, what we did was we connected the Part B rebate story to our key messaging story, which is around affordability and saving money. And so what we did was, whichever way you looked, whether it's the ad, whether it's the communication, is the broker training, the telesales training, it was all kind of connected to that one simple concept of it's retirement, you can save money, especially in the markets which we work with, which is California, Nevada, and Phoenix. So those kind of the two pieces, because one of the things which we tested is that if you have a lot of creatives and a lot of different communications and the messaging is not tied, you are gonna add to the confusion which the industry already faces. And so the thing which really matters in this whole piece of the prospect journey is how do you keep saying the same thing in better ways, in different ways, like in different channels. But it ties back to the same thing. So that's really the essence of it. It's a very simple thing, but to stay to it, it's the hard part, which is when you look at YouTube, when you look at social media, when you look at Google, when you look at paid media, display ads, the direct mail, everything ties back to that unifying message. So it's kind of like the way you think about it is, how do you test it? Well, you go and ask a broker at telesales, hey, what's that one thing we're trying to sell this year? If you get a straight answer from everybody, pretty much you solve the game. If you didn't get a straight answer, then you have some work to do. So let me kind of share with you some journeys which we kind of think about. Again, kind of going back to like every person is different, but the basic essence of being a human being is still the same. We have kind of still the same concept of agency, like Maslow's law of hierarchy, like very simple concepts, which is like, we all want validation, we all want recognition, we all want to be part of a bigger group. Those are kind of basic human needs. And so when you kind of think about like two journeys, one is the agent journey, and think of her like Kate, and Kate is kind of like what Michael was talking about, is the Googler, right? She wants to research everything, right? She wants to talk to her friend. She wants to talk to her neighbor. She wants to do the Google search. She's also looking at the direct mail. She is connecting the dots. That's what she's saying. She doesn't believe in anything. She wants to focus on herself and make sure that what she's looking for, it's the right for her. Right? It's the kind of, again, elevating the agency concept, which is like, hey, I am making the right decision. And how do I know I'm making the right decision? Because I'm the one who's researching it. And now I'm asking very specific questions, like my prescriptions are covered or whatever that is, through this agency. And so for a person like Kate, when we think about like marketing, is really understanding who Kate is, and then we kind of optimize whatever Kate sees to meet Kate's needs. That's really the essence of it. Now let's think about, how many of you think you are Kate? Okay, 3 hands, 4 hands. All right. The next one is Barbara. So let's think about Barbara, age 75. She's been in Medicare for some time, and Barbara's approach is a little bit different. Well, Kate is one of the person where she kind of researches all the different things, knows exactly what she wants because she has spent enough time figuring it out. Barbara, on the other hand, has like more acute needs, obviously, like prescriptions, doctors, all the good stuff. But Barbara's challenge is she doesn't feel confident in herself that she can make the right decision. Bless you. So what she does is she depends on other people to kind of give her opinions, and she might not be the person who goes and does extensive research, but again looks for a broker or a telesales agent to kind of help her navigate to a decision making. But the essence is, again, still Barbara needs to feel in control that she's making the decision. And all parts of the marketing and the prospect journeys and everything is making sure Barbara feels like that way. So as you can see, like Barbara's nuance is a little bit different, like it's a little bit more direct mail approach. It's connecting to somebody who she can trust with, and then connecting on that. So how does it look in terms of execution then? So as you kind of think about like Barbara's and the Kate. So one thing is obviously persona based, right? So based upon your prospects' leads, which you're getting, like how do you kind of differentiate between those leads to kind of say, okay, they look like Kate, they look like Barbara. The other thing is executing on your kind of marketing strategy. So one of the things which we, again, picking a theme, and as you can see, a lot of our social and the banner ads was really around saving money. And what we wanted to do is different imagery for the agents versus the Barbaras. Because whether we like it or not, the agent people don't like to be called old. Well, nobody likes to be called old. But the agent people don't want to associate themselves with an imagery of an older adult. Versus like Barbara doesn't want to be associated with the super young adult. Like Barbara hates seeing videos of advertisements of a really healthy adult running across the streets and jumping jacks and spinning. That's not her. So the key point on this piece is that you have to understand the imagery which should tie to your personas. And so if you are treating all your leads as the same leads, like the lead nurturing, then you're missing the point, because everybody has a different journey, and the high level segmentation is really based upon the personas, and you take a guess and you refine the personas. So that's kind of the banner and the ads, and the same thing which we did with the ethnic population, right? So obviously with the Korean population, the Chinese population, the Vietnamese population, the trick was how do we communicate to those populations through like Facebook dynamic language, through multi-ethnic like advertisement, really targeted again at the Korean and the Chinese population. And again, the challenge was when we sold them or when we connected them or when they called us, we connected them to the Korean-speaking telesalesperson or the Korean-speaking broker or the right person. But it was very important to kind of deliver or explain things in their language. So it kind of, again, the same messaging, different imagery, different people kind of delivering the experience so that when they kind of come to scan, they feel that they know us. And as you know, like the ethnic population, like the Korean, the Chinese, like they tend to more enroll through the brokers because they obviously have build that trust and the connection. So the same concept is like, how do you build that lead generation outside of brokers through the telesales and the online piece? So that's kind of the prospect world. Obviously, there's a lot of nuances to it, but the key summary is really picking that theme, picking that agency concept, understanding what really matters to them, because the most important thing older adults talk about is retirement when they're getting close to 65, and really telling that story through the marketing and the campaigns. So now I'm going to switch gears to the onboarding. So like now you brought them, how are you going to keep them? And as you know, broker retention is the highest. Everybody knows that. EMO retention is the worst. I think everybody knows that too. And then somewhere in the between is the telesales and the online and those. And we also know that if you are with a plan for 3 years, you are more likely to stay with the plan. So whatever you do, plead, beg, borrow, whatever you do, just keep them for 3 years. You're more likely to keep them. So the member personalized onboarding journey. So what I'm going to share with you is like what's our kind of story of keeping them. It's very simple. What we call is like, hey, when you have a new employee and you're trying to retain that new employee, what you don't do is just do a new member onboarding or the new member orientation and don't talk to the new employee again, right? what you do is constant touch base. That's really the thing. That's how we work, right? That's how humans work, right? Like, I'm pretty sure one of you like is very close to your family. What's the secret sauce? It's not like the gift which you send. It's all about touch. Hey, how's it going when things are bad, especially, right? That's really it is. There's nothing more to that. So what we do is few things. Well, one is the coordinated piece, which is, again, everybody says the same thing, which is whether the member talks to the telesales person, the member talks to our member services, the member talks to our healthcare services, they all have the same talking points, which are very, very targeted towards new member pain points, which are essentially like the basic fundamentals are pretty much the same, which is how do I make sure I get to the doctor, how do I make sure my medications are covered, how is my continuity of care needs. Then the multi-channel. Multi-channel is just making sure everywhere they kind of go, they have that feedback, whether it's the email channel or it's the mail or it's the phone call, whatever that is. It's all geared towards 3 or 4 key themes. This is also kind of, so we have a concept of welcome kit. We kind of send it to our members, which also highlights, again, the same key points. Because as you know, in today's age, the most important thing which you have is time and attention. That's really what it is. Attention, energy, that's all kind of synonymous. And so the whole point is when you have time and attention, you want to tell only one thing, and that's kind of what we really focus on across all our channels and everything. And then the last thing is the personalized and the culturally appropriate. And this is what, like, when we get, like, say, Kaiser members, we have very Kaiser-specific messaging. If we have members for a very specific product, we have those product-specific messaging. If we have the ethnic community kind of joining, we have very ethnic-specific benefits conversation. And so as you can see, you have the whole big group of new members kind of coming in, but as we kind of onboard them, there's like a few set of things which we do. This is a super important piece because this kind of ties that to our kind of like what we tell the new member, which is expectations, which is understanding members' expectations will help us manage expectations at the point of service. So this is where we really, really work on. I don't know if you guys, like, I'm pretty sure you guys have gone to Starbucks and you have ordered coffee. And I'm pretty sure you have gone through the phase where you said, hey, I wanted a large coffee. And it's like, oh, you mean venti. And so what they're doing is they're priming your brain. So next time when you do, you come up and say venti. And so why do they do that, right? The point what they do that is they are priming your brain to kind of really speak the Starbucks language, so it creates a differentiation. Because you can't go to like, let's say, I don't know, like Drips Coffee or Phil's Coffee and say, hey, I want a venti. It doesn't allow, right? So it creates that, like the head segmentation that, oh, I'm in Starbucks and I want a venti. And so the same concept applies out here, which the thought process is that we know what members are expecting in terms of doctor's visit, in terms of lab test results and accessing care. What they don't know, well, they know because they've kind of gone through the process, but the key piece which we try to do is setting expectations like, hey, how long it will take, how do you access care? So kind of addressing either confirming their expectations or resetting their expectations. That's really the two things which we do, which is, again, integrated back into the coordinated calls, the communications, the emails, the welcome kits, and all that stuff. It's all about setting those expectations. So how do we put it all together? Which is where the secret sauce lies, right? Like it has to be like, as if like it was just like the Netflix series, right? One after the other. So you can just experience it. And so that's how we kind of put it all together, which is what I call the radio silence period right before the 1/1 effective date, where you enroll, but then nobody called you and you're like waiting on 1/1, like, hey, what's going to happen? And we call it the radio silence period, and that's the period which we really want to make sure, because a friend in need is a friend indeed, and that's when you want to make sure you reach out to them and make sure you address the need. And so what we do is we do the welcome kit, ID card, we do the welcome email, and we make sure the member logs on to the portal. We create the portal account. They have very specific web pages to their product, like the things they bought into it. It's like going on a cruise and knowing exactly what you're going to get before you onboard the cruise. And then once like the 1/1 kind of comes, you get the welcome calls, and we are moving the welcome calls ahead. So this way we can capture a lot more information and also potentially do the health risk assessment, because obviously enrollment form is a limited space and you can't collect all the information. But the key point is you don't need to at the very first time, because that time you're just trying to close the sale. But there is a lot of that time of radio silence period. And then we address kind of the continuity of care pieces, and then we complete the let's get started module. And so that's very important, which is like kind of like an onboarding checklist, you know, like, hey, once you're here, kind of tying back to our expectations discussion, is like, hey, once you're here, you are going to be focusing on this thing. Make sure you chose the right PCP. Make sure you have the right provider group. Make sure you have this. So like a quick checklist, and we kind of provide like a reminder like how effective you're in completing the checklist. And then what we do is, I don't know how many of you know, but SCAN has this amazing program where we call the Senior Advocate Program, where we have some of our members actually work with SCAN as peer advocates, and they do the outreach. So it's a lot more easier communicating to the members when you're at their age and can relate to it, versus when you are not at their age and you can't relate to them. That's a very simple strategy, but works like wonders when an older adult calls another older adult and says, hey, how's it going? How's the back pain? And that's how the conversation starts. So anyway, so the point being is that the onboarding experience, once kind of the pre-effective or like post-effective, like after 1/1, it's really those 30, 60, 90-day touches to make sure everything is good. And then everything else, kind of like the predictive modeling, really kind of figures out after 90 days who is likely to disenroll, and we just pick and target those specific individuals in addition to like just our normal strategies to really target the message to them so that they don't leave. And as I was kind of talking with Rex, like it always boils down to like provide a network. That's where it all boils down to most of the time. And so part of the time they will say, hey, I'm happy with the health plan. It's just I'm not happy with the doctor or whatever that is. And part of it is like bringing the challenge and kind of working with the provider groups to kind of make sure they retain. So that's kind of the end of the presentation. So just kind of quickly summarizing, like the prospect journey is really understanding those personas and making sure you pick one key theme and you execute that theme, which ties to your product differentiation, ties to your messaging, ties to your omni-channel methodology, and you kind of bring them in. But this way you will prioritize who to target. And once you brought them in, then the same concept applies, but now you're just segmenting the entire new member population and just targeting the same messaging, but in a nuanced way to each of those segments. And that's it. Like, what do you mean? Like, how do they discuss PHI in that call?
Is there a concern in giving the senior advocate information on the member that they're outreaching to? Your example was, how's your knee?
I see.
Some would consider that, PII or PHI.
Yeah. So the peer advocates are basically like SCAN employees. So they have the same access just as a call center agent has it. So they're just like the same as the call center agent, is just they are also happens to be our members too. And so they have the same access just a typical healthcare services agent or a call center agent has that, the similar access. Thank you.
Thank you. Regarding your Part B rebate, was this recent AEP the first time you'd offer that? And do you have any information on like how that impacted member experience?
Definitely, yes. So the Part B rebate, yes, last year was the first time we offered it. And in terms of impact on the member experience, the members love it. Now it's the matter of like sustaining it and keeping the members. So that's kind of the kind of the essence of the story is. but we do know it's a big driver of growth, but we also know like how does like OTC versus other things kind of fare against it. So there is like mixed feelings in terms of it, because obviously the industry has kind of transformed around it too, like who offers Part B rebate, what's the right amount of rebate. So there's obviously a little bit more to that, but overall very promising. Sustainability and keeping the member is kind of like the key areas. Thank you.
Hey, quick question. So I love the use of the multi-channel and engaging. There's a lot of studies, or there's a line of thought that once someone engages within a certain channel, that's their preferred channel, and you should stick with that channel and the engagement that follows. So do you guys follow that, or is it just sort of like, is that like version 2? Or I'd love to get some insight in what your thoughts are on that.
Yeah. Great question. So we kind of follow the same principle, which is, or based upon our research and everything which we have done around like ethnography and all that stuff. The rule of the concept is that so you're right, which is if they have a preferred channel, let's say email, text, or whatever the thing, they do stick to it. But when in need, that's where the thing is. So when they need an urgent care in the middle of the night, when they need like an issue which happened in like the weekend, then they do not want to connect with the email. Then they want a person to call. So the real question is understanding context, which is what makes us all tick together, right? So the context for this conference versus members, it's all about the context, like the way they're going through. And so what we really focus on is, obviously we have preferences and all that. So we calculate preference, like we figure out like meet the member where they are. But the members, what they love about our brand is that they can talk to somebody when they pick up the phone call. That's what they love. And so hard part for us is how do we optimize it, because obviously talking to a member is always harder. And that's where the senior advocates really plays into that strategy, because it helps us get a more cost optimized model. But what we've always tried to, from a brand perspective, is making sure if the member calls, we pick up the phone call. So that's why we don't do a lot of IVRs. So it's part of like the brand and how we kind of position things.
Okay, thank you so much.
It's our Venti strategy.
Thank you.
All right, thank you guys.
Nice job. I hadn't seen Archie in a while, so it's good to see you. 250 segment, how conversational SMS, text messages, does that still stand for text messaging, or did they change that? I guess they kept it the same. Everybody's going, what is that anyway? All right. Seniors to take action. So I'm a big component of texting them. Before we say this, I will say I gave a presentation. I had about 30 people in a room. They were all Medicare members. Some were our members, some were not. But I asked them, how many, you try to call them on the phone for various reasons, medication adherence or whatever it may be, and they just simply won't answer the phone. They said, we can't answer the phone anymore. We get so many calls every day. And I asked them, I said, well, how many of you would rather just by text message, we just text you what they need? Every hand in the room was, don't call me, just text me, and I'll call you back if I need it. So hopefully this can give some good. So our speakers are going to be Paul Spiegler and Talia Duaney. Did I say that right? Yes, close enough. Well, there you go. All right. You know who I'm talking about. Please come forward. It's your turn. All right.
Hey, folks. Want to introduce you folks to Talia Duaney. So you got it close. It was close. It was close enough, right? Wanted to, we're standing between you and break, so I want to make sure that this is something you're really going to remember and fully engaged. So, if you need to stretch out a little bit, do what you need to do. This is going to be pretty meaningful. This is going to be an actual case study with real data. So hopefully you're going to get something out of it that's evidence-based. Talia comes, let me just read you a little bit about her. 17 years of managed care experience. And during most of her time, she served in various roles in managing members in standalone prescription drug plans. She's been in the space in various departments, which is pretty relevant to us and what we're doing here with conversational texting. She's been in compliance, so that's pretty important. Strategy, operations, retention, sales, and marketing, just touched about everything along those 17-year span. And in her current role at WellCare/Centene, she manages 4 million prescription drug lives out there and serves as a leader within the PDP market. She's a Juris Doctor from the University of Denver, good hockey school, bachelor's degree. What's that? Yeah, that's it. There you go. Bachelor's degree from the University of Florida. She loves traveling, snowboarding, has 2 great young kids, and loves to go on her adventures with her RV.
Yes, yes, yes.
So welcome, Talia.
Thank you.
I'm going to ask you a few questions. I got these questions from all over the country. No, I'm just kidding. But if you could tell us a little bit about your role at Centene and some of the objectives of your department to start us off.
Sure. So as Paul stated earlier, I've actually been with WellCare for a majority of those 17 years. I was there for about 8, left, pursued other opportunities, came back more recently in 2018. So it's been great watching. Yeah, I mean, I was there in 2005, so we launched in 2006. And so seeing this product in its infancy grow to 4.1 million members has been, I mean, I can't even really put it into words how exciting it's been. Obviously, a lot of challenges through that time. But today, and we're a matrix environment, so we work with various internal stakeholders. When you think about marketing and enrollments and billing, our core team is small, but we're interacting with those stakeholders. So when you think about what are the priorities within, and there's about 5 of us, which is insane when you think about managing 4 million members, but there's about 5 of us, and really our focus is on optimizing operational execution, member centricity, making sure that it's a positive member experience. When you've got 4 million members in an industry that's shrinking by the year, in fact, this year we saw the biggest declination in available PDP options, everyone's moving into MA. So really that focus on member retention and having a robust member retention strategy. And we look at it as non-AEP and then AEP strategy, and it does vary just depending on the time of year. So really the focus right now is on that member retention, particularly in light of we've had contract consolidations recently. We acquired Aetna's book of business, so really wanting to make sure that we kept our core group of members. That 3-year magic rule is exactly what we've seen. We have members that shop every year. We have members who enrolled in 2006 and are still with us, which is insane. So it's been an interesting ride, to say the least.
Yes, it has. So obviously a big part of your team was to retain PDP members.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe you could start us off just by talking a little bit about what your previous outreach program looked like. What was the baseline here, and how it was performing.
Yeah, so specific with DRIPs, the use case that we settled on, and there were many. I mean, we think about what are those mid-year involuntary disenrollments that we typically see, and that's where we wanted to focus. So it came down to, we had non-payment of premium, or FTP, failure to pay, USA, which is out of service area members. That's really where we see the largest pockets of membership decrease through the plan year. We really wanted to focus on failure to pay because this really was the more abrasive of the two. So at WellCare, we have a 90-day grace period. You've got 3 months to pay, your monthly premium. If you do not, then unfortunately you're termed for non-payment of premium. So it's a pretty abrupt, abrasive process for a member to undergo. Prior to DRIPs, we were really reliant on the exhibit letters that CMS requires, so they're template letters. They're not member friendly. They're ambiguous. They're confusing. But it was the exhibits that went out throughout the course of the 90 days, and then also automated calls. We realized we were having problems for quite some time, but that became a bigger issue for us as we touched upon COVID. We've got USPS delays, so members are getting letters late. By the time they take action, 30 days has gone by or 60 days have gone by. So it really just created this bad member experience. And we heard about it. We heard loud and clear from members, this situation sucks. I now don't have coverage, and I can't get coverage until AEP. I don't have any special elections available. So all in all, it's just not a good experience. But we were so reliant on the tried and true mail. I mean, direct mail for us has really been our sole communication channel. And this goes back, so pre-Aetna, we had about 1.2, 1.3 million members. 70% of them were low-income subsidy, so non-billable members. So it wasn't as critical because we didn't have many billable members. This wasn't as much of an issue. Post-Aetna, now you've got 4 million members, the majority of which, so now we did a complete switch, 70% non-low income, and all of a sudden we had about 3 million billable members. And so that's when we started to hear the phone calls, and we started getting Facebook comments, and it was bad. So we knew we had to do something, but we hadn't yet ventured into any digital communication. I mean, talk about being behind the times. The rest of Centene WellCare, so when I talk, this is specific to our standalone prescription drug business. The other side of the house, they had engaged in digital communications. We just hadn't carried that forward to the PDP side. We knew we wanted to, we just didn't know how to approach it. When you think about that many members, it's not a one-size-fits-all. We knew we had to segment. We knew that some seniors would be more engaged than others, and we just were so overwhelmed with the concept, but knew we had to take action. So, having conversations with DRIPS, we were able to narrow down kind of where does it make sense to dip our toe into digital conversation. So. That's where we started. A lot of reliance, again, on antiquated means of communication, which they serve a purpose. I mean, when it comes to billing, we found that people do like to see things on paper. But then there's a whole another segment, probably the majority of which want something more real time. They want to be able to take action immediately. They don't want to fall into a situation where they're having to make a call to get more coverage or trying to decipher what an exhibit letter, which they don't read well, what that means. So it was a process that we knew we needed to revisit and figure out what changes we could make to make that a better experience for our members. So.
Yeah, cool. I mean, let's get to the really hard question first, before getting into the AI conversational texting piece. What kind of challenges did you have from a compliance perspective to get it off the ground? I mean, everybody wants to know, can I really do this?
Yeah, so good question. We had several conversations with both our privacy team and in compliance. So at the time, we were acquired by Centene. So we've got this gigantic acquisition going on. We're trying to figure out, okay, do we go to WellCare legal? Do we go to Centene legal? So there was a lot of complexities that wouldn't normally exist, but it was really trying to get an understanding of what we're allowed to say and not say in an SMS. And unfortunately, or fortunately, how you look at it, because our use case centered upon collections, so you have a bill that's due on the 20th, we're texting members within 5 days after a missed payment. It is a collection effort. Because of that, there's so many nuances between states in terms of regulations on how you can go about collecting payments. So our privacy team was very cautious in terms of what we can say and not say, and DRIPS as well. I mean, DRIPS very much was the ones who took the lead to inform us what we can and can't say, depending on the state. So we had to bring up our messaging about 2 layers up. And by that I mean, we couldn't send a text that said, Ms. Dewani, you missed your payment last month. Please remit your payment so you can avoid, terming from the plan. We couldn't say that. So it's like, well, how do you deliver this message in a way that you're conveying something that requires immediate action, but without saying that you need to take immediate action? So DRIPS came up with the first iteration of scripting. We presented that to our privacy and compliance team. The first iteration, it needed work. We didn't feel like it delivered what we were trying to say. And so we had several different iterations of that where, DRIPS took a hand and then we came in and said, okay, what about this recommendation? So we finally got it to a spot where we felt like it was more authentic, more human-like. We wanted it to come across as if WellCare was interacting with a member. So we didn't want it to be a situation where members thought it was a machine. We wanted it, and because you've got that conversational aspect, it's a lot of back and forth, so engaging. But from the privacy perspective, it really was ensuring that it was specific enough, but without being too specific where we're now encroaching upon some of these state regulations. So instead of saying, Mrs. Dwani, you missed a payment, it's Mrs. Dwani, hi, this is Jen, our beloved AI Jen. This is Jen from WellCare. There's an issue with your account. Can you please call us, and I'll get into kind of how we split the campaign, so you can get your payment in and avoid, termination. So it wasn't any huge hurdles. As an enterprise, we do rely on implied consent, which was big for us. So if you enroll in our plan, you're agreeing to let us, email and text. So we did not have to get, a formal written or oral opt-in. So it was essentially, billable member, you missed a payment, then you were entered into the campaign. So we overcame the hurdles, and, it wasn't too bad. It wasn't too bad from a compliance perspective.
I like the way you did the personalization in the messages.
Yes.
Because, you got to build that trust if you can't sound robotic.
And something even like, and this is what stuck out to me. So when you're looking at the scripting, and what's great about Drips is the optimizations. We did a lot of A/B testing. So it's, do seniors engage more if you say hi versus hello versus hey? What about if I call you Mrs. Dwani versus hi Talia? There's a difference. This demographic is different. What you say to folks in the automobile industry might in fact be different than Medicare seniors, Medicare prospects and members. So it was really making sure we understood the audience. And because this was new, we had no idea how it was going to perform. We didn't know. We had only relied on direct mail up until this point. So we didn't know if it would be a huge success and members would be more engaged because they're more comfortable, discussing things or engaging in this way, or if people, because it is billing, and often, seniors want someone on the other end of the phone, particularly if they're making a payment. We were blown away, absolutely blown away, and I'm probably jumping ahead, but so blown away with the results, and we just, the engagement, the calls, the just accolades from members who actually said, thank you so much, this is real time, I can take immediate action, versus waiting for this letter that may or may not come in the mail. So it's been a huge success.
Right. Well, let's back up a step.
Okay.
Because we got to set it up, right? So
we'll set it up.
We got to set it up. So you got all the approvals, right?
All the approvals.
All the approvals. So we're good. So at that point, so you know the capabilities at this point. Mm-hmm. So talk about how you utilized it with your current member base, and how you went about testing it.
Yes. So again, we focused on the use case being non-payment of premium, and we really broke this use case up into two separate campaigns. So when you think about the 3 million billable members, in any given month there could be 100,000 non-payers in total. Clearly, we don't have mobile numbers for all of those. In fact, out of mobile numbers versus, they're about the same. I mean, it's not good. I think this is where we could probably increase and get better results just by having better contact information. I mean, we're limited by what we have. But so we split up into two campaigns. Members who are registered for our portal, the message will come in, the SMS will come in, and it'll actually drive the member to the portal. It'll include a link, so super easy. I mean, we're making this as easy as possible. Click the link, it brings them to the landing page, they enter their credentials, they can make a one-time payment, they can sign up for auto pay, recurring payments. And if they're a non-portal registrant, then the message will recommend that they speak to a customer service agent. But it doesn't stop there. They actually schedule a call. So they'll actually say, when is a good time to call? And so it's convenient for a member. It's on their terms. They're in control. They don't have to sit on hold. They're not having to navigate, customer service. So really this experience, and I think this is why the engagement was so high, the experience was better. So we started in August after a longer than expected kind of onboarding process. We knew we were very close to AEP, so we figured this would be something that we could probably, roll out into production and would have to probably throttle throughout AEP because of calls, without knowing, what kind of call rate we would be getting. It was so successful that they crippled our call center. So again, when you think about that many calls coming in, unexpected calls, because we just didn't plan probably the best we could. We were quickly on the phone with Drips, like, guys, we have to scale back. Like, we're getting so many calls from people paying, so it's a great problem.
Right.
But certainly something in hindsight, we probably should have planned a little bit better. As time went on, obviously through AEP, we had to pull back even more because of just the natural, the time of year and the natural increase in calls. And then we were able to, ramp back up at the beginning of the year. So we've seen some ebbs and flows, primarily because of the throttling and what we were able to push out. But
Yeah.
it's been good.
So I mean, when you think about seniors, a lot of people are thinking, okay, well, seniors don't text. What can you tell us a little bit about what surprised you most about the digital behavior from seniors?
The overall engagement. I was not thinking, and I think about, my parents are, 65 and 66, so new to Medicare. They've always had smartphones. They've had them, 05 when the first iPhone came out. They've always had smartphones. They actually prefer to use the phone as opposed to, calling customer service. But they're also the younger end of the boomers aging in. So you've got your 80 and 90-year-olds who are not familiar with using a phone. Their preference is to call a call center, particularly with billing. Billing is one of those nuances where a lot of people feel more comfortable. They don't like giving credit card information or checking account information online, so they prefer it that way. For others, they pay all of their bills online, so it's not, they don't even give it a second thought. So it's like, why do I have to stop and write a check or get on a phone call or do all these extra steps when I could just do it through a seamless, connection via an SMS? So it was a really good chance for us to take a step back and make a fundamental change to the way that we communicate with our members and overcoming kind of that, are people going to react, or how are people going to react, or are people going to engage? Really, we just made assumptions. So we were pleasantly surprised, and it's really changed our whole strategic outlook on how we communicate. With 4 million members, we do have to stratify and segment the population because it's definitely not a one-size-fits-all. But at this point, as far as the strategy that goes into it, we're really at the infancy stage, I look at. When I look at, kind of what are those things that we can change on a go-forward basis to make our results even better, it is continuing, to make it more authentic, more personalized. We did get some feedback, probably the only negative feedback we received. This population is the population that's targeted for scams. In an era where texts are coming in fast and furious from all over the place, how do you discern between a non-scammy text and a scammy text? They all look scammy. So particularly when WellCare has never sent something out in this channel, so it was even more of a red flag, like, what's going on? I've missed payments before and I've never received a text. So again, because we were only limited in what we could say in the scripting, we couldn't articulate what we needed from a member in a different way. So we did get quite a few calls, particularly in the first few months, from members saying, who's Jen? Why am I receiving a text from WellCare? What's going on? So in order to combat that, we are going to be releasing here soon billing reminders via text. So this will go out to the full universe of billable members. And this is just saying, Mrs. Dwani, don't forget, your Part D premium is due on the 20th of the month. We don't want you to lose coverage, something to that extent. That way, if I do miss my payment the next month, and it says you have an issue with your account, and I don't know what that means, they'll have a texting trail. So they'll say, well, Jen from WellCare did send me a reminder a month ago about making my premium payment, and now I'm getting this text about having an issue with my accounts. It's probably because I missed a payment. So it's really going to make that more seamless and really mitigate the volume of calls that we're getting from the context of, is this a real text from WellCare? So certainly some improvements. I look at it as like DRIPS FTP 2.0. But I mean, we're ecstatic where we're at, so this is just to like hit it out of the park at this point.
Yeah, I think some of that scammy text is also because the carriers, meaning the AT&Ts and Verizons of the world, limit you to 160 characters. So it's a real art form to try and turn that into something that looks genuine and real and trusting. So that's part of the art that we continue to optimize. Yeah.
The beauty, though, is the fact that it is conversational. So I think there is a huge difference between a text blast, where it's one message, there's no engagement, versus something where there's someone, Jen, in this situation, on the other end, at least from their perspective, that's actually communicating with them. I think that in and of itself builds so much trust, as opposed to, just again, 160 character count, one message, no call to action, no real engagement, and you don't know how to study that. I don't know if a member, I'll know through an open whether they've read it, but I don't know if they took action. I can't really connect the dots. So the conversational aspect, I think, is what really separates Drips out from what we're able to. I mean, we're able to internally send a text, but it's certainly not this sophisticated, and we're not getting not even close to the engagement that we've, been getting with this particular use case.
Yeah, and I mean, you talked a little bit about, missed payment and getting people on the portal to pay. Sometimes people are not comfortable on the portal, so they call in. But when people are calling in, they're kind of uncovering some other barriers that you didn't even know about and saving more people. Maybe you could talk a little bit about some of those barriers you hear about.
Really good point. So often members, billing's big, right? Because the end result of that is you could lose coverage. But there are a lot of things that go on throughout the plan year. Some members are obviously very vocal and they don't hesitate to pick up the phone and call about an issue or complaint, or, typically that's what we get. We're not really getting members calling, giving us accolades. But when they're calling in for the premium payment, if they're a call to drive to call, it is interesting because when the member's on the phone, and whether it's, the call center agent initiated or the member initiated, other things are coming up in that conversation that perhaps the member would normally not call about. So it's like, while I have you on the phone, can we see that we don't have an email address for you? Or, is this your current residence? Or, you filed a CTM last month, was your issue resolved? So we're really able to give a more holistic kind of response to a member and help them, beyond just non-payment of premium. So we have seen many instances, and we've actually received, some feedback from our call center where other things are coming up in the course of that conversation, which is a positive, right? Because we're often able to knock out a couple issues on one phone call, as opposed to like it festering and a member, 3 months down the road, their issue hasn't been resolved. They don't want to call customer service because it sucks, and what do I do now? So we've really seen a lot of improvements in terms of just, again, that overall experience above and beyond, whether they missed a payment or never heard a response from their, appeal, for example.
Yeah, it creates a higher quality member engagement because now that they're calling in on their time versus you calling them on your time.
Oh, the mood's totally different. It's a completely different, when it's they've initiated the conversation, as opposed to, you have not paid your premium, you're going to be termed in 60 days or 30 days or wherever they are in the course of the non-payment process.
It's a more relaxed environment.
Yes.
Can you advance the slides? I think there's a clicker right there.
Oh.
And maybe we could talk a little bit about the results, if you can find that thing. Keep going. There you go. Talk a little bit about, this is what everybody's been waiting for. How the heck did these guys do? So can you talk a little bit about how the termination
so
changed?
on the graph, you'll see we started, as I mentioned, we launched in August. You'll see the blue is the process before Drips. So that is not before Drips, that's the control group. So the billable members who did not have a mobile phone number acted as our control group. We obviously couldn't text them. They are drive to call, but there's still a host of what we think to be mobile numbers, which in fact Drips scrubbed, they gave back to us and said these are landlines. So that's a whole another issue that we're contending with. But so you'll see it started in August. We have data up until January. We don't have anything beyond January because we actually measure it within a 3-month or 90-day cycle for terms. we look at it month to month, we look at those results, but really we're wanting to compare what was the term rate in March, and that's the first 90 days starting from the beginning of the coverage year, and then what would that be, April, May, the end of June, we'll have another set of data. But as you can see, I mean, it's a slam dunk. You can, in November, December, you can see we had a pullback, even October, and that was when we crippled the call center. And then we've able to ramp back up. And then I believe it was either February or March, where we had the highest engagement that we've had since we've launched, which was interesting. You know, a lot of new members in the mix, and perhaps that's some of it. Or now people are more comfortable with Jen. They know who she is. They've probably been in and out of the non-payment cycle a few times, so they're more willing to engage. But the numbers have just kept increasing, so we're really encouraged by that. And that's where we're now honing in on, you know, slight script modifications, where we're changing individual words to see if that drives more engagement. The billing reminders, which will help on like the scamminess factor of it, or at least for some people, they perceive it to be scammy. Yeah, I mean, this is just the beginning. We've got several different use cases that we've been discussing. This kind of served as our pilot, so we can see and take those learnings and advance those towards other campaigns.
Yeah, that was where I was going to go next, is you know, how you can see it being used potentially in the Medicare enrollment space.
Oh, I mean, huge. And we're actually looking at this internally today. So when you think about a typical AEP period and just the inundation that, you know, of every plan sending information, I mean, the member material. I remember a member came in, this was about 10 years ago, and she had a bag. She looked up, because we don't have like a walk-in center, so they actually showed up at corporate on, you know, the front door. They called me down. They're like, "There's a PDP member here." Actually, she was MAPD member, and she carried this bag with her. I mean, it was massive, and it was all the material that she had gotten from all the competitors during AEP. And she was sobbing. She's like, "I don't even know what to do. Like, I can't even get through this. It's too much information." It's confusing. I don't have family. It was just like a sad moment. And when one that you realize, like, oh my God, they get so much, and it's confusing for us. I cannot imagine, you know, for a Medicare, like, how do you even figure out what you need to do immediately? What's the difference between, you know, I'm on these medications, what do I do? So when you think about all of the predatory messaging, the inability to just read through that amount of information, it's too much. So I think this will really cut down, because again, it's members that are generating the interest and saying, like, listen, I am interested in WellCare, I'm interested in Humana, Aetna, whatever it is. I want more information. So I think it's gonna be a better experience for them. Excuse me.
That's great. Take a drink. Got a little water. We've got time for a minute, maybe, for some questions, potentially?
Yes.
Yeah? Anybody have any questions for Talia?
Oh, boy. Okay. Oh, Billy's got it. Thank you.
All right, you talked a little bit in the beginning about the whole, how you got around the opt-in or the opt-out issue. Can you just share a little bit more about how you were able to do that?
Yeah, so we rely on implied consent. Again, this is not marketing, so this is, you know, the course of normal operations with the plan. So because of that, and again, definitely a separate set of rules for any marketing instances, but because of that, we relied on implied consent. So when a member enrolls in our plan, we actually have language on the enrollment form that says that you are giving us permission. And I don't know if it specifically says text and email, or if it just says to reach out to you digitally. I'd have to go back and check. But all of the attorneys on both the WellCare and the Centene side agreed that we could rely on implied consent in order to push this use case through. Now, I don't know if we revisit them on other use cases, what that's gonna look like, but for this specific one, we were told that we could rely on implied consent.
So that's what I was going to say. So if you have an existing member, once they enrolled, if you wanted to do a new member welcome text or just reminders, because they've given you that consent on the application,
It covers.
Your compliance and legal said you wouldn't have to go through another consent opt-in and opt-out.
Exactly. Now, we do have an opt-out. We do have to have an opt-out.
Right.
So a member can say, stop, no more, get away from me. I mean, whatever they want to say, and you will be removed from the campaign. So that was, we definitely had to include language to that extent, but in terms of an actual opt-in, it was implied consent.
Sorry, we do have
Yeah.
to go to break. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, we have some sweet and salty goodies in the room, as well as some sodas, and we'll see you at 3:50 for the panel.
right? I think we were supposed to originally, no.
Yeah, there you go.
Make sure this doesn't do anything stupid while we're. Yeah, I just turned mine off.
Yeah, I just made sure mine was silenced.
All those forms of communication. I can't even use a vibrator on my phone. Send me that on Teams or Outlook? Is that an email or a text? My mom, I can squeeze in here. I gotta use this WhatsApp. AOL instant messenger? Is that still around? No, Facebook Messenger. Half the time my mom. Remember that AIM? AIM, yeah. That little man, the yellow man. Yeah. Half the time my mom doesn't even remember what she sent it on. Like, I don't know, did I send you something? Yeah. Let's see. Yes, you did. Remember that movie, Back to School? Yeah. Why don't you call me when you're in class? Yeah, I love that.
Oh, yeah, I read that line all the time.
When he, the way he got people out of class, he was trying to register and there was too many people. He had them sit outside the limo and say, the boss is here. Yeah. We need like the opposite. They'll all come this way. Okay. Wait a minute, I take that personal. You resemble that one. I resemble that one. Why are we here again?
Yeah, what is this about? How many OEPs have we had now since it came back? Was this the most recent? Was number 3?
That's a good
I think we just completed our third.
Thank you.
I'm pretty sure it was the third.
Sure.
Everybody's enjoying that pretzel.
Yeah.
Should we put the refreshments in here? Yeah.
Yeah, right, that would have done it.
Open bar.
This has been an action-packed day of agenda. I mean, it's like,
Yeah.
I know.
Informative though.
Yeah,
All
very,
worthwhile.
yeah, definitely. A lot.
We were talking about that before, right? Really informative stuff.
Yeah, and the questions were thoughtful, ongoing, kind of like, people were really.
There's a lot happening
engaged.
in the space,
Yes.
right? That you need to be mindful of, right? It's a lot of moving parts.
It's an intimate environment enough that people feel comfortable to ask too. You know, it's not a huge intimidating environment.
And we're all trying to figure it out together.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
How long is our whole, say, 350?
40 minutes?
30 minutes.
30 minutes?
30 minutes.
I promise I won't take all the time.
Okay, I could just start yakking. Hi, everybody, good afternoon. I hope you're all somewhat caffeinated and rejuvenated after the awesome pretzel, buttery pretzel. That's what I went with. I don't know about you. The ice cream was tempting. So, we are here today for the panel discussion, member retention during OEP and year-round, creating data-driven, highly engaging content and member experiences that promote health equity addresses social determinants of health and meet members where they are. So as that title implies, we have a lot of things to talk about today. So I will be brief. My name is Lauren Flynn Kelly. I'm a managing editor with AIS Health. We are a very small publishing division of a larger company called MMIT that some of you may have heard of, and we offer market access solutions to connect providers and payers and other parts of the industry with formulary information. I am the sole reporter on the publication Radar on Medicare Advantage. We used to be called Medicare Advantage News, so I am also a journalist. And my role today is just to moderate this panel. These are the experts. To my left, we have David Stein, co-founder and chief operating officer with My Health Angel, and Paul Kelly, senior director, business development with Black Hawk Network. To his left, Paul Spiegler, healthcare market lead with DRIPS, who, and hopefully you heard the prior presentation before this from DRIPS and WellCare. And then Steve Skolinsky at the far left, vice president of product marketing and community outreach with Health Alliance Plan. I think maybe to get started, everyone here knows what the OEP is. Do I have to like define that? Okay. The 3-month open enrollment period that follows the annual election period. Some people confuse it and call it the open, whatever. It's the one that comes after AEP, and members who've chosen a Medicare Advantage plan can change their mind in those 3 months. So it's actually really important. And it took a hiatus, and then it came back. I'm pretty sure this most recent one was the 3rd OEP that insurers and their marketing partners had experienced. So we're going to be talking about that, but also the importance of engaging members year-round. So just to set the stage, we can just go down the table, and I thought each panelist could just give us just a brief wrap-up of what they do at their respective firms. David?
Great, thank you. As she said, my name is David Stein. I am the Chief Operating Officer and co-founder of My Health Angel. We are a tech-enabled company offering customer acquisition and retention solutions for the U.S. senior Medicare market. Under one umbrella, we've combined a direct-to-consumer marketing agency, a fully licensed insurance agency offering a full complement of Medicare Advantage policies and products, and we also have a virtual community-based organization that addresses social determinants of health, specifically isolation and loneliness. About that community, these are online events that seek to inform and educate the community, and we're talking to them about items that are near and dear to their heart. Items like health and wellness, education, entertainment, travel, all seeking to engage the senior community.
Thanks. I'm Paul Kelly with Black Hawk Network. Excuse me. We are a prepaid and gift card aggregator and provider in a number of different areas and verticals, but primarily the side that Jackie Bennett, who's here with me today, and I work on is the business-to-business or incentives side of the house, where we help partner resellers or direct customers use prepaid vehicles to change behavior. So we like to think primarily in terms of, they're ubiquitous, they apply across verticals, but acquisition, retention, and growth. So where you might be offered a $100 Visa card for buying 4 tires, or Bausch & Lomb gift card, or signing up or referring someone, or flying a number of miles, or staying a number of nights. All the reasons everybody's familiar with being able to earn a card. Like I said, Jackie, who's here, focuses primarily on the healthcare market. So I defer to all of you and to the 3 folks up here with me for the the specificity and the real details on CMS rules, and you guys know your business, and like any other vertical with a marketing stack of acquisition, retention, and growth, and the communication points where those go out, we plug in. At this point, send the person a card. At this point, send the person a card. And I think we bring two kind of really key components to the healthcare side related to customization, which we heard a little bit about earlier, Paul, in your, in our ability to take data feeds with specific member information or customizing programs to specific behaviors, whether that's on a print card carrier or a digital card delivery email. And then the other is, and I've changed my way of thinking on this, I'll call it joint compliance at this point. So there's a lot of compliance on the healthcare side, so CMS and you know, the new reg changes on R&I for that, you know, that came into play. And then all of the compliant type stuff that's required no matter what we do with an open loop or a network branded card related to know your customer and all kinds of other acronyms like OFACs and fun stuff like that, where we can come together and work with groups like you all to say this card will work or won't work or can be delivered in this way or has to be funded in this way, as we make decisions on you know, the reward and incentive component of a Medicare Advantage kind of go-to-market plan for a year.
Hey everybody, I'm Paul Spiegler. Good to see you again. So I lead the healthcare marketing vertical at DRIPS. We are the founders of conversational texting, as you guys learned about before. As we sit here right now, there's 8 million texts going back and forth within the AI-driven DRIPS platform. And even last month alone, we had 850,000 unique responses to messages that informs our AI platform. So really looking forward to answering some of the questions on the panel here today.
Hi, good afternoon. Steve Solinsky. I lead our Medicare line of business as well as our product strategy and our community outreach with Health Alliance Plan. We're a regional health plan based in Michigan. We're owned by the Henry Ford Health Group. And while we've traditionally had a footprint in Southeast Michigan, we're expanding statewide. We've really tried to be innovative in how we engage our members over the last few years, and so had a focus on that. And why this session, I think, appealed to me and excited about it is this year we've really taken retention from something that sat on the corner of everyone's desk, and we've actually dedicated a full-time team to retention. But beside that, our CEO has rallied around it and behind it, knowing the importance, and has made it a goal for everyone in the organization to identify how they contribute to retention and how they're going to ensure that we hit certain Medicare Advantage retention targets.
Great. Well, I'm going to work backwards then. Stephen, I'm going to start with you for this first question, but we've heard a lot about member retention today, and tomorrow I'm sure we will too, but why is it so important right now? Like, how have the stakes changed around member retention in this increasingly competitive market?
Sure. Well, I think some of the previous speakers today shared with us, I think, you know, when AMSEV was up, they shared the window. We have a limited window for growth opportunity. The boomers are aging in, and now is the time is ripe. Around OEP, DEF just released their OEP study over the last couple of days, and the importance around retention and why it's so important is that we know people are switching, and this year 27% of AEP switchers shopped and made changes during OEP, and that's up from 19%, so a huge gap. Those individuals that were shopping are continuing to shop even after AEP. More so too, there's a lot of risk. Those individuals who, it really is important to know who is making the change and who you should focus on. And I think we've talked a lot today about segmentation and really knowing your members, and tomorrow there's going to be some sessions on, really understanding the members the best that you can. But the thing that I found interesting, and just shared the study yesterday before we came to the conference, was that the deaf study found that individuals who sign up the first half of AEP are less likely to shop or leave during OEP, but those individuals that join in November and right at the end of December are more than twice as likely to shop and leave in the higher risk. And so those are the individuals that we really should be focusing on how we engage and retain them. And I think just in general, to the general cost of acquisition, it's getting so much more expensive to acquire members. And we need to do whatever we can to keep them on board, because we know once we hit that 3-year mark, it's going to be a lot stickier, and we're more likely to retain them.
Great. Paul, you have anything to add to that?
Sure. Just a few notes. I mean, it's certainly pretty clear that we've got a lot of marketing noise out there, and it's pretty clear why. I mean, it's the most profitable segment you have out there. So I think the real, challenge here is, how are you going to differentiate yourself in market? How are you going to grab the attention of that individual who's shopping? And I think that the key is, how are you going to create that trusting environment? Because it's there's so much noise out there. Nobody knows who to trust. The average person's got 40 plans to choose from. It's confusing, and so who do you trust? And so it's all about how are you reaching out? How do you make yourself the trusting party that they want to engage with? And I think that's the challenge that you have.
I won't add much because I think you guys are right on. The couple notes that I had made was more related to just marketing 101. It's way more costly to acquire a new member of any type of program, not just Medicare, Advantage. And then mine would be, I'm a card professional, not a Medicare marketing professional. And so I would I'm sure there are reasons, but if I were in another industry where I knew, it was news to me to learn of kind of this 3-year benchmark where retention or churn falls dramatically. If I were a loyalty program manager or almost in any other space, I would gear a program towards those first 36 months that steered the member to, it's really important that you be here on month 36 because we're going to give you a bunch of rewards. I don't know if we can do that in this, maybe we can't, but maybe that mindset informs kind of the Marcom and the value prop that we put out to these members over those, are we changing our messaging related to the first 3 years with an eye toward, it's very beneficial to us if you're still here after 3 years. How can we share that with you as the plan member to encourage people to stick around, whether that's a gift card or something else?
Value.
That may be where I would,
Value. Yeah, so retention, I mean, I don't think there's a more used word in our industry in 2022, right? We all know it's important, and obviously it's economics. I would submit to you that we're looking at a brand awareness and communication issue, right? So historically, Medicare Advantage has been sold in a face-to-face field agent model, right? And we've moved this to a telephonic sale model. Problem is you lose that relationship. You lose the rapport that you have in that traditional agent relationship. We like to look at it from the consumer standpoint. So put yourself in their shoes, right? The same way you would want someone to deal with your mother or your father, your aunt and your uncle, right? Towards, Paul's comment here, there's a lot of confusion in the marketplace, right? So upon enrollment, right, if you think about the consumer's path, right, they've seen a marketing piece or more pieces, right, multiple pieces. They've spoken to an agency about a plan comparison, which could last about an hour, and then they have a relationship with a carrier. So
a lot of different conversations that they had with multiple parties, right? How do you reduce that confusion, right? What we like to do is we like to find a way to reduce that confusion, clarify the plan that they're on, clarify the benefits, why they chose that plan, and lastly, utilization. Let's get them to use the plan, right? And the way we do that is we use an omni-channel approach. We're using direct mail. We're getting a welcome package out to them within 5 days of their enrollment. We're using email. We're using SMS. We're also using the phone. And it doesn't stop. It's continual, right? It's a continual drip campaign, no pun intended, where we are continually communicating to them to reduce the noise, clarify the messaging, and also let them know who to talk to, right? Who do they call if they have questions? And the proof's in the pudding, right? We've implemented this process. In our own insurance agency, we've seen our rapid disenrollments, the people that leave in the first 90 days, that's decreased by 40%, which is a significant move.
Thanks for the plug.
I think you already started to answer my next question, but I'm talking strategy, talking different, I mean, we've considered so many ways today of reaching out to members. Let's talk about how you can use them during OEP and then how that might shift throughout the year. And what innovations are you seeing in the market? What's working, what's not working? It's kind of a multi-part question.
Do I get to start now?
For fairness, let's bump, and then we'll come back to you. Since you just,
So Steve down?
who wants to go first?
Steve,
Go for it.
All right, so, when we look at our retention, we've really, especially in the last 2 years, moved to pure data-driven, using data, because, and Jennifer can attest, we would have our weekly and then daily huddles, and we'd have someone from sales come in and say, oh, we got a bunch of calls to this on today, and everyone would just stop what they're doing and react to it, but it might not really be a true driver. So we've really started to rely heavily on our customer service, call center, feedback on the types of calls they're getting, on our disenrollment surveys, our member surveys, and then other things that we're seeing within operations to drive change. Also really looking at the disenrollment data, not only during OEP, but during AEP, and seeing what's driving it, where those members are going. So a couple of things, we came up with 3 things. One, we identified, and it's been stated here today, other plans have the same issue, that new members who come on board who do not have an agent, so they're coming direct, either through digital or they're coming to us over the phone through our call center, are more likely to disengage and to switch in the first 1 to 3 years than those that have an agent. So we identified that we needed to be able to provide them with that trusted resource like you were saying earlier. And so we actually took all of those members and we assigned them to an agency partner that we worked with to basically provide them personal service coordinator or concierge type service, where they're reaching out to those members, letting them know that I'm the person you can reach out to with any questions. I want to ensure you understand your plan, that you feel like your plan fits like a glove, and you know how to utilize your benefits. You can call me, I can text you, I can email you, whatever your preference is, but I'm your go-to person. And we found, even though we've only been doing this less than 6 months, that we've seen an immediate pickup in the level of engagement, and that those members are switching at a lesser rate than they were in the past. We also have a huge problem by looking at the disenrollment data. We were seeing that we were, every couple weeks during AEP and OEP, big chunks of membership switching all of a sudden to one particular carrier, and then in 2 weeks it would be another carrier. And we started to do outreach through our agents, through disenrollment surveys and notifying them that their member had disenrolled, and disenrollment notifications or letters to the members. And what we found was these members had no idea that they had even been switched, or they were leaving and they didn't want to lose their coverage. To date, we've had 675 members this year that we've reinstated that never had any intention of leaving, but because they called a number about a flex card, or somebody called them saying they were from Medicare, that they gave them just enough information that they could do what they needed to do to switch. And sometimes we've caught them before they've gotten their new member materials. Other times, they've called us saying, what happened? Why am I getting these materials from this other carrier? So we've started a campaign on guarding your card with the media, with our agents and brokers, and just in general. And then we're actively involved with the ACHP and RISE on committees to help put an end to this third-party marketing organization issues. And we actually have third-party marketing organizations that have stepped in, and they want to fix the problem too. But it's a huge problem. I think DEF just did a survey for OEP, and once again, they found that 20% of those individuals that made switches and that they surveyed during OEP had no idea that they had made a switch. They unknowingly were changed. So it's a problem that's facing our industry. So we're trying to really work with those individuals, because what we find also in a lot of cases is when we reach out to those members, they either feel embarrassed that that this happened to them, or it was so frustrating that they just say, they throw their hands up and say, I'm just going to stay put. I'm not coming back or making any changes now. This is just so frustrating and so complicated. So that's an issue. And then we've also found out from the data that sometimes while we pride ourselves on the experience we give our members, that our vendor partners were not giving them that type of experience. And so we've been able to quickly stand up routine meetings with all of our supplemental vendor partners to ensure that we're getting all of their utilization data, all their customer service data, to ensure that everything that they're doing on behalf of us is providing that optimal experience. And then lastly, really working to engage our agents, because we know that those members that do have agents are more likely to call them than our customer service area. So we want to make sure that they know what's going out in the mail to their members, so that if they get a call, they can explain it. They understand our benefits. We've engaged them. I think today you heard from PeerFit, we were the plan that worked with them to give our agents access to the fitness benefit. And once again, if our agents told us when we brought them in and had a focus group, and we've been bringing our supplemental vendors in with our agents, they said, you know what, we'll sell your product all day long if you can engage us and show us how it differentiates. And so they're loving the fact now that they can do fitness classes with all their members. So, that's really what we've done to tackle retention during OEP. And we're really using data to try and drive it, but it's becoming more and more complicated. And our biggest fear, and I think it was echoed yesterday in the DEF research we saw, is that this is going to probably be the next year. The AEP we're going to move into and the next OEP are going to be the toughest in years due to inflation. And so there's going to be a lot of outside factors other than the product we provide, gas, food, utilities, other social determinants of health that are going to drive seniors to maybe have to make decisions on their health care plan that they normally wouldn't make. So we want to do whatever we can to engage them the best way possible. Sorry for taking so long, but it's an important topic.
No, those are all really good points. Paul, what rang true there for you?
Well, that was great, Steve. That was good insights. Well, I think from a conversational texting perspective, you heard earlier, driving that high quality engagement with a member is really what's going to drive them to act. They're in a more comfortable environment for speaking with you. It's on their time, not yours. And so that gives you a lot of time to educate and answer all of their questions. And so you heard in the last session I did and it was involved a lot around a missed payment as people being identified for at risk for terms. There's others too, and as you think about OEP and what people are doing, and using conversational texting in this way. I mean, there's certainly a lot of examples around people who are how to nurture your members who are aging in is a really good example of that. And getting them to you talked a little bit about onboarding before, and understanding what their benefits are and utilizing those benefits. One of the things we have, you ought to know too, is just in utilizing their benefits, that you don't need consent to reach out on an annual wellness visit, which we know is pretty critical in terms of financially what each member's worth for you each year, and you don't need consent for that, and that's a really good way to prevent that downward spiral, to keep that member happy, and certainly the cost savings that's involved in all that. And you mentioned something else, Steve, which is interesting too, is around the inflation piece, right? I mean, you got to ask you got to go to your to the actuaries and the analytics folks and say, are these people on the right plan? Can they afford this particular plan? Who's at risk based on the plan that they have, that they might be shopping for another because they can't afford it? And you're never going to know those things unless you're reaching out and having that quality engagement. So I think really getting into the data, as you say, and understanding who's most at risk for leaving for various reasons, not just the missed payment, but making sure that they're on the right plan and nurturing and all that, I think really matters. So, thinking beyond, everything we do seems to revolve around a high quality member engagement, right? Because when that happens, they're most likely to change behavior from a health perspective or take an action that you want them to take, whether it's a change in plan or something like that. That's how I'm trying to think beyond the box here.
Yeah, definitely outside the box. I appreciate that. Paul here has yielded the floor to me.
Yeah.
Graciously.
If you're taking a card, it's because you're engaged. Those are retained, those are not at risk.
So again, I would say I want to look at it from the consumer standpoint, right? How do we engage? How do we provide value? How do we build a relationship? And to do this in a unique, innovative way, we've created our community-based organization, right? So what does that mean? That means we're creating a dialogue about issues that matter to them. These are discussions. These are 4 to 5 events every single week where we're having live, interactive discussions with our consumer. We're providing value. So the impact is multiple, right? Number one, you're informing and educating them, right? And that's critical, right? That's what they want, right? And you're providing value to them, number one. Number two, again, you're having a conversation with them now 4 to 5 times a week. We're not talking to them about insurance. We're not sending them a birthday card. We're talking to them about things that matter to them, and that gives them value. So now we're building a relationship. We're also now in an environment where if they do have a concern or an issue or they're confused about their plan, we're already in a conversation with them. It bubbles up to the surface, and we can put that to the right party and have that dialogue. So I would submit to you, the community that we've created, the virtual community-based organization, is a unique, very innovative way for us to gauge the consumer, provide value, and build a relationship by putting your arm around them. And again, not leading with insurance just because we're all here talking about insurance and this is our profession, doesn't mean that people want to wake up every single day and talk about insurance. Let's talk to them about the things that matter to them, right? And again, health and wellness, inform and educate them, lifestyle, teaching moments, cinema, you name it, right? We have something there for everyone. And again, 4 to 5 events every single week. These are conversations that you're probably not having that with your consumers right now in a traditional insurance agency carrier relationship. So I would say that these are a great way for us to foster a dialogue where these items about retention could be addressed before someone leaves or rapid disenrollments and things of that nature. So we like to get in front of it by having that conversation, and we've used the community as a means to create that dialogue.
And you bring up a really good point, because we found especially during COVID, but because of it, we've continued it outward. We started doing a bunch of virtual programming, and we threw out a virtual knitting club. We sent everyone knitting materials, and we've had people reply back to us, write our CEO saying, who would ever have thought my health plan would have tied me to a community of people that we want to please continue this. We want to get together. We're all friends. We all knit over online together, and they've connected. And she's like, I never thought that I would be able to have that type of connection through my health plan.
You've created a community.
Yes.
Right? And here, and I imagine, right, so we see from the data that people come back time and time again. So someone that attends one event, attends a second event, 31% of those people attend second event, all right? 3 or more events, it jumps to 47%. And then 4 or more events, that means 60% of those people are coming back and attending another event. They keep coming back for more. They're yearning for it.
Speaking of innovation, I just remembered, Steve, was Health Alliance Plan the one that also hosted murder mystery dinners? Were those online?
Yes, we did a murder mystery dinner. We've done terrarium, where they get all the stuff sent to them and they make a terrarium, floral arrangements, painting, all kinds of different unique events. And we have a regular following, and our members are just giving us really positive feedback to keep it up. We did have them in person originally, but then when we went virtual, we found that we were able to engage members that just didn't have the capability to leave the house or someone to take them to the event. And our member testimonials, I mean, we just have a ton of them, of people saying, this is like unlike anything else that I would ever expect from a health plan. You guys, you know, I'm not going anywhere because you guys have given me these additional benefits.
And those, all the types of interactions, or some of those innovative steps you took last year, did those help improve retention this past OEP?
Yeah, they have definitely improved retention. I mean, I wish it could be broader, because once again, it's a subset, but it's everything that we can do helps in some way. And you know, it's tough. It's a tough market out there, and the biggest thing is engaging, and those people that you're not engaging with, finding a way to engage with them to ensure that they feel included, and also just feel that that the plan they have is the best plan for them, that it fits them like a glove, because there are so many things that are changing. You need to make sure they're positioned and put in the right plan.
All those things you just mentioned, right, about those events, right? I think what's critical is that they're interactive, right?
Yeah.
It's not like they're watching TV, right? You know, and as well, you mentioned the issue of ability to deliver it, right? So you have people with mobility issues, right? So maybe they can't get out. Maybe they can't make it to an event. So now you've expanded the scope of people that you can communicate to, because you're reaching them where they want to be, right? Especially as people want to age in place.
Yeah, and they have fun. I mean, we have a chef, and instead of just doing fancy meals, the chef did a session on 5 meals you can cook for under $25. And then the next one was, let's get 5 things that everyone has in their pantry, and what can we make with it? And so it's all stuff that engages the seniors, and they can make it along with the chef if they want while they're doing it.
That sounds like my my virtual Girl Scout meetings that I had to hold. Just get 5 things from your parents' pantry. Let's make cookies. That was fun. So are there any other people, a lot of you talked about data, were there any other ways you thought of that data might inform some of these strategies? Anyone?
Well, I could talk a little bit about that. I mean, because we get, as I told you earlier, we get data all the time to try and optimize the way we communicate to seniors. You know, one thing that's really critical, and we talked a little bit about it in the session too, is, you know, the personalization of it. You know who you are, who we are, why we're texting you and reaching out to try and get that comfort level up, warming them up, nurturing them, and to build that trust. But you know, we're getting responses. You know, like I said, like 1 month alone, close to 1 million responses to questions, and you learn from them. You know, you learn through the A/B testing. You know, what's working, what's not. You heard Talia talk about, you know, addressing people, not saying hey, but saying, you know, hi, and not saying hi Paul, but hi Mr. Spiegler, sort of thing. You know, treat respect, because seniors are primed for scams. So, you know, it becomes really important to listen to the data and how folks are responding, so that you can optimize it. And so we're listening to the data from our side. But the other piece too is how much data do we get from from your side, from the carrier side, from the, folks spend a lot of money on segmentation. And a lot of times it's, you don't use it. It's a one-size-fits-all the time. Now, I'm not saying you should, if you get 5 segments back, that you should try and develop messages for 5 segments. That's a little much. But there's a couple of them. Let's start with 2. Give me your highest value 2 segments. And there has to be enough, differentiation, between them, right? So in other words, if you have somebody who is very proactive about their health, you might message a little bit differently to somebody that doesn't do anything, but they just listen to their doctor, And so that both of those segments are high value because they take action, but they're going to respond differently. But if we don't know who those people are through your attitude and behavioral and motivational segmentation, it's hard to develop messaging like that. So, I'd say most of what we've seen so far is just, the one-size-fits-all, testing A and B, looking at what kind of responses we're getting and trying to optimize the scripts and all the time. But I think the next evolution is to try and utilize your segmentation so we can even be better.
I think it's important, too, that we can get reports all day long, but the people who get that information know how to use it and to interpret it. My sales director, he, once we taught him what and how to look for in the reports, like I said, he started identifying during AEP, look, we have these, working with our strategic analysis area, we have these segments all moving to different carriers, and he was able to ask a lot of different questions. And I mean, just this week he came to me and said, okay, I got the May data. Here we have X amount of members who have left. They've gone to these carriers. These carriers aren't 5-star. These members are not LIS. What type of SEP is being used, or why did they move there? Because they technically shouldn't be have a reason to go to those carriers. So he then, once we went through it, we then pulled in compliance and shared it with compliance. Compliance has taken that list to CMS. CMS, they've asked CMS to say, we want you to validate that these members actually were moved for valid SEP reasons. So it's really, we've gotten to a point where people understand the data they're getting and they know what to look for, but we're really starting to utilize it in ways that we haven't utilized it in the past, where that probably would have just said, oh, we lost 200 members or whatever for the month, and we wouldn't have done as deep of a dive into it.
I mean, we're data people. I mean, data drives everything we do, all of our activities, right? And I would submit to you, I mean, the 2 data points that mean the most to me, 40% decrease in rapid disenrollments, a 30% increase in our effectuation rate, all right? Need I say more, right? But I would also submit to everyone here, right? I think that it would behoove us all if we maybe stop looking at these people as a number and look at them as a consumer and treated them that way and build that relationship. Just as a personal story, last night we had dinner with one of our community members here, 80-year-old widowed woman. And she was out to dinner with us with her daughter, her son-in-law, and her grandson. And the woman that we saw at dinner last night was vibrant, and she was engaged, and she was mentally stimulated, and she was like a woman of action. And from her daughter's comments, as she was entering into that COVID stage, she was not that person, right? It was a dark time, right? So, by building that relationship and providing value and things that matter to them, I would submit to you that, we have to start looking at it from that standpoint. Put people on the best plan possible. That's number one. Build value, offer value, create a relationship. And if you do that, your retention numbers should improve.
I'll just put two thoughts out there in terms of using the data and collecting the data. So in the rewards stream of things, and I think, Steve, you mentioned talking to your vendors. So in that component, use the reward delivery Marcom experience as another touch point, as an opportunity to customize. Most of us in the field can take dynamic text by individual or by a profile, and you can slide relevant information into the reward delivery. And like I said, if you're if you're redeeming for a card, you're engaged. You've done the action, you've earned it, and you're getting, but don't let that opportunity to market directly to that recipient. And the other is in instances where the reward choice selection is part of the path. So you've taken the action. You go here. Do you want A, B, and C? Target, Walmart, Visa, whatever it is. There's an opportunity for additional data collection there. So a lot of the programs we run with you all and folks in the room, we'll use a platform that does enable kind of customized surveys by persona or by segmentation, and even something as simple as address validation and verification, where it's harder to collect that information. Don't let those two, in that one sliver of the whole journey in the relationship that you're building with the person, don't let those slide as opportunities to use and collect more data.
You've also, I think, mentioned the importance of engaging members in a way that promotes interaction and gets at some of the issues with senior loneliness. But what about some of the other social determinants of health? How can you use some of these strategies to address those and promote health equity across your populations?
Well, I could speak on my behalf, right? A virtual community, we could deliver to wherever they are, right? So if we talked about mobility issues, other issues, right? Now we're talking to them exactly where they are, right? Where it's easy for them in the comfort of their own home, right? I think that's critical right then and there. Obviously, loneliness and isolation is important, but by having these dialogues, right, we're now having a conversation with them where other things are going to bubble up. So maybe someone doesn't show up for a community call 2 or 3 times, and all of a sudden that throws off a trigger. Let's reach out to Gladys and find out where she's been, right? Maybe Gladys explains to us, maybe she's starting to lose some weight and we see it visibly on the calls, right? Things of that nature could happen. Think of it this way, right? There could be an outreach with a survey, before and after a call. How are you feeling, right? Are you taking your medications? Have you been eating regularly? Are you exercising? Are you getting out of the house, right? All these things, right? Again, what we've done is we've created this community that forces a dialogue. So now we're having a conversation with them. And I think it's critical that we're not leading with talking about insurance. We're talking about all the things that are important to them, that they want to be there. And that's why they keep showing up time and time again.
Yeah, I think it's really important that they know, that you care. And I think we heard from the plans, a number of plans today, and then I think Archie in his presentation talked about how they have the peer-to-peer. People just want to know somebody cares. And I think, we learned from COVID where we took our community outreach team and repurposed them and had them make those outbound calls like some of the other plans. People picked up the phone and said, I just can't believe that my carrier cared enough to call and ask me how I was doing. And in the process, we found other individuals that had much deeper needs, and we were able to take care of them. But I think it's really important that it's not just the community outreach or the customer service area, that you really engage and train all areas of the company when they interact with a member, some additional questions that they can ask them to engage them and to gather information that'll be so critical. Some of these individuals, don't have a caregiver checking in on them on a regular basis. And just to have someone ask them how they're doing, or to end a call and say, is there anything else I can do to help you today? Or how's your day going? It goes a long way. And I think, as health plans, we continue to add a number of different supplemental benefits, and those are all great that they're out there, but you really still need to look at the members and find how you engage with them to identify who needs those services, because there are a lot of people that, even though they have your plan, may not know that they have companion care or utility assistance or other things. And so, you have to engage with your nurses and your providers. It's really your agents, making sure that they really understand those benefits are available, because when they interact with those individuals, they can also be a good referral source, or make sure that they get connected and can utilize those benefits they have.
What I wanted to add to that, I applaud that. Make the member feel like you care. And I want to build on that a little bit, because I think I want to take that, I want to feel, like, make you feel like I care, to, I want to make you feel important. And there's, in our world, if there's a program going on, if we have a medical director speaking about something, a dietitian that's doing a talk in the community, the tip I would give you guys is, like, if we're going to say do an outreach in text, or if we're going to do an email, if we're going to do direct mail, have it come from the speaker, have it come from the medical director, because it's very, very personalized. Wow, the medical director is really communicating to me. Wow,
Totally.
And so I think those are little things that you can do. 85 to 95-year-olds. Luna Health did a study, 85 to 94-year-olds. 56% of those people text back to health-related messages. Never would have thought that. I mean, the whole COVID experience has just accelerated the learning curve for technology with seniors and elderly. So you really need to capitalize on that.
I think, again, I mean, we're all, hitting the same points, but let's look at them as an individual, right? Someone's father, mother, uncle, right? And let's give them that. And then I think, like you said, they want a voice, right? They want to be heard, they want, yes, they want, addressing loneliness and isolation and all those things, but they want to feel part of something. So, maybe you talk to everyone in your department and you just listen, right? Don't rush them off the phone. Give them the time. Listen to what they're saying. Let them dialogue. Let them converse. Something's going to bubble up that you're going to hear about that's going to be critical.
We're going to open up the floor to questions because we only have a couple minutes left. That went by really quickly.
One moment.
All right, I appreciate it. First question for the whole panel. What would you guys recommend as a good engagement frequency in order to make sure that we retain clients as long as we possibly can?
I think, it really, once again, you got to segment those members and really determine. For us, we knew, we thought we were doing what we needed to do based off the last couple of years. When we would bring on a new member, we would do the welcome call and reach out to them within 48 hours because we knew that's what the Nationals were doing. We thought we had it all, we weren't waiting till the first of the year. We thought we had it all down pat. And then we found out that those members without an agent were leaving us faster, and when we were reaching out and talking to them, they just didn't have anyone to engage with. So, that was for us. We knew that if you had an agent, in addition to what we were doing, that agent was interacting with you, and you were able to reach out, pick up the phone, and call them. So it's really looking at your different segments and doing surveys with those members, asking them, what's working, what do they still need from the plan, and really then creating journey maps based off of those different segments of members.
Yeah, the other thing I'd add to that too is it does depend on the use case that you're talking about. You talked about segmentation. The last session we had on missed payment, right? We can only do them once a day because if they made a payment after you're communicating, you don't want to keep messaging them, make a payment sort of thing. It's like it's abuse at that point. So we get a file every day to see who has updated their account and who hasn't. So you really can't be, the cadence has to be much slower in that particular case.
And I would add too, one of the first things you could do is take an inventory of every touch point that you have with that member, but not only you, all of your supplemental benefit vendors, when and how are they reaching out? We found also that we were oversaturating. And so we had to pull back and create an editorial calendar of where, with some of our members, of when and how they got touched, because they were telling us, you're just overloading us, and so they just tuned out.
Yeah. I would actually submit it's the context of what you're saying to them, make sure it's valuable, it's just not noise, and you exacerbating the issue. And I would submit to you, it's not the frequency so much as the timing of that messaging, right? When do you message out to them, right? So when the plan becomes effective, things of that nature. 4 or 5 days after they enroll in the plan, right? Things of that nature. And then monthly, we send out monthly messages with a calendar, inviting them to all of our events. But to me, it's more of a timing thing than it is the frequency. And obviously, making sure it's a valuable message, because you don't want them to stop listening.
And I had another piece to that. So the community engagement efforts that you guys do, who should be the participants of that? Are you more so targeting the actual consumers themselves on the marketing side, or is it more so meant for beneficiaries that actually signed up and joined a plan that you guys have written?
So we've seen both, right? So when we talk engagement, it's like on multiple levels. So primarily, all our content is geared towards the plan beneficiary and that marketplace. But what it's done, it's changed the dynamic of your conversation. So let's be honest, sometimes when you have to call your elderly aunt, uncle, mother, father, right? Sometimes the conversations are somewhat dry, right? Hey, how's the weather? Have you eaten? How's your hip feel? Things of that nature, right? Now, completely change the dynamic of that conversation, because you get on the phone with mom, and mom says, I just had the most wonderful discussion with a presidential historian about the first ladies, right? So now it's changed the dynamic of the conversation, number one. Number two, they're inviting their son or their daughter to come onto the call. So now they have a mutual discussion that they're attending the events together.
And you make the communities public, not private.
Correct.
Thank you so much, panel, and thank you, Lauren, for leading us.
Yeah, thanks so much, everyone. Great job.
Will all of you being available during the reception? You're all
Yeah,
going to be
by
there?
all means.
Okay, so if there were any outstanding questions, please tap these guys at the reception. Thank you.
Here we go.
Man, that was just awesome. That was so good.
Appreciate it.
Yeah. Okay, moving right along, our 440 segment, supercharging member experience and retention through targeted supplemental benefit activation. Saheed Amenzadeh, we worked on it, and Rex Wallace. So they'll be our next speakers, and if y'all just want to give a little 30-second commercial about yourself whenever you start your presentation. Okay.
Okay, we're ready, right? I think. Okay, hey everyone. We will jump right in. So we're gonna kind of continue some of the conversation we've already had, right? So great conversation in the last few topics around member retention and member engagement, member experience, right? Like, how do we? And I think Steve actually said in his part at one point. Like, how do we engage these people around supplemental benefits? And just a quick question, because we've kind of tackled a lot of this morning or earlier today. How many of you use some kind of really robust analytics or segmentation, profiling, et cetera, in your acquisition strategy from a health plan standpoint? So several of you, right? But how many of you carry that through after the member comes on board and actually use some kind of robust predictive analytics or profiling to actually influence how you engage with those members? So it's a little bit lower, but I think that's the opportunity, right? And as we talk about the challenges around retention, which are huge right now for a lot of plans. I mean, this is an area where we can, I think, make a big difference, and we do want to dig into this. So, what am I doing? There we go. Okay. I think I pushed every button on there. So, hey, real quick about us. So I'm Rex Wallace. I'm a star ratings consultant and work with Medicare Advantage plans and kind of all things stars. And this is Saeed Amenzadeh. He's the CEO of Decision Point. And Saeed's I'm going to do the first few slides. And Saeed's going to do the last few slides. So you'll hear more from him in just a few minutes. And okay, so first off, I'm a stars guy, right? So I want to ground us on stars and kind of connect the dots between a lot of the things we've been talking about today with star ratings. So before I do that, or as part of that, I want to talk about kind of the amount of change that we're going through as Medicare organizations the last couple of years and the next couple of years, right? So if you look at star ratings and how, and it's driven by the things we're talking about, right? The member experience, retention, et cetera, caps, right? The whole 9 yards, how we onboard members, et cetera. 2021 stars, which was measured 2 years before that, right? So 2019 before COVID, that was the last normal year, right? And it was about half of Medicare Advantage plans were 4 stars or higher, is the key there. 2022 stars, we have COVID, which was, hugely disruptive for many reasons, and but it brought, I guess the silver lining, right, was the disaster relief that CMS offered. Many of us were able to benefit from that from a star standpoint because we were able to use the better of 2 different years. And as a result, almost 70% of Medicare Advantage plans were 4 stars or higher. So a lot of people feeling pretty good after we got the star ratings for 2022. For 2023 stars, which we actually measured last year, we'll find out what these scores are, September, October. I don't think it's going to be so good, right? I think we're going to regress back to the mean. I think, we don't get the better of. We don't get disaster relief on hardly any star ratings measures. We get it on 3 out of 40-ish. And the stars calculation is completely flipped on its head, right? So typically 60% of members are not, or 60% of our score is not related to the member experience. But with the weight change in stars, that's completely flipped. And now we have 60% of stars is affected by the member experience, 40% not. So a lot of changes for 2023 stars. 2024 stars, these are being measured right now, right? So starting 4 or 5 months ago, right, January, I think this is going to bring more. It's going to throw the stars leaders into the controlling high blood pressure denominator, I think, is one way to say it. So we have something called the Tukey outlier deletion methodology coming. It's not getting a lot of airtime, but it will be hugely disruptive for 2024 stars. It will, based on scenario modeling, it's going to cause about 15% of plans to drop half a star. So it's going to be huge. It removes the outliers, and it's going to make the cut points, several of the cut points, we think, shift as much as 30 points up, which is going to take 4 to 6 years to recover from some of those measured changes. So again, it's in the final rule. It's all spelled out. It's happening. It started happening in January as far as our measurement period. This is going to shock a lot of plans, for sure. And we have 2 new HEDIS measures coming, right? So transitions of care and another follow-up after emergency. Completely brand new HEDIS measures. So lots of change 2024 stars. And then 2025 stars, somewhat back to normal maybe. The cut points that Tukey removed in 2024 stars will cause cut points to be more stable, more predictable. However, we probably will have a couple of new pharmacy measures, we think, a polypharmacy measure and an opioid measure that we, we will hear more about, in the next few months, we think, but big changes. So it just talks about the amount of change that's going on just related to stars, right? And then I'll make this one quick, but this is a stars timeline. So and it shows the measurement period, the data collection period, right? The preview period, the star rating period, and the revenue period for 3 years in a row, 2022 stars, 23, 24. And, for 2022 stars, remember, we're all feeling pretty good right now because our last rating was 2022 and we got to benefit from the COVID relief. So a bunch of us got higher stars than we ever have before. And probably many of us won't hold on to those. So 2024 stars, remember, it's the Tukey outlier deletion methodology. It's going to cause some disruption, but it's being measured right now, right? So I just want to, make the point here that while we're kind of feeling elated and kind of feeling maybe somewhat complacent from this great feeling that we have from this great star rating from 2022, we're being measured right now at this very same time for 2024, which is going to be disruptive, right? So, so the sense of urgency needs to be high. It always is with stars, but it needs to be. But I think this false sense of confidence that we get from 2022 stars could lull some of us into not having the sense of urgency that we really need. So where can we focus? So this is what I consider the 4 realms of retention, right? So if you think about the likelihood of a member staying with us, about 30% of that likelihood is in that top left box. So were they put in the right plan in the first place, right? Were they put in the plan with where their PCP is, where their drugs are covered, right, et cetera? And then access to care and effortless issue resolution, so customer service, right, the ability to resolve problems. Those two make up about 50% or so of the likelihood of a member staying. And then the rest falls into this last bucket of basically how we engage, educate, and activate a member. And in my last slide, I just want to spend a second here. And this engagement, education, and activation, it doesn't all happen up front in the onboarding. The onboarding phase is really, really important, and we've talked a bit about it. But it spans across the whole year and the whole spectrum of this member's journey with us, right? From pre-boarding to onboarding to reboarding, so returning members coming back in January who will get the CAP survey, right? And then an ongoing too. So from an engagement standpoint, some of the key things here, right? Warm welcome. I mean, these are obvious things that we've touched on today, but the importance of, especially in onboarding, giving them that really warm welcome to remove that buyer's remorse, to help prevent buyer's remorse, and to really affirm their choice to join our plan. And year-round strategic, relevant, and helpful outreaches. So all of the outreaches that we do, and we talked a bit about it in the last panel, I know, around coordinating these, right? And then educating. I think one of the single biggest reasons that most members leave is they're confused, they don't understand the plan, right? It is a huge driver of dissatisfaction. So this is not something that we need to just do in the onboarding phase, but we need to do all the time, fostering that deep understanding of the plan, reducing confusion and uncertainty, and most of all, preventing negative surprises, right? Negative cost surprises. The last thing that a member wants is to be surprised by a cost they didn't expect or a coverage to not cover something that they expected it to. And then lastly, activate. And this is where I was going with what Steve said in the last panel, but I think many of us do such a thorough job of using analytics to acquire members and to know who to market to and who to target and how to segment prospects. But then and a lot of that is around supplemental benefits, and that's a huge driver of disenrollment right now. That's a huge reason why we have so much, and it was in the DEF study too, I saw, but the lure of supplemental benefits and the shiny object and the huge Part B rebates and the huge OTC cards and flex cards, and these draw people away. And this is where I would stress that, satisfaction and loyalty are two different things. So, I have a huge client. We just did a huge disenrollment study to a lot of people that left and found that, more than 70% of the members that left were happy with the plan. They were satisfied. There was nothing wrong with the plan, but something shinier came along in the market and they left. And I think this is where activation becomes so important because, we need them to like us. We need them to feel like we care about them, definitely. But we need to do more than that, and we need to pull them into the plan and get them vested into the plan. And part of that is activation, so helping them invest in the places where their plan helps their health, and especially around things like we've talked about in the last panel, member incentives, OTC, fitness, and then where we want to focus today is on supplemental benefits, right? So we're using supplemental benefits to acquire members, to lure them into our plan, but then I think so many times we don't pull the thread all the way through and we don't actually engage them in that supplemental benefit. And we can absolutely use predictive analytics to understand who would benefit the most from these supplemental benefits and maybe who would benefit the most from loyalty-wise from being invested in these supplemental benefits, and use that data to then build activation strategies, which Saeed is going to talk about here. Okay, Saeed, I'll turn it over to you.
Hi, everybody. So the first question that comes to mind when I look at this particular slide is really, who are the members that I really need to be concerned about? So who are the ones that, based on their experiences, their engagement experiences, their education experiences, their activation experiences, are ones that are likely to leave the plan. They're going to leave the plan. That if they get the CAP survey, they're going to actually respond to the survey, but respond negatively to one or more domains, like getting needed care, getting appointments quickly, ratings of the plan, drug plan, and so forth. So when I look at each of these sort of experiences, if you will, the engagement, education, activation, you really need to think about it in the context of the member. So members are going to be different, obviously. They're going to have different health literacy issues, different social determinants of health, different burdens of disease, different experiences with a plan, with a doctor. And so if I look at two members, and we may define engagement and activation the same way, but I look at two different members, one might have health literacy issues, one might have a lot of social determinants that they're struggling with, one might have, be a little bit sicker, have had poor experiences. They may not, if we have one definition of engagement, the member that's struggling less might actually be engaged, but one, may not be as engaged. Maybe they need to be more engaged, or engaged in a different way, or activated in a different way. So we need to be cognizant of that. And the best way to kind of look at, anticipate a member's needs and understand how they're going to behave is to look at the entire member journey. Is to kind of look at everything that the member's done and try to make some determinations on that. And one of the ways in which we work with our clients to do this is to use machine learning and AI to do just that. So all this machine learning is, as you guys know, is pattern recognition. So we're basically saying that we're trying to find members that exhibit similar behavior as to ones that are negative CAPS responders or disenrollers from the plan. So members like this respond negatively to getting needed care. Members like this voluntarily disenroll from the plan. What it also does is this assigns a score for every single member. So it basically says this person has a 90% chance of leaving the plan and a 90% chance of responding negatively to getting needed care or ratings of the health plan, whatever the case may be. What it can also do is, in the CAPS area, which is really tricky, is because it's so non-transparent, it's so opaque, is it can also, we will never know who members are, how CMS targets members for CAPS. But what we can say is if you are targeted for CAPS, you're a likely responder versus a non-responder. It kind of shrinks, right? It narrows the focus to people that need the most help. These are the individuals that are going to disenroll from the plan. These are the members that have member experience issues, like CAPS-like issues. And these are the ones that are influencing my CAPS scores and that they're responding to the actual survey. And all this does is it creates transparency. You think it's about some of the typical STAR measures that Rex was talking about, like HEDIS, that has transparency. I know there's claim lag and stuff like that, but at least I know at any point in time who's adherent versus non-adherent. I know who is compliant with my HEDIS measures versus non-compliant. But this tries to do the same thing. These are the people that we need to be concerned about for CAPS. These are the people that we need to be concerned about for disenrollment. And so a bit of methodology stuff, and I was reluctant to put this, but it's, I guess I think it's cool, so I was going to say it's cool, but maybe not. So when we look at machine learning, I said we want to look at the entire member journey. Well, how do we look at the entire member journey? Where does that come from? So there's a lot of data that concede that. And I would not dismiss administrative data and poo-poo it. There's a lot of stuff there, like obviously disease history, utilization patterns, but also things that we can kind of enrich the data with. Like, I know how far you live from your doctor, your primary doctor. I know how far you live from the pharmacy that you last filled your prescriptions compared to other members of the plan, compared to your neighbors. I can look to see if you have fractured care and that you're getting care primarily through the ED as opposed to And all of these are kind of like not only insights about your disease and your utilization, but about your engagement as well. And we can keep layering on different stuff, different data. HEDIS data, well, that's a sign. I've been filling my prescriptions. I've been filling my HEDIS gaps. I've been filling my prescription. That's a sort of a sign of health literacy. Like I know what I'm doing. I'm confident in what I'm doing. Kind of like it's not in and of itself, but it's a sign of health literacy. Survey data. I've been filling out surveys. I'm responding to surveys that I've been sent from the health plan. I'm responding in certain ways. I can get some social determinants data from that. Member services. These are member experiences, appeals, grievances, complaints. Member services contacts, and the next slide goes into this in more detail, but outside data sources. So far we've been looking at data from the plan itself. Now we look from outside the plan. It can include things like consumer data. That's data you can buy at a member level. It's not going to be perfect, because it's not going to match exactly. You might be able to get an 85, 90% match to your members, but it gives you some more insights into social determinants. Things like, are you living alone? Is the member living alone? Living with others? How many credit cards they have. In and of itself, but in the context of their disease, their utilization, it starts to become more and more meaningful. And then care management, are they engaged with care management? And then I forgot to mention the census data, that's free, right? Neighborhood level stuff. Do you live in a high crime area, a high poverty area? Again, in the context of everything else, it has more and more importance. But the consumer data is interesting because it enables me to be able to get at more issues related to social determinants of health. So if I take this consumer data, that basically it's data that's been aggregated by you can buy it from the likes of TransUnion or KBM or Axiom. They're all similar to one another. I wouldn't say the same, but similar to one another. But what you can do is get at more information related to social determinants. Things like education and health literacy. Here are 8 domains that we have. Occupational, housing stability, psychosocial, social support, food insecurity. So all of those things are things that you have that a little bit with the data, for the claims data and other data that you might have, like survey information, but this provides more. And what you see in the gold there is the boost that it gives you in identifying these social determinants over and above what you already have from some survey information and from claims information. So you can see education and health literacy, I can't see that number that well. So 150%, so 1.5 times more information about that for your members. 250%, 2.5 times more information on financial stress. So it gives you more information that you can go on to be able to identify member issues. Now, long story short, is all this machine learning, ML and AI, artificial intelligence does, is it enables you, as I said before, going back to that, to have transparency. These are all my members. These are the ones that are likely to disenroll from the plan. These are all my members. These are the ones that are going to respond to CAPS if targeted, and these are the ones that are going to respond negatively to CAPS. So what do you do with this? So we encourage our clients to have both tactical and strategic approaches, right? A tactical approach is a bit of a quick fix, right? A quick fix, for example, is what we call just-in-time outreaches. So just-in-time meaning that CAPS goes out in early March, we want to do a full court press in January, February. There's open enrollment in October, we want to do a full court press to lower disenrollment a month or 2 before that. So those are just-in-time outreaches. The case of CAPS, I'll give you an example of this in a minute, is we want to target two populations, right? I want to target people that are negative responders and that are likely to respond to the survey, and I want to target positive responders, encouraging them to respond to the survey if they're targeted. So you want to kind of hit both sides. All this is a bit of a quick fix. It tries to really maximize your potential based on the benefits that you have today. It's not adding benefits or anything like that. It's just kind of maximizing your score to your best potential of what you have today. That's the first step. Same with disenrollment, right? Why not target people that are high risk? You can save them. They are your members now. And that's what I tell our customers all the time. They are your members. How can we keep them to be your members? Maybe they've had poor experiences. Maybe not, but those are part of tactical outreaches. More on that in a minute. And the other are strategic outreaches. Now, with strategic outreaches, it acknowledges that there's more in the game than just doing these quick fixes, right? It gives you a bit of a boost, but at the end of the day, what you want to do here is, they're providers. Providers are influencing caps. Providers are influencing disenrollment. I want to be able to communicate with my doctors a little bit better. I want to create awareness about caps. I want to create some accountability related to caps. And then what you also see is caps, and I'm sort of focusing on this for a minute, is because it really is the backbone of everything, right? Everything is actually caps related. So it stands to reason as well, and we've seen this in the data, is that if you have one or more caps issues, let's say access-like issues like getting needed care, plan stuff like ratings of the plan, provider stuff, that influences everything. So if I have an open gap, I'm less likely to close it. If I am on my meds, I'm less likely to refill my prescriptions. If I have a chronic condition, I'm more likely to go to the ED or to have an avoidable admission. So it influences everything. So the concept becomes, how can I incorporate caps and member experience type things in every communication I have with the member? Not just, with this just-in-time tactical outreach, but if I have known access issues, can I address that before even bringing them into care management, as opposed to do? So, and this is kind of the timeline, and God, you guys probably can't see this, but what it says, this is kind of what I just talked about, is open enrollment period. This is the just-in-time voluntary disenrollment outreach. Caps in the field, just-in-time caps outreach, and over the course of the year, do integrated caps and disenrollment outreaches. So the question is, and this next slide, I think, well, let me just check, I think is going to be a bit of an eye chart, but I'll walk you through, and it's an eye chart. But let me go through that a little bit. So this is a couple years ago, so you can see the cut points are a little bit off from what we have right now. But this kind of, if I do a tactical outreach, go back here. If I do a tactical outreach here related to caps, the question is, how many members do I need to target to achieve my goals, right? And the question here also with open enrollment and the voluntary disenrollment, how many members do I need to target to achieve my goals? So my goals for open enrollment, I want to reduce disenrollment by 1%. It could be I want to achieve a 10-to-1 ROI. It could be whatever it is. But how many members do I need to target to be able to get there? So the next slide, which the eye chart one, is essentially going into the cap stuff to be able to determine exactly how many members I need to target to achieve my goals. And here we are. So here, I have a fake health plan, right? Case study health plan, fake H contract, obviously, 50,000 members. That's how many I have here. Now, if my goal for these 50,000 members is to move each measure by 1 star level, this is a tactical thing, right, to get you where you want to be, by 1 star level, and maintain my 5s if I have them, how many members do I need to engage? And that's what you see here. How many members do I have here? 3,400 members I need to engage. I'm sorry, members to target, a portion of which are engaged. And then I want to also encourage 7,500 members of so people that are going to vote for me, I want to come out there, I want them to come out and vote. It's about 7,500 members, I want them to basically, this is a bit of a get out the vote campaign. I want for people that are going to vote for me, I want to come out and vote. That's 7,500 members I want to send mailers to. And then roughly 3,000 or so members I want to be able to target to kind of change the trajectory of their behavior. Again, my goal isn't to move from a 1 to a 10, but from a 6 to an 8, something like that. I want to move them incrementally.
How do you know which ones you're going to target?
Yeah. Let me go into that. So how did I come up with this, right? So if my goal here is to move getting needed care from an 84, which I'm 4-star, to an 85, that's a 5-star. If there's a cut point change to an 86, 2 percentage points, assuming no oversampling, but the numbers are different with oversampling, that's 6 members that I need to move, right? I want to maintain my 5 here. There's 3 members here. I want to move this from 4 to 5 and so forth. So all of these are specific members. But since I don't know who's going to get surveyed, right, I'm playing the probability game, right? So I'm basically saying that that number that I have, so I need overall, there's overlap between all these, I need to move, say, 25 or so members overall. But to find those 25, I need to target around 3,000 because it's based on the probability that the models are correct, the probability you can get these people on the phone, the probability you can change their minds when you get them on the phone, and the biggest one, the probability they get surveyed, which is around 1%. So basically what we're saying is you need to target 3,000 people to get at those 25 or so to be able to change the trajectory of that behavior based on the assumptions that we've made here. And the question then becomes, what do you tell these guys when you get them on the phone? And so the question is, what do you tell them when you get them on the phone is very dependent on Sure. This is my last slide anyway. One second. Oh, yeah, yeah. Keep clicking through the animation. Oh, I'm sorry. You said that. Yeah, keep going. Click one more, one more. Is who they are, right? So this is sort of a persona. And it's going to be different plan to plan, right? So you might have had some network disruption issues. You might have had some a lot of fewer new members, a lot of new members. Depends on who the plan is. But essentially, we see people that have, if I split up CAHPS into 3 different categories, and disenrollment is the same ilk, if you will. It's the same kind of thing. There are members that have access issues. Access would be getting needed care, getting appointments quickly, getting needed prescriptions. Plan satisfaction would be care coordination, ratings of healthcare quality, and plan satisfaction, which you'd expect. Ratings of the plan, drug plan, customer service, right? So people that are going to be negative responders, there is overlap, but this is a generalization for each one. So you have members that have issues across the board, but we have members that have issues only in one area, if you will. So access, you're going to look at members that are generally unengaged, have markers of health literacy, more likely to be of a minority race or ethnicity, high rates of repeat avoidable ED visits, and high percentage of PCP switching. So these guys are engaged and uninformed. That's kind of what we're seeing here. You know? So what we want to do, unengaged, we want to engage them. We want to educate them. We want to talk to them about things like supplemental benefits, about the benefits that the plan has. These are members that are searching for care and not getting it. Unfulfilled and unconvinced, those are people with plan satisfaction issues, getting, ratings of the plan, the drug plan. These are members that are predominantly male, high rates of appeals, grievances, complaints, so have some issues with the plan, and relatively new to the plan. So these guys are pretty new, struggling to find what they want with the plan. And then finally, provider satisfaction. These members are, if you have an under 65, you're going to find a disproportionate number that are under 65. High rates of readmissions, high rates of chronic conditions. These are sort of like engaged, but they're not benefiting. So they're like searching for care, but they're not getting what they want. So what we do with this engagement is really target 2 separate. You have engaged and unengaged members. With unengaged members, again, we want to sort of reintroduce them into the plan. Engaged members is a little bit different. Engaged members, you want to kind of see if there are issues. You want to probe to see what's going on with them. And some issues you can solve. It could be really simple issues. And we've seen this. I lost my ID card, therefore I'm not going to the doctor. That's an issue we've heard. Again, a perceived issue. Real issues like I've actually exhausted all my possibilities of lowering my drug spend, but I'm still spending a lot of money. How can you help me there? Maybe you can, maybe you can't. But that kind of engagement, for this kind of thing, may be enough to at least get them to the next level. Look, you've exhausted your possibilities. These are some other options to look at, and so forth. So with that said, that was my last slide. I'm happy to answer questions, as is Rex as well. This is our contact information.
Thank you, gentlemen. I'm really sorry, but I have got to keep moving along. You guys will be at the reception. correct? Okay, so please see Saeed and Rex at the reception with any questions. Thank you
Okay,
so much.
Thank you.
Okay, guys, we're moving right along. The 510 segment, sales preparation for call center agents, brokers, captives, and cross-functional teams, is Todd Rowe. We introduced Todd earlier today, and he's been a real good friend over the years, and he and I have bounced ideas off each other for almost a decade, trying to get on top of this thing. So we're going to let him go right now, and then I think after 510, we got one more segment after that.
Okay. So, Todd Rao from Indiana University Health Plans. I kind of gave a little bio earlier in my earlier presentation. So for this AEP, I was tasked with standing up a call center. And we have a external call center currently at the time. And so I was told, yeah, it's time for us to bring this call center in. And, I want to like a few disclaimers. Our external call center vendor was great in helping us with this transition. We still use them because we still need them, but we just wanted to get a core group within our own health plans so that we could handle our own after-hours calls and weekend calls. And so, there was just a lot of things we wanted to do. Ultimately, we wanted a cross-functional team that could, we could put our telesales team into our customer service queue, and sometimes we would put our customer service into our telesales queue to field calls when our call volumes were, getting to levels where people were stacking up into the queue. And so, they were very helpful with us, and we set up this call center. We brought in a manager and brought the manager in first, and then we hired four reps. And, the thing that I was looking for mostly was I wanted everybody to have their life and health license and be AHIP certified, but I wanted them to have experience selling multiple plans. And so, not sure what happened there. Oh. So I wanted to make sure they had, experience selling multiple plans, and really so that they could understand the difference between helping someone understand a MedSup versus a Medicare Advantage plan. Because the amount of enrollments that we got this year from people calling that had MedSups that are taking the plunge into Medicare Advantage, it was critical. And so we got a group of people. If you ever want to do it, the best way to do it is just to go to one of the big aggregators and get a manager and have him bring his team with him. That's what we did. So somehow that worked out. It was a lot easier than I thought to do that. And we actually sourced them through an agency on a 6-month deal just to make sure it was all going to work out. And that just helped us get this thing off the ground sooner than using our own new systems. And so we started early in May to get it going, and we got the manager hired, and we got him in, and we started the training. And then we had the people, once we got them hired, we actually we really developed this robust training program that we mirrored our customer service team. So I was very fortunate to be surrounded by people that do a really good job with this. And so together we put them through, meeting with the sales team, meeting with our captive agents. Our captive agents, they have 30 years experience. One of them started in the customer service call center 30 years ago, and went through different roles within our plan, and now he's, one of our captive agents. I think his book of business, he's got like 1,500 people on the books, so I got to keep him for as long as I can, right? And then we had him go through the customer service type of training. We had him go through, what appeals and grievances. and their training, and understand what all these different groups did, because, you know, that was our goal, was to have this new core group that could just really feel part of IU Health, right, and have our access to our systems, to be able to do things like order an ID card, check eligibility. You know, it's kind of hard to give that kind of access to external vendors when you're doing these things. And so, you know, things went pretty well. And we, of course, the product and sales, you know, I like to do the sales training, because I actually set the product up and I set the vendor contracts up. And it's just, it's helpful to be able to explain to them how it works, the reason why you added the benefit, and what you're trying to accomplish with the benefit. You can't always get that out. And so we thought that went fairly well. We went live in August. And so what we did, the way we did it is we got all of our phone numbers. There was like only 138 phone numbers, and we bought those numbers and put them into our telephony system, and then we put our people in priority over the other group, so that we would get the phone calls. You know, and when we first went live, based on the call volume, we thought, what is wrong? The phone is not ringing. And we started checking, and we weren't getting the volume that we were getting calls, but just not to the volume. And so this is something that we learned, is that we've been using this external call center I've been with the plan 6 years. The amount of people that enroll through that call center call them back for customer service questions. When we put them on our own telephony system, then they were hitting 1 for customer service or 2 for sales, and they were bypassing the sales department. So that was a kind of if you have a call center, you might want to check in to see how much are they really doing for sales and how much is customer service, because they do like to call them back. So once we figured that out, then we adjusted our schedules for the amount of calls that were coming in. So, you know, we had Salesforce. It's kind of a skeleton type of Salesforce. It doesn't have all the bells and whistles. But if you're going to do something like this is the time to actually make changes. And so we got together, and I had to dig into Salesforce and really learn how to use it and see all the capabilities, because there's just so many different things. And so we made adjustments to, our lead sources to make sure that they were current, and make sure that our lead source details, our dispositions, we got it so that it flowed. And then we were able to build in things like, is this a qualified lead, 3+ month nurture lead, or sometimes these leads are 6 months out, right? I mean, the majority of the calls, you get these people that are 3 to 6 months out that can't even enroll. They tend to respond better than those that are, in a qualified period. And we did a lot of role playing. And, that's one thing that we've learned is, the role playing is great. And so our new thing that we do is every time we get to, we'll get 2 or 3 of them together at once, because we can't have them all off the phones. And we'll go through how we want them to disposition things in Salesforce. And then we make them share their screen and do it. Because you'd be surprised how people nod their head, oh yeah, I understand, and then they have trouble. And then you find out right then and there. So, we actually just make them share their screen and show us, and that's been very helpful. But you'd have to continuously monitor and retrain them, because they forget. Some of the simple things that people forget when there's so much information thrown at them was surprising. So it's just important to continuously keep the training on. And we built our sales script into Salesforce, so when they're entering the lead, like phone call, they go through it, and then if it becomes like, okay, we're going to go to the sales script, they can just click it right there. We've got the disclaimers, making sure that gets done. So definitely, we were able to really make everything more efficient. So this is one of my favorite parts, is call monitoring during AEP. Like prior to COVID, I would go to this call center and I would sit down next to the people and with a headset and make them really nervous because the plan was there and I was sitting next to them. And now I can just click on anybody I want and they don't know I'm there. So that's definitely helpful because it does impact, people get nervous, and you don't want that. I always tried to wear jeans and look casual, but I mean, it definitely made them nervous when I did that. So I feel like this helps us just get a better idea of what's going on. We set up a Teams chat, and I don't know why we have two, but we do. And I was thinking about this as I did this presentation. Maybe we'll do one. But so we had our call center in a Teams chat, and we had our external team with our team in a Teams chat. And we had managers, and we had some of our captive agents, and we customer service team leads, and then anybody that had a question, we were on it like within seconds, and we felt that that was great. And then from there, if somebody was going down a rabbit hole, then I would just privately message them through Teams so they weren't embarrassed and help them save a call. We've got an issue with our provider data. I don't know if anybody else has this, but we suppress a lot because we don't know where they're at, because they might be listed 30 times, and we don't want the audit again. And so we have our lookup tool, and then we have an Excel file that has every provider we have at every location. And sometimes they just forget to look at that, and they'll say, oh, the doctor's not in the network. And then I'm like trying to get a hold of them. Yes, they are, because I mean, that's a deal killer, right? And then I would be telling them, and nobody was there on Teams. So we had to reinforce that for a few weeks, and then now everybody's on all the time, and they're there, because if I'm like hitting them up, I expect them to be there. So that was very helpful. Teams was awesome that way. How many people use Teams? Yeah, it seems to, yeah. So we also I could help them with competitor data, right? I mean, I've been doing this forever. I knew exactly like where I could give them tips, like, oh, we've got the lowest max out of pocket, for sure. I could say that, they had a $200 drug deductible and we didn't. Just things like that. Definitely, the amount of sales that you can save just by helping, and we had multiple people assisting them. So that was fun. And then we monitored our outbound digital lead calls. So we're progressing and we're getting a better digital journey, but the way we kind of do it is we get the digital lead and we get the name and the phone number and the email, and then we outbound call them. And we were actually getting a hold of about 60%. That we improved once we really got them to go after those right away and try to contact them within 30 minutes, that helps. But sometimes, you get a bunch on the weekend and they sit. So what I did was I monitored those because there's so many different types of digital leads that we're doing, and then I could write talking points on how to handle each one of these leads because they were different. And then I would checked out one and found out that our name wasn't even listed. It was just a plain Medicare, are you getting all the benefits that you're entitled to? And they were calling them up saying, hey, this is IU Health Plans calling to give you the information that you requested. Well, we didn't request that. So, and so I actually went to the website, and then I was just able to figure that out. So, we kind of missed on the first few hundred leads on that, but it's important that they really understand the different talking points. We've changed Salesforce so that they can actually see where the lead came from, and then we've sent them out like, okay, this type of lead, contact right away. This one, wait a day. This one, wait 5 days because we're mailing them, a benefits guide. So it really helped us get this all set up and prioritize it. And then I actually, I like to learn, so I made 10 outbound calls to every type of digital lead source because I wanted to see what their struggles were. I wanted to see, was their intent there? And it's all over the board, and sometimes you just pick up somebody, and I called this one person, she's like, oh, I was shopping for my mom. I think this would be a great plan for her. And so, so we put her in the plan. So we also built I'll get to that one, but you just learn a lot, and monitoring the calls, I learned a lot about what the consumers were asking for. I saw how many people are asking about the Part B. buyback. I saw how many people were interested in a flex card. You saw how many people the drug deductible was important. The majority of them are taking generic drugs. And, you know, one interesting observation that I found is that, you know, we tell all our people, if you use our Tier 1 and Tier 2 mail order drugs and get them mail order, they're free, right? And we tell all these people that, but only 11% of them are using it, and they like to go to the retail establishment. So when we tell them it's free, and they'd rather pay $3 for a generic and 12 or 15 for a Tier 2 generic. So those kind of things, you learn a lot just by monitoring those. So then we took all this training that we did with our people, and we had good news this year, and so we rolled out our broker training. And when you have good news, you just got to get it out early, because other people are getting it out. But, you know, you get it out early, and then they tell other people, and then people want to get credentialed to sell your plan. And so we got this news out early, and we really targeted those brokers in areas where we knew we had a new plan, we had the advantage, we had the only hospital in town. And so we did some special deals with those GAs for incentives, and they all delivered for us. So that was great. And we used some of this great training that our training team had helped develop, you know, for our slideshows, so we could kind of keep it consistent. Not only do we train the call center and the brokers, but we use the same benefits training for our customer service, for appeals and grievances, for quality. We do all of that. And appeals and grievances can be avoided if the expectation is set correctly in the sales process of the benefit. And so we definitely pick up those types of things to avoid those. And then luckily I get copied on every appeals and grievance that comes in, because you have to track it back. Do I have a problem with is it working right? Is there, you know, something off? So, but yeah, so we got this rolled out with the brokers. We gave them the details early. I mean, what are they going to do? Like, you know it's going to end up in your competitor's hands by the end of the afternoon, because I get theirs. So it's just the way it goes. When I was with a national plan, my favorite thing about being there was couldn't wait for our plans to come out. And I always got our own plans from an FMO a month before I ever got them internally. It's the way it kind of works. But yeah, so we targeted these key brokers, and we did, you know, virtual, but we broke it down into like special trainings for each general agency, and they made it personalized, and then we would go in person if they wanted to do that. So yeah, that went very well as well. So then we have this broker advisory council, and we did that. We do it a couple times a year, and I really do try to take some ideas from those guys and implement them, and it makes them really feel like, you know, they're being heard. And also I tried to put the fear in the brokers before AEP in our trainings, and I said, hey guys, you said, you know, what would it take for us to be successful? And they said, well, a MOOP lower than 3,000. And I said, it's done. But that means you got to show our plan, because if you don't, your people are going to respond to our marketing, and we're going to pick them off. So you better. And I offered to co-op, and several of them took me up on it, and did a co-branded piece to their members, you know, saying, hey, this plan's available. We want to show it to you. So that was helpful. But you have to scare them a little bit, or, you know, they kind of get, they're creatures of habits, and they do what's easiest. So I have to get after them a little bit, being a smaller plan. But we get really good benefit ideas from them, and they'll tell us what's working and what's not, and then invite your leadership to a broker advisory meeting, and then pay one of the brokers to tell them what you want them to tell them. We didn't do that, but we did invite leadership, and it was awesome. This one broker who's very vocal, he stood up and he said, hey, let's just get the elephant let's get this out of the room right now. And he said, your problem is your network, and if you really want to grow, you gave your network away, you're going to have to take it back. or else figure out a way to be more competitive without a network benefit. So, I've been saying that, it's much more powerful when it comes from the people that are struggling to sell your plan. And so, there's some insights that we learned. I think I probably covered a lot of them. The retraining, the surge support plan, the all hands on deck. I mean, that was kind of fun. I loved it when calls got piled up into the queue. I'm licensed, certified, was a little rusty, and I ended up enrolling 10 people in like 2 days, like taking calls. So if I can't sell them, I don't think anybody can. Let's see. And then we're going to use these, I think we'll use both these teams to do our new member welcome calls. When they have extra time, it's just nice to have more call power to accomplish things that you need, maybe help out pharmacy with this new core team. So overall, we think it's a great success. And the other thing you have to think about when you bring it in is you can't go too big, because what are you going to do with 20 people December 8th through October, right? And so we're dependent upon our external call center to ramp up and assist us during AEP. And it's nice that we keep several of the core ones around during this slower time so that we don't lose them and have to retrain them too. But I don't have the resources to get people licensed and to get them through the AHIP like they do. And so it's kind of an integrated hybrid model that is working very well for us. Any questions?
So I think you started off and you said this was a decision to bring in-source, right? So you were previously 100% outsourced. Do you know what the balance now is, in-source, outsource? And I was leading up to a question of, that's a big investment, right? What's your ROI? Have you been able to calculate?
I think the ROI prior to doing this seemed to be about the same. But the mix is, I have a team, I have a manager and 4, and we're keeping like 3 and a manager on the other team during this time of year. And we're going to ramp up to 20 during AEP. And depending on if I get what I want with our bid, we might ramp up a little bit more, but, I'm asking for a lot.
So 20 inside?
20 combined.
Oh, 20 on the inside and the outside
Yeah.
combined. Got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're a small plan, right? We're only 14,500 or so.
Were there any other questions? Oh, I went the wrong way.
Hey, thank you for the presentation. So I think something you mentioned about that particular broker who said change your network. Curious if how you can action on that, right? Like how can you bring brokers and some of these perspectives on the front end of the benefit design or plan design process versus being an afterthought? Has there been any ideas on how do we fix that gap and operationalize that?
So, I don't have a PPO license, but I have a point of service plan, and so what we're doing is, so we had our Flex network plan was $19 a month, and I think it was $3,800 in network and doubled that in and out combined, and it was $0 doctor, $20 PCP out of network, and specialists were a few bucks off. So what we did was we're going to make it $0, and we're going to make PCP visits $0 in and out of network, because that was the deal killer, because they can go $0 everybody else. But we're just trying to make that plan more easier to not have out-of-pocket costs.
Thank you. Are there any others?
I think we have 1 minute.
No? All right. Thank you, Todd.
Thank you.
All right, best for last. Okay, the Empire Strikes Back, compliant marketing oversight under new CMS rules. We have Michael S. Aldenberg and Charles Baker with Priority Health.
Well done.
Hey, I think I only blew one name today.
So I suppose we are the only thing keeping you from happy hour. And now Charles will be the highlight of the conference, and he was thinking that he could keep us here till maybe 8:30. But in all seriousness, first, thanks for making it to the end. We appreciate that. Really good content. Going after Todd, great content. Rex, great content. So we will try to be brief, and we'll also try to have some fun with y'all. Okay, so The Empire Strikes Back. For those of you who don't know, I used to be the Emperor. Mike Adelberg spent 15 years at CMS, including a period of time as the Director of Medicare Advantage Operations during the agency's last marketing crackdown. Just out of show of hands, how many of you were doing MA sort of circa 2009-ish? Okay, so so mystery shopping, commission bands got introduced, the private fee-for-service got drained away. All that was me. Sorry. But since that time, spent a number of years at the plan, and for the last 7 years, I've been with Faegre Drinker, which is a large law firm where I lead the healthcare strategy practice, and I get to do what I like, which is focusing on the government healthcare programs. Charles, do you want to take a second to introduce yourself, and then we'll get going?
Is this mic on? Can you guys hear me? So I'm Charles Baker. I serve as the Medicare Compliance Officer for Priority Health. We're a mid-sized regional plan in Michigan, about 230,000 members. Wild story, my background is actually in clinical social work. And I got an MHA from the University of Minnesota and quickly got into administration. I've been in compliance for about 6 years now, serving as the compliance officer for about 3. So happy to be here.
Okay, thanks. All right, so there was a period where MA was growing great. It was profitable, new entrants coming into the market every year. All sorts of stuff was happening. The program was going to take over fee-for-service. And that time period could be today, but it was also a decade ago, another period of rapid growth. And what we're going to do is we're going to go back to that time period a little bit because my hypothesis is that CMS is putting the steps in place to do a crackdown this fall. It probably will not be as dramatic as the one a decade ago, but there will be a crackdown. And we'll talk a little bit about that. And Charles is going to offer some practical tips in the event of a crackdown. Of course, as compliance officer, he'll tell you that you should be doing it even without the crackdown. It's just about good compliant activity and being a good citizen in the program. Okay, so let's talk about first the track record of the Biden administration on MA so far. It's a pretty good track record in terms of, in more ways than not, being good to the program. Big payment bump. As you saw on Rex's slides, stars are going up, although that's a temporary bump. The Biden administration thus far has continued the dramatically downsized audit fines of the Trump years. I suspect that will start to trend up, but it hasn't yet. They've kept the COVID flexibilities in place. There's a lot of rumblings around risk adjustment, but no one's gotten in big trouble yet. We'll see. There have been a couple of small rain-ins on marketing. I could talk about those a little bit, but small is the point. And now with the reg, we are seeing new regulatory requirements on marketing. Okay, so let's talk about the reg briefly. Leads generators. How many of you work directly with leads generators? Only a couple hands go up. How many of you at plans work directly with leads generators? And no hands go up, and that's part of the problem as CMS sees it. So there is a chain of custody where CMS has a relationship with a plan. The plan has a relationship with its distribution channel, agents and brokers. And increasingly, the agents and brokers have a relationships with lead generators. By the way, I'm not here to slam lead generators. They serve they're an important player in this pipeline. But having said that, there certainly has been some bad conduct in corners of that industry. And now CMS with the reg is clarifying that if you get an enrollment, everyone who touched that enrollee on their way into the plan has a relationship with, even if they don't have a contract with. So CMS is making it clear that MA plans are responsible for the conduct of a third-party marketing organization that suggests it is representing them. There are other details to the reg, but in the interest of time, I'm going to go through these slides quickly. If anyone really wants to talk about some of these details, totally happy to do it during the cocktail hour. There's also other pieces of marketing requirements in the reg with respect to making sure that those downstream entities are using the required disclaimer language, that they can serve people in the same language, with the same language requirements that you have as plans. And there were a number of things in the marketing guidelines that were codified a couple of years ago, and a bunch more are getting codified now. Now, why does that matter? You follow the marketing guidelines. Why does it have to be in reg? Here's why. If CMS is going to slam a sanction on you, the Office of General Counsel of HHS will go to the career manager of CMS and say, you can't slap a sanction on someone for violating an HPMS memo. You can't slap a sanction on them for violating a section of the marketing guidelines. You slap a sanction on them for violating something in the Code of Federal Regulations. So CMS is now, in 2 tranches, moved the majority of the marketing guidelines into reg so that they can enforce on it. Okay, so not fun, but let's get even less fun. Talk about the good old days and the end of the good old days. So MA grew rapidly, greater than 10% a year in the later Bush years. There were instances of high-pressure selling tactics, people giving away food in public housing to get duals to enroll, various misrepresentations and misunderstandings of the rapidly growing private fee-for-service product. And CMS and Congress responded. We had the MIPA legislation, which created the agent broker commission bans. There were a bunch of suspensions, and there was the annual mystery shopping program. Show of hands, how many people remember that in the heyday of the mystery shopping? And a number of plans still hire mystery shoppers. How many of you are still using mystery shoppers on some level? Only a couple hands go up on that. If a bunch of your enrollments are coming from public events, you probably want to look at that. And if a bunch of your enrollments are coming from third-party websites, one way or another, you probably want to surveil those websites as well. Okay, so the crackdown was substantial. A bunch of people went to jail, figuratively, were put on timeout through a marketing season. There are about 10 plans in total got suspended for a marketing season over the 3 years. But despite that marketing crackdown, MA did not stop growing. And MA did not stop growing because the value proposition is just too good. To most beneficiaries, Medicare Advantage is the logical choice. And it's going to grow whether CMS puts someone on timeout or not. Okay, we talked a little bit about MIPA, so I'm going to roll through this. The mystery shopping program was a whole bunch of activity, more than 1,000 shops at the high watermark year. Mystery shopping was done by the CMS administrator multiple times. Kerry Weems put himself in a Cubs hat and a sweatshirt and mystery shopped. And actually required that every senior executive in CMS had to mystery shop once. They could do it more than once, but they had to. And they were using the exact same score sheet that the contracted mystery shoppers were. There was a bunch of other activities that got less publicity, but were pretty substantial, including, by the way, clipping service. And if you are now, this isn't 2007 anymore, a lot more activities on the web. Data scraping the web, clipping service type on the web to see what the third parties are saying about you, pro or con, accurate, inaccurate, including, again, if you have people representing multiple carriers, how are they comparing you against other plans? Is it all accurate and on the level? Sanctions we talked about, a bunch of people went to jail for a year. Okay, with that, we're going to put up Charles, and now that I've been the bad guy, Charles is going to save everyone from jail.
Thanks, Mike. Everybody's favorite guy in the room, the compliance officer. I wanted to title this presentation, How to Lose 20% of Your External Telesales, but Mike didn't think that was a good title to our presentation. So alluding to what Mike said earlier with third-party marketing oversight, you know, when the October memo, the infamous October memo came out, CMS referred to it as the daisy chain of the enrollment, right? So how do you show the entire chain of enrollment from the lead generating activity through the brokerage, and then what is the exact conversation that the member had with the broker at that time? We've actually seen in the industry where CMS has reached out to plans regarding CTM data and other enrollment practices where they're requesting those phone calls and are now starting to request those marketing material that led to that lead generation. And so it's not coming, it's already here. We're seeing it as a plan, we're seeing other plans have it as well. So having effective oversight of your marketing practices, really good thing to keep your compliance officer happy. I like to think that there's a nice push and pull relationship between compliance and marketing. I think that I should be overly conservative, and then our marketing people should be overly aggressive, and we end up in the middle somewhere as it relates to our practices. So what do we do? What do we do about this now? So we make use of the tools that we already have. So, you know, each of our plans has, you know, an internal audit plan for the year. How do we lean into our internal audit plan to start looking at what our agents and brokers are doing? So both internal sales agents and our external brokerage partners as well. And so, you know, it's not enough to just do an attestation process where, hey, are you following all the Medicare rules and guidelines, but to really take a deep dive into your brokerage firms to make sure that they are following and adhering to those guidelines as well. Agent and brokerage training, and making sure that you're documenting everything. Again, it's that daisy chain of enrollment. CMS is really expecting you to be able to show the lead generating material and the specific material as well as the phone call that led to that enrollment. You know, you see this through the multi-plan marketing submission module, so the change in HPMS, where plans are now required to review all of the marketing material that is submitted to HPMS before it is submitted, right? So when the switch over to this multi-plan marketing material module in HPMS came out, I think I had at one point 1,200 pieces of marketing to review that were just submitted through the HPMS module. So, I'm one guy and I got a team of 3, so it was not going to be, my responsibility to look through 1,200 pieces of individual marketing through third-party marketing organizations and the like. So, really engaging with your business partners on the marketing team to really start looking at brand integrity. I'll get into that here in a minute. Really looking at your CTMs and your appeals and grievance and your disenrollments as well. So I jokingly say, decrease 20% of your external sales and external telesales. But would you rather decrease 20% of your sales and have a disenrollment rate go down to the single digits, or would you rather maintain that 20% enrollment, but have those members disenroll within the first 90 days, right? We look at, profitability. We're a nonprofit, so we don't really look at profitability. But if you look at profitability, a member needs to stay in your plan for over a year before it becomes a good enrollment, right? So you're looking at risk scores, you're looking at engagement, things of that nature. Again, it's about stickiness of enrollments, right? So the big thing that I want to call out here is think of brand integrity, right? So when you're looking through this marketing material from sales agents, from brokerages that is already getting submitted to CMS, do you want your name associated with that, right? So if you see a postcard that says, urgent, act now, Medicare A and B beneficiaries, act now, urgent, risk, warning, call us now, do you want that to represent you as a health plan? I surely don't want it representing me as a health plan. And so you really had to engage our marketing partners to say, this isn't who we are as a plan. This doesn't represent what we do. This is what is being specifically called out in regulation as high pressure to misleading sales tactics. Monitor your SEPs, much to what Steve said earlier. Looking at your SEPs. Through COVID, we noticed a high number of SEP disenrollments and enrollments into our plan. And I said, look, there can't be that many people that are using an SEP to leave our plan or enter our plan. There's got to be something wrong with that. So now we monitor our SEP usage on a monthly basis and then hold those agents accountable as well. Close the feedback loop with the agents, communicating with them. Looking at your disenrollment data, so we have a very robust compliance dashboard that goes to our executive leadership team. And the first row on our executive level compliance dashboard is our disenrollment data, especially our rapid disenrollment data. So if we're seeing members leave the plan not because of death within the first 90 days, that says something about us as a plan, right? Why are these members leaving our plan? Were they misled to be in our plan in the first place? Or, did they know what they were signing up for? Things of that nature. What else can you do to create stickiness in your enrollment? Welcome calls. We really, that October 8th memo really called out welcome calls as well. It set forth a bunch of different guidelines as to what you should be doing as a plan in terms of these enrollments and appropriate oversight. And welcome calls was one of them. It wasn't enough to have an agent or a broker enroll them into your plan. Now the plan itself has to call that member to welcome them, let them know what they bought, kind of some of the provisions within their plan. This is one of the things that I think we do really well in our organization is show communication up to the senior level leadership, making sure that we have a compliance committee structure that really hones in on appropriate oversight. So when you look at chapters 9 and 21 of the Medicare guidelines, it really hones in on effective lines of communication up to the senior most leader of your organization. And so that's really where documentation comes into play. So documenting these committee meeting minutes, documenting, approval of your marketing material, documenting, all of the ways that in which you hold agents accountable. So we have an agent oversight committee. Previously, our agent oversight committee only looked at a couple of things. We looked at our CTMs and we looked at our appeals and grievances, right? So we were looking at agent assertions, misleading, high pressure, things of that nature that we were finding through CTMs and grievances. But we took a step back over the past 6 months, especially after the October 8th memo came out. And we said, you know, it's not good enough just to look at appeals and grievance data. It's not good enough just to look at CTMs. So now we're going to start looking at our rapid disenrollment levels as well. And so where are we seeing the highest numbers of rapid disenrollment? Is it from our independent agents? Is it from our internal agents? Is it from our, you know, telesales organizations, things of that nature? I won't go there, but you know, a lot of the rapid disenrollment was coming from these very loose channels, right? That I would call loose channels. You know, the flyers, the things that would have been okay, you know, 2 years ago, but today are not okay. Like it or not, you know, the Trump administration came out with a memo that said, hey, we're going to treat MA organizations just like Medicare fee-for-service. The Biden administration came in and said, here's this October 8th memo, and you are no longer excluded from this oversight, MAPD. So there's a beautiful picture of myself and Mike Adelberg. Questions? Cocktails? Anybody? Go ahead, Steve.
Yeah, no, this is really good information. I guess for both of you, but Michael, you know, since you've been in a role in the past with CMS, you know, the group of carriers that continue to identify, or work on how we come to some resolution before CMS decides what the resolution is going to be for us on this third-party marketing organization issue. And like I said, we have 675 members that we know of today that we reinstated who hadn't any idea that they had been disenrolled. It's in our market, and I think it's because we have so many nationals that have entered the plan. And once again, it's not knocking the nationals, because I think in a lot of ways they themselves aren't aware or of what the downstream is doing. But how do you think? What do you think there? You know, we can do, and why do you feel? This is a question we have. Why does CMS continue to allow entities to use the word Medicare in their business? Because we hear time and time from plans across the country that the consumers are saying, well, I got called from, or I called 1-800-MEDICARE or Medicare.gov, and they think the use of Medicare in the name means they're talking to an actual person at CMS. And then the other thing is, you know, we're seeing this whole co-op marketing dollars that plans can pay is just, it's really out of control. I mean, in our market, we've had a couple FMOs come to us and just say, you know, you just need to be aware, we've had some of these entities come to us, they've thrown $250,000 at us to bring on 500 contracts. I think it really goes against what the nature of co-op marketing dollars is all about, but that's where the entities with the deep pockets, these downstream third-party marketing organizations don't want to lose that money, revenue stream that's being given to them, and so that's why I think we're seeing such deceptive or aggressive tactics.
Yeah, so you want me to start?
Yeah, go ahead. I've got a couple thoughts too.
First, on people who are robocalling or outbound calling and representing themselves as Medicare, no doubt that's going on. It's also very hard to catch these people. You know, you talk about chain of custody. These are people who are quite deliberately set up to be hard to find. So I do think, and then, you know, CMS is not the police. So CMS will take this to the FTC, and the FTC will take an interest. The FTC, by the way, put out a $200 million fine on a direct marketing insurance sales operation. I think it was called American Eagle or something. So a massive fine. Wasn't selling MA, by the way. It was selling short-term limited duration insurance in the commercial market. But it's not that you, but in any event, like, if we're talking about someone who is representing themselves as Medicare, like, no one with a CMS business card goes after that person. It has to go over to the Department of Justice or the FCC. And in general, a good rule of thumb about the government is government actually works pretty efficiently up and down. It works horribly across. So there's interest in cracking down, but it's hard. The government's not that good at it, and the people who are doing it are clever. The other topic about what I consider to be some of the wild use of fair market value and co-op, and I think that is ripe for a crackdown, but CMS has been mum on the issue so far.
Yeah, I'll just say, you know, Mike always coaches me that, you know, playing tattletale is, you know, historical in the MAPD world, you know, plans tattling on one another. And so we as a plan did the same thing. We were noticing an incredibly large number of members who were leaving our plan, and we did some disenrollment survey calls, and members were by and large saying we had no idea we were even leaving, you know, Priority Health. And so we did the same thing. We wrote those names down, and you know, through ACHP and through our, you know, regional account manager, we sent the list, right? We said, hey, you might want to take a look at this, and then we ended up re-enrolling those members into the plan too. And then from a compliance perspective, you know, I've gone ahead and done an audit of a lot of our external telesales brokerages, and like actually listened to the phone calls and provided some training opportunities back for them. You know, and you know, disconcertingly on one of those phone calls, I heard that, you know, the agent of an external company say, "Hi, I'm with Medicare." No, you're not. No, you're not.
Really quickly, I mean, I get HPMS memos all the time, and I distinctly remember reading that on the 10th or so, they were going to come out with more of these regulations around the third party. Do we know when that really is going to come out? Have you guys heard anything beyond?
I mean, as a part of the release of the final rule, they said that they were going to make updates to the Medicare marketing and communication guidelines, but I haven't seen that. You know.
Yeah, I mean, they released them in February, but they haven't made another release. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah. I would be very surprised if we don't see something from CMS before the start of marketing season. But that October HPMS memo was bad job by CMS. Not because the content was terrible, but the timing was terrible.
Mm-hmm. Well, and the conversation that I had with a lot of those external partners and third-party marketing organizations is that, you know, this was the guidelines before. I mean, they may not have been widely overseen or implemented, but this was the guidance before this memo came out. You know, it may have been a little hush-hush, but.
I think the call centers, it really became lax because of COVID, and so many people were signing up to call centers and so forth. I think that may be where there's so much lax.
Yeah.
But everybody says the same thing, you know, we get it over and over. I didn't even know I was leaving, I was just wanting some of those benefits they had.
Right.
The other thing is.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, some plans have given these organizations access to marks too, so that's the thing.
Yeah.
They have access to marks, they only need to ask the person on the phone one or two pieces of information. They take that, and then what they have access to when they enroll them. And, you know, that's another thing where it'd be nice if that could be policed better.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a hard no when our marketing team asked if our telesales organization could have access to marks. I said, no.
I'll just toss one more in the mix that's ripe for a crackdown. I call it the 101A, 101B phenomenon. Providers who are physically co-located with agents because of the ability, there's that one line in the marketing guidelines which allows as a provider-initiated activity for a provider to make a referral to a sales agent. And that maybe isn't so bad, but then when we actually have, and the sales agent is Mr. Baker over there, can I have someone walk you over to see Mr. Baker? That stinks to high heaven.
Are there any other questions?
If there are, we can discuss them over a cocktail.
All right, sounds good. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thanks.
All right, thanks for hanging in with us, everybody. So the reception, there's 2 bars. So hopefully it'll move a little smoother than lunch did. The first bar, beer and wine only. The second bar is your hard stuff, okay? So first bar, beer and wine. If you want a mixed drink, go to the second bar. We will see you at 8 a.m. tomorrow. Thank you, and enjoy your evening.